in terms of how I think it's come from some just basic element of psychology, right? In terms of, our brain, compared to the brains of other animals, we're very wired things, facial expressions, right? And we're very, so compared to other animals, clearly that those people have. But there's a whole part of your brain that's kind of focused on reading. So, when we're designing the next version of Quest or the VR headset, a big focus for us is face tracking and basically eye tracking so you can make eye contact, which again isn't really something that you can do over video conference. It's sort of amazing how far video conferencing has gotten without the ability to make eye contact, right? It's sort of a bizarre thing if you think about it. You're like looking at someone's face, sometimes for an hour when you're in a meeting, and like you looking at their eyes to them doesn't look like you're looking at their eyes. So it's
looking when you pass each other, I guess. Yeah, I guess you're right. You're not sending that signal. Right, you're trying
like
to.
A lot of times, or at least I find myself, I'm trying to look into the other person's eyes.
But they don't feel like you're.
Yeah. So then the question is, all right, am I supposed to look at the camera so that way you can, have a sensation that I'm looking at you? I think that's an interesting question. And then, with VR today, even without eye tracking and knowing what your eyes are actually looking at, you can fake it reasonably well, right? So you can look at like where the head poses, and if it looks like I'm kind of looking in your general direction, then you can sort of assume that maybe there's some eye contact intended, and you can do it in a way where it's okay. Maybe it's not a fixated stare, but it's somewhat natural. But once you have actual eye tracking, you can do it for real. And I think that's really important stuff. So when I think about Meta's contribution to this field, I have to say it's not clear to me that any of the other companies that are focused on the metaverse or on virtual and augmented reality are going to prioritize putting these features in the hardware, because like everything, they're trade-offs, right? I mean, it adds some weight to the device, maybe it adds some thickness. You could really see another company taking the approach, let's just make the lightest and thinnest thing possible. But I want us to do the most human thing possible, that creates the richest sense of presence. And because so much of human emotion and expression comes from these like micro movements. If I like move my eyebrow, millimeter, you will notice, and that like means something. So the fact that we're losing these signals in a lot of communication, I think is a loss. And so it's not like, okay, there's one feature and you add this, then it all of a sudden is going to feel like we have real presence. How the human brain works and how we express and kind of read emotions, and you can just build a roadmap of that, of just what are the most important things to try to unlock over a 5 to 10 year period, and just try to make the experience more and more human and social.
What do you think would be a moment, like a singularity moment for the metaverse, where there's a lot of ways to ask this question, but people will have many or most of their meaningful experiences in the metaverse versus the real world. And actually, it's interesting to think about the fact that a lot of people are having the most important moments of their life happen in the digital sphere, especially now during COVID. Like even falling in love and meeting friends, or getting excited about stuff that is happening on a 2D digital plane. When do you think the metaverse will provide those experiences for a large number, I
think it's a really good question. There was someone, I read this piece that framed this as, a lot of people think that the metaverse is about a place, but one definition of this is it's about a time when basically immersive digital worlds become the primary way that we live our lives and spend our time. I think that's a reasonable construct, and from that perspective, I think you also just want to look at this as a continuation, because it's not like, okay, we are building digital worlds, but we don't have that today. I think you and I probably already live a very large part of our life in digital worlds. They're just not 3D immersive virtual reality, but I do a lot of meetings over video, or I spend a lot of time writing things over email or WhatsApp or whatever. So what is it going to take to get there for kind of the immersive presence version of this, which I think is what you're asking. And for that, I think that there's just a bunch of different use cases. And I think when you're building technology, I think a lot of it is just you're managing this duality, where on the one hand, you want to build these elegant things that can scale, and billions of people use them and get value from them. And then on the other hand, you're fighting this kind of ground game where there are just a lot of different use cases and people do different things, and like you want to be able to unlock them. So the first ones that we basically went after were gaming, the Quest, and social experiences. And this is, it goes back to when we started working on virtual reality. My theory at the time was basically people thought about it as gaming, but if you look at all computing platforms up to that point, gaming is a huge part. It was a huge part of PCs. It was a huge part of mobile, but it was also very decentralized, right? There wasn't, for the most part, one or two gaming companies. There were a lot of gaming companies, and gaming is somewhat hits-based. I mean, we're getting some games that have more longevity, but in general, there were a lot of different games out there. But on PC and on mobile, the companies that focused on communication and social interaction, there tended to be a smaller number of those, and that ended up being just as important a thing as all of the games that you did combined. I think productivity is another area. That's obviously something that we've historically been less focused on, but I think it's going to be really important.
With workroom, do you mean productivity in the collaborative aspect?
Yeah, I think that there's a workrooms aspect of this, like a meeting aspect, and then I think that there's like a Word, Excel, productivity. You're working or coding or whatever knowledge work, right? It's as opposed to just meetings. So you can kind of go through all these different use cases. Gaming, I think we're well on our way. Social, I think we're just the kind of preeminent company that focuses on this, and I think that's already on Quest becoming the. If you look at the list of what are the top apps, social apps are already number 1, 2, 3. So that's kind of becoming a critical thing. But I don't know. I would imagine for someone like you, it'll be until we get a lot of the work things dialed in, right? When this is just like much more adopted and clearly better than Zoom for VC. When if you're doing your coding or your writing or whatever it is in VR, which it's not that far off to imagine that, because pretty soon you're just gonna have a screen that's bigger than it'll be your ideal setup, and you can bring it with you and put it on anywhere and have your kind of ideal workstation. So I think that there are a few things to work out on that, but I don't think that that's more than 5 years off. And then you'll get a bunch of other things that aren't even possible, or you don't even think about using a phone or PC for today, like fitness, right? So I mean, I know you're we were talking before about how you're into running, and I'm really into a lot of things around fitness as well. Different things, different places. I got really into hydrofoiling recently, and
nice.
I
saw a video.
Yeah, and surfing, and I used to fence competitively. I run. So,
and you were saying that you were thinking about trying different martial arts, and I tried to trick you and convince you into doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So you actually mentioned that was one you're curious about. And
is that a trick?
Yeah, I don't know. We're in the metaverse now.
Yeah, no, I took that seriously. I thought that was a real suggestion.
That would be an amazing chance if we ever step on the mat together and just roll around. I'll show you some moves.
Well, give me a year to train, and then
this is like Rocky. You've seen Rocky 4 where the Russian faces off America. I'm the Russian in this picture, and then you're the Rocky, the underdog that gets to win.
The idea of me as Rocky and fighting is
if he dies, he dies.
At this, I mean,
anyway, yeah.
But I mean, a lot of aspects of fitness. I don't know if you've tried Supernatural on Quest or.
So first of all, can I just comment on the fact every time I played around with Quest 2, I get giddy every time I step into virtual reality. So you mentioned productivity and all those kinds of things. That's definitely something I'm excited about. But really, I just love the possibilities of stepping into that world. It's maybe it's the introvert in me, but it just feels like the most convenient way to travel into worlds that are similar to the real world, but totally different. It's like Alice in Wonderland. Just try out crazy stuff. The possibilities are endless. And I personally am just love, get excited for stepping into this virtual world. So I'm a huge fan. In terms of the the productivity as a programmer. I spend most of my day programming. That's really interesting also. But then you have to develop the IDEs. You have to develop there has to be a threshold where a large amount of the programming community moves there. But the collaborative aspects that are possible in terms of meetings, in terms of the when two coders are working together, the possibilities there is super, super exciting.
I think that in building this, we sort of need to balance. There are going to be some new things that you just couldn't do before, and those are going to be the amazing experiences. So teleporting to any place, right? Whether it's a real place or something that people made. Some of the experiences around how we can build stuff in new ways, where a lot of the stuff that I'm coding stuff, it's like, all right, you code it, then you build it, and you see it afterwards. But increasingly, it's going to be possible to you're in a world and you're building the world as you are in it and kind of manipulating it. One of the things that we showed at our Inside the Lab for recent artificial intelligence progress is this builder bot program where now you can talk to it and say, hey, okay, I'm in this world, like put some trees over there, and it'll do that. And like, all right, put some bottles of water on our picnic blanket, and do that, and you're in the world. And I think there are going to be new paradigms for coding. So yeah, there are going to be some things that I think are just pretty amazing, especially the first few times that you do that you're like, whoa, like I've never had an experience like this. But most of your life, I would imagine, is not doing things that are amazing for the first time. A lot of this, in terms of, just answering your question from before around what is it going to take before you're spending most of your time in this. Well, first of all, let me just say this on the side. The goal isn't to have people spend a lot more time in computing.
I'm asking for myself.
Yeah,
when will I spend all of my time?
It's to make computing more natural. But I think you will spend most of your computing time in this when it does the things that you use computing for somewhat better. So maybe having your perfect workstation is a 5% improvement on your coding productivity. Maybe it's not like a completely new thing. But look, if I could increase the productivity of every engineer in Meta by 5%, we buy those devices for everyone, and I imagine a lot of other companies would too. That's how you start getting to the scale that I think makes this rival some of the bigger computing platforms that exist.
Let me ask you about identity. We talk about the avatar. How do you see identity in the metaverse? Should the avatar be tied to your identity, or can I be anything in the metaverse? Like, can I do whatever the heck I want? Can I even be a troll? So there's exciting, freeing possibilities, and there's the darker possibilities too.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be a range, right? So we're working on, for expression and avatars, on one end of the spectrum are kind of expressive and cartoonish avatars. And then on the other end of the spectrum are photorealistic avatars. And I just think the reality is that there are going to be different use cases for different things. And I guess there's another axis. So if you're going from photorealistic to expressive, there's also like representing you directly versus like some fantasy identity. And I think that there are going to be things on all ends of that spectrum too, right? So you'll want like in some experience, you might want to be like a photorealistic dragon, right? Or if I'm playing Onward, which is this military simulator game, it's getting to be more photorealistic as a soldier in that could enhance the experience. There are times when I'm hanging out with friends where I want them to, know it's me. So a kind of cartoonish or expressive version of me is good. But there are also experiences like, VR chat does this well today, where a lot of the experience is kind of dressing up and wearing a fantastical avatar that's almost like a meme or is humorous. You come into an experience and it's almost like you have like a built-in icebreaker because like you see people and you're just like, I'm cracking up at what you're wearing because that's funny, and it's just like, where'd you get that? Or you made that? That's it's awesome.
Losers say these things. Kids, losers.
Going into a work meeting, maybe a photorealistic version of your real self is going to be the most appropriate thing for that. So I think the reality is there aren't going to be. It's not just going to be one thing. My own sense of kind of how you want to express identity online has sort of evolved over time, and that early days of Facebook, I thought, okay, people are going to have one identity, and now I think that's clearly not going to be the case. I think you're going to have all these different things, and there's utility in being able to do different things. So some of the technical challenges that I'm really interested in around it are, how do you build a software to allow people to seamlessly go between them? So you could view them as just completely discrete points on a spectrum, but let's talk about the metaverse economy for a second. Let's say I buy a digital shirt for my photorealistic avatar, which, by the way, I think at the time where we're spending a lot of time in the metaverse doing a lot of our work meetings in the metaverse, etc., I would imagine that the economy around virtual clothing, as an example, is going to be quite as big. Why wouldn't I spend almost as much money in investing in my appearance or expression for my photorealistic avatar for meetings as I would for whatever I'm going to wear in my video chat? But the question is, okay, so let's say you buy some shirt for your photorealistic avatar.
Dude, this guy's such a
It would
loser.
be cool if there was a way to basically
Man, I gotta dive into the socks.
translate that into a more expressive thing
Oh,
for your kind of cartoonish or expressive avatar. And there are multiple ways to
Why
do
he's
that.
down
Maybe
on
just two discrete points, and okay, maybe if a designer sells one thing, then it comes to there's two, and you can use either one on that.
douche.
But I actually think this stuff might exist more as a spectrum in the future, and that's what
Keeping
I do
bitch.
think the direction on some of the AI advances that is happening to be able to, especially stuff around like style transfer, being able to take a piece of art or express something and say, okay, paint me this photo in the style of Gauguin, or whoever it is that you're interested in.
Shit.
Take this shirt and put it in the style of what I've designed for my expressive avatar.
Just fucking do the thing.
I think that's going to be pretty compelling.
And so the fact that you might be buying like a generator, like a closet to generate the style, and then like the GANs, you'll be able to infinitely generate outfits, thereby making it. So the reason I wear the same thing all the time is I don't like choice. You've talked about the same thing, but now you don't even have to choose. Your closet generates your outfit for you every time. So you have to live with the outfit generates.
You could do that, although I think I think some people will, but I think there's going to be a huge aspect of just people doing creative commerce here. So I think there is going to be a big market around people designing digital clothing. But the question is, if you're designing digital clothing, do you need to design? If you're the designer, do you need to make it for each kind of specific, discrete point along a spectrum? Or are you just designing it for kind of photorealistic case or expressive case, or can you design one and have it translate across these things? If I buy a style from a designer who I care about now in the dragon, is there a way to morph that so it goes in the dragon in a way that makes sense? And that I think is an interesting AI problem, because you're probably not going to make it so that that designers have to go design for all those things. But the more useful the digital content is that you buy in a lot of uses, in a lot of use cases, the more that economy will just explode. And that's a lot of what all of the we were joking about it before, but I think a lot of the promise here is that if the digital goods that you buy are not just tied to one platform or one use case, they end up being more valuable, which means that people are more willing and more likely to invest in them, and that just spurs the whole economy.
But the question is, that's a fascinating positive aspect, but the potential negative aspect is that you can have people concealing their identity and control, or even not people, bots. So how do you know in the metaverse that you're talking to a real human or an AI or a well-intentioned human? Is that something you think about, something you're concerned about?
Well, let's break that down into a few different cases. Because knowing that you're talking to someone who has good intentions is something that I think is not even solved in pretty much anywhere. But if you're talking to someone who's a dragon, I think it's pretty clear that they're not representing themselves as a person. I think probably the most pernicious thing that you want to solve for is, I think probably one of the scariest ones is, how do you make sure that someone isn't impersonating you? Right, so okay, you're in the future version of this conversation, and we have photorealistic avatars, and we're doing this in workrooms or whatever the future version of that is, and someone walks in who looks like me. How do you know that that's me? And one of the things that we're thinking about is, it's still a pretty big AI project to be able to generate photorealistic avatars that basically can they work like these codecs of you, right? So you kind of have a map from your headset and whatever sensors what the body's actually doing, and it takes the model and it kind of displays it in VR. But there's a question, just should there be some sort of biometric security so that when I put on my VR headset or I'm going to go use that avatar, I need to first prove that I am that. And I think you probably are going to want something like that. So that's, as we're developing these technologies, we're also thinking about the security for things like that, because people aren't going to want to be impersonated. That's a huge security issue. Then you just get the question of people hiding behind fake accounts to do malicious things, which is not going to be unique to the metaverse, although certainly in a environment where it's more immersive, you have more of a sense of presence, it could be more painful. But this is obviously something that we've just dealt with for years in social media and the internet more broadly. And there, I think there have been a bunch of tactics that I think we've just evolved to. We've built up these different AI systems to basically get a sense of, is this account behaving in the way that a person would? And it turns out, so in all of the work that we've done around, we call it community integrity, and it's basically policing harmful content and trying to figure out where to draw the line. There are all these really hard philosophical questions around where do you draw the line on some of this stuff. And the thing that I've kind of found the most effective is, as much as possible, trying to figure out who are the inauthentic accounts, or where are the accounts that are behaving in an overall harmful way at the account level, rather than trying to get into policing what they're saying, right? Which I think the metaverse is going to be hard, because the metaverse will have more properties of it's almost more like a phone call, right? Or you're, it's not like I post a piece of content and is that piece of content good or bad. So I think more of this stuff will have to be done at the level of the account. But this is the area where, between the kind of counterintelligence teams that we built up inside the company and years of building just different AI systems to basically detect what is a real account and what isn't. I'm not saying perfect, but this is an area where I just think we are years ahead of basically anyone else in the industry in terms of having built those capabilities. And I think
you just banned everybody. That's all it was. But you're not years ahead of shit.
Like I said, on a technical level, on a philosophical level, it's an incredibly difficult problem to solve. By the way, I would probably like to open source my avatar so there could be millions of Lexes walking around, just like an army.
Like Agent Smith.
Agent Smith, yeah, exactly. So the Unity ML folks built a copy of me and sent it to me. So there's a person running around, and I just been doing reinforcement learning on it. I was gonna release it because just to have sort of thousands of Lexes doing reinforcement, so they fall over naturally. They have to learn how to walk around and stuff. So I love that idea of this tension between biometric security. You want to have one identity, but then certain avatars you might have to have many. I don't know which is better security, sort of flooding the world with Lexes and thereby achieving security, or really protect your identity. I have to ask you a security question, actually.
Well, how does flooding the world with Lexes help me know in our conversation that I'm talking to the real Lex?
I completely destroy the trust in all my relationships, then, right? If I flood, because then it's,
I think that one's not going to work that well for you.
It's not going to work that well.
I mean,
for the original copy.
It probably fits some things. If you're a public figure and you're trying to have, a bunch of, if you're trying to show up in a bunch of different places in the future, you'll be able to do that in the metaverse. So that kind of replication, I think, will be useful. But I do think you're going to want a notion of I am talking to the real one.
Yeah, especially if the fake ones start outperforming you in all your private relationships, and then you're left behind. I mean, that's a serious concern I have with clones. Again, the things I think about. Okay, so I recently got, I use QNAP mass storage So just storage for video and stuff, and that everything got hacked. This is the first time for me with the ransomware. It's not me personally; it's all cute devices. So the question that people have about security in general, because I was doing a lot of the right things as far as security, and nevertheless, ransomware basically disabled my device.
Yeah.
Is that something you think about? What are the different steps you can take to protect data on the security front?
I think that there's different solutions for and strategies where it makes sense to have stuff kind of put behind a fortress, right? So the centralized model versus decentralizing. We have strengths and weaknesses. So I think anyone who says, okay, just decentralize everything.
How you living, Pam?
Here, I think that's tough because, you know,
Just awoke. How about you? No, I'm watching something right now. But if you'd like to ask me any question, there's an Ask Me Anything feature. You can use that. Okay, what do you want to talk about, if I just may know? Yeah, I have more data online than any person ever. The only thing I haven't done is $25,000 to get in the book. So I haven't paid the $25,000 just because it's expensive. But I've been live streaming 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Nobody's done it even more than a year, from as many angles as I have. I'm live on 8 different channels right now on YouTube. I'll send them to you. Just one moment. Okay. Well, correct. Um, it's really good. I had friends in here till well, sometimes they sleep in here, but they were here even after I fell asleep. We did countdowns for the end of the year. It was one of my friend's birthdays yesterday, so we celebrated his birthday with him. Um, my IRL friends, they're good. We communicate. They know that I'm working on this project, that they know it's important to me. The reason why I do it is because I want world peace. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to the Economist magazine in 2018. And I feel if I have a lot of data, it essentially gives people an archive, a a time capsule, a timeline going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's a very exciting opportunity for the world to be able to watch someone 24/7, 365, to be able to connect to them, to be able to ask questions like you are, and just realize that we're not all that different. That's right, my friend. That's right. Hey, let me make sure to send you a friend request. You seem like a cool person. Um, and you should know that we talk about some things on the stream that are very futuristic. So we talk about things like right now I'm watching something on with Mark Zuckerberg on the metaverse, and he talks about teleportation and like your digital character in the metaverse. That's all really cool. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction, bringing back animals that were once extinct back to being. Things like the Pyrenean ibex, the woolly mammoth. In 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific was founded. They've made it their goal that within 3 years, by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, which is very exciting. Additionally, after they do that, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, and followed by the dodo bird. So they're actually animals that, I don't know, when you were a kid, that we were told were just extinct and they had no future, that may have a future again. We talk about some other things that absolutely. So, in fact, if I go to Colossal Bioscientific, their website. Last time I checked, and it's been a few months since I've checked. Just let me go to their website. You can actually see. Okay, so they have a Wikipedia page here. And okay, so they're just colossal.com. And here's their website. And you'll see they are de-extinction. It's the first thing on their website. Just go to, if you want, colossal.com. De-extinction is the first thing on their website. And they are absolutely. So it's on their website, bringing back the woolly mammoth. It's a goal of theirs. And the way that they want to do this is through impregnating an African elephant, creating hybrids, and then reintroducing the offspring into the Arctic Circle. So that's very exciting. Other things that we talk about that are really important are really simple, but they're complicated from a political standpoint. But I want to help end world hunger. So how you want to help end world hunger, Rabbi? Through the use of agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, things like hydroponics, and perhaps vertical farming and cloud seeding. Those 6 technologies that I just named off, I named off half a dozen technologies, would change the world. It would mean that people wouldn't have to pick produce anymore. It means that areas that are dry and usually unavailable to crops would be able to be farmed. It means that essentially we'd be able to control the rain so that they didn't get too much water or not enough water. Let's say it's a very populated area. We can use floating greenhouses, basically greenhouses that float on the water, to be able to have extra land. These are all really important things for humanity. I want to help end global thirst through digging of wells, which is as simple, sticking essentially a pipe in the ground to be able to utilize Earth's natural underwater waterways. I want to help with life straws. Basically, you can take a straw and drink contaminated water. And most importantly, desalination plants. Basically, plants that take seawater and make it drinkable on land. I really don't think that with the technology that we currently have that that world thirst should be an issue, but it is for people on a daily basis. They need to ensure that they get food and water, and currently some people aren't able to do that, and I want to help them. Additionally, things that we talk about on this stream that are really important to society are things like life extension technology. The idea that when you were born, your average life expectancy is probably about age 80 or so, but I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through use of technology like stem cells, human growth hormone, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, utilizing the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. All of these can extend the human life to maybe 120, maybe even older. But eventually your body's going to break down. And I recognize that. I'm not blind to that, Lemby. And so then what happens? You may say, Rabbi, okay, I'm 120 years old and my body's starting to break down. What do I do? Okay, well, that's when the next type of technology comes into effect. Things like mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain, where we know where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And we utilize that data, store it on a computer, like we do a CAT scan or an MRI, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, perhaps a robot or an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm telling you is that you may be able to have a digital immortality, which is a very exciting future. But that's the future. That's the future. And so exactly. And so when you see like the things that we talk about on the stream, they're all very advanced. They're all perhaps some people may consider them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, man. Yeah. You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first. You're absolutely right. Whenever I get any traction with an account that gets thousands of followers or viewers or whatever, eventually it gets taken down for whatever reason. And so, it's hard to build momentum, but I have 1,500 people in here. I started this Discord only about 6 months ago. And so we've got 1,500 people, which is really great. And it's growing every day. I'm live right now in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different discords. Yeah. So if I may ask, Lemby, how did you find out about me? Yeah, they banned me from there. Well, okay. And I'm unaware, but in Hebrew it means teacher. And because I teach on many different subjects and I'm a respected individual within my community, that's what I'm called. And my name is Michael Rothschild, so my last name is Rothschild. So I'm basically teacher Rothschild. And I do my best to share my life with the world and give people a portal into what humanity is. I know Fusi, I watch his streams, and I know that if we were to come down together at a table, eye to eye, we'd get along marvelously because we want peace. We want peace in the world. And when we have that commonality, we'll be able to overcome many different challenges. The one reason, or a major reason why a lot of streamers don't like me, and I understand this, is because I've created a robot. I'll actually show it to you right now. Just one moment. This robot, it it spams people. Now, here's the thing. I'm live on many different platforms, including Rumble and YouTube and um, Twitch and all kinds of others. And I had to make a sacrifice. Like I thought, you know what? Not everybody knows about me, and that's fine. But if I use one of the platforms and spam myself, and everybody will know about me then, and at least then I'll be able to make connections. And there are people who tell me you're the most famous person on Kick, and I'll show you why. Just one moment. I'm sure you probably know what Kick is, if you know Fusi. Okay, so here's the Kick platform, and like you see, I've been talking with you. I'm not touching this computer, but here's the pointer. What it's going to do, it's going to press the follow button here automatically. It's very smart. It has image recognition technology, so it will press the follow button. Now it's going to create a clip, and it's going to put my Discord in. So you see that it's all happening autonomously. It puts the Discord link in there, and then what it's going to do is it's going to spam them. And so it just spams people. And some people have different settings. They only want you to be able to send a message once every minute or once every 10 minutes or something, and that's fine. And then it will close this browser tab, and what it will do is go to the next person. So that's very annoying to people, and I get that. But when they start to find out who I am, exactly, exactly, exactly. And when people find out, so they know who I am, and they interview me on the Kick platform, so that helps me. And then they find out, oh, you're not a bad person at all. You want peace. You have really good ideas for the future of humanity when it comes to science and futurology. And really, at the end of the day, this is how I see it. we talk about some things that are much more advanced than what I've talked about just now. But even that, even those ideas are mind blowing. I mean, if a streamer like Fusi or Aiden Ross or Amaranth or any of those people came out and they were like, okay, well today, exactly. I do my best. Hey, I do my best to make people's lives better individually because I recognize that we need peace here on Earth before we start advancing with even more technology, before we get into terraforming other planets, meaning like making Mars into an Earth like home, and into space tourism. And into interstellar travel, and then eventually intergalactic travel. In order to get to those types of technological levels, you need to have peace on Earth. Because if you don't have peace on Earth, you can't put any kind of energy into these mega projects. So I recognize, and how would I do it? It's not my decision, but if I had the opportunity, anywhere there's war in the world, wherever, if it's in the Middle East, if it's in Russia, wherever, everybody has to put down their guns immediately, release all the hostages on both sides, sit at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and we live stream the negotiations so that everybody on earth can watch this and see what's going on. And if you want this little part and I want this little part, we'll negotiate it. We'll come up with some terms, but then everybody can go back to the video and say, hey, you're not doing what you said that you were going to do. And I feel like that's a workable plan to be able to stop some of these wars, stop some of these conflicts, and eventually be able to work on some of the more major projects that we have on Earth. And these are really exciting things to me. If you don't mind me telling you, I sometimes people come in and they're caught off guard. They're like, Rabbi, why do you have such colorful bedding and everything? And do you really like Sonic the Hedgehog? No, I mean, it's fine. When I was a little kid, that was like a cartoon or whatever, a video, but it's a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. So it's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And what this cryptocurrency does, it's just like any cryptocurrency, but it's worth about $300 million. And when I started with it, it was worth pennies. These are NFTs. When I started, these were worth nothing. Then they got to be $800 each. Then they got to be $8,000 each. They just keep increasing. And I'm sure you're a smart person. You know that cryptocurrency has a lot of future. And essentially, a cryptocurrency heard what I was saying on a Twitter space almost 2 years ago now, and they thought it was smart, just like you're thinking. Hey, we've never heard anything like this, and so they invited me to be a member of their community, which I am, and I've been live streaming my life in that community now for about more than a year and a half. Which here's what's really exciting about it is all currency, whether it's the United States dollar, or the British pound, or the euro, it's not backed by anything. They used to be backed by metals, by gold, silver, those kind of things, but they're not anymore. This cryptocurrency is backed by data, and data is Earth's number one resource. And that's what's really exciting is that from that camera or any of these other cameras, you'll be able to follow the price of this cryptocurrency as it continues to rise and know that it's backed by something. Finally, we have a perhaps a cryptocurrency that's backed by something. So I did want to explain that. Some other things that we talk about that are really exciting are things. I mean, like they're advanced, but the modification of genetics so that we remove any type of birth defects from children is very important to me. Things like once we start getting into advanced space travel, there are a lot of questions and I understand these are years in advance, but if we're going to have a digital immortality and we'll be able to upload our minds into other beings, then these become your and my problems, not the problems of tomorrow. So how are we going to be able to travel the stars? Perhaps through advanced propulsion techniques, the modification or the bending of space-time using wormholes. Basically, one thing that I'm passionate about is something known as alien disclosure. I think that aliens or extraterrestrial life has been here on Earth for many, perhaps before humans were even formed. I personally and this is what I've heard from alien abductees, their interviews, and also whistleblowers from the government. We've been seeded here like a zoo, and we are essentially a big experiment. So abductions take place, and in exchange for abductions, apparently some governments have made the agreement that we would get advanced technology. So I even think that the discussions we're having right now is reverse engineered alien technology that basically came about since 1947 or so, right after World War II, after Roswell, if you're familiar with that. Many of the drones that we're seeing, especially in the world right now, are raising attention to this issue. And whether let's say aliens are flying in the air or they never visit us ever, it's still an important conversation to have and normally isn't discussed in society. And I feel that it shouldn't be taboo, that it should be something normal that you could talk about with your friends and say, hey, did you see that there was a UFO sighting in Spain, or that there was a USO that came up in the Bahamas? That's an unidentified submersible object. Or these are things that we should be able to talk about. And really, if you I love to study that type of technology. So if you're wondering, like, well, how do these UFOs propel themselves? And from where are they? From my research, they come from, well, they can come from all kinds of different star systems, but the ones that we're probably more familiar with, like the alien grays, the short little gray aliens, when you think of an alien, they come from an area called Zeta Reticuli, which is located in Orion's belt, in the Orion, the constellation. And there's something very interesting about the alignment of the pyramids in China, the pyramids in Mexico, and the pyramids in Giza. Yeah, exactly. They all are, it's like three in a row, but one of them is a little off center, just like that star system, almost as if we're like a mirroring what some previous civilization was able to experience. Do I know this for a fact? Is it exact? No, but there is some commonality there that's just interesting to me, and we should be able to talk about these things. And then really when we get down to brass tacks, basically, like things that, let's say, hey, rabbi, you go viral today, how do you want to change the world? Well, I really would like to see equality amongst all people. And one thing that I think specifically on the internet, and one thing I'm really passionate about, and that's why I watch documentaries and podcasts with movers and shakers, with important people within technology like Mark Zuckerberg, is he has the opportunity to change something. So for instance, let's say, Lemby, you have let's say you have a child, she's 21 years old, and you have two children, they're twins, a boy 21 years old and a girl 21 years old. If your boy who's 21 years old goes to the beach and takes his shirt off, no big deal. He'll get content, he'll get lots of views and upvotes and things like that. However, if your girl, if just accidentally has a nip slip, just accidentally, she can lose her account. And I don't think that's right. That's discrimination against her. And I'd like to see people be desensitized to the nipple. It's just skin. I don't think that we should discriminate on the basis of skin color nor skin content. Essentially, you shouldn't lose your entire account because you had a nip slip. I'm not saying that these things are always done with are always done in the most moral of ways, but you shouldn't lose your account just because of your gender. And currently on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok, if you're a boy and you have your shirt off, no big deal. If you're a girl and you have your shirt off, or even just accidental, you lose your whole account. I don't think that is right. I'd like to see some equality there amongst people, and really just a global conversation that we aren't all that different. We all eat, sleep, cry. We have behavior patterns. We have sleep patterns. All of that's really important to study. And when it comes to the stream and all the data that I have, here's what's really neat. Right now, Lemby, we're just seeing things with a two-dimensional, like I'm just a two-dimensional box to you. But in the future, using augmented reality, you're going to be able to know my the temperature of my body temperature, how many blinks per minute I have, swallows per minute I have, how many breaths per minute I have, heartbeat per minute. You're going to be able to remove my clothing, change clothing on me if you want. You'll be able to remove my skin and see my skeletal structure. Eventually, what's very exciting is you'll be able to remove the areas of my cranium, my head, and be able to see my brain. And we'll actually be able to see what I'm thinking at any given time. We'll be able to see what I dream about. We'll be able to see how I react to things because I have so much data and it is archived from so many different angles. Those are really things that I feel will be a benefit to the people of the future. And it's why I've taken on this project. I understand. Well, let me, I I understand it's a lot for a lot of people. But you should know that there are people out there who want a better world, and I'm one of them. And I've made sacrifices in my life to be able to do this. And I don't think it's going to be too much longer. I mean, you found out about me from Fusi, and I will say I said this recently. I get banned in so many different discords. It's not a big deal to me. Fusi has the right to have whatever people he wants in his discord, and I know because I spam so much that he's already or probably moderators are already a little timid to have me in there. But I know that, like, if you know who Aiden Ross is, I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's discord. I'm the number one streamer in KSI's discord. I'm the number one streamer in iShow Speed's Discord. So I've made some really good connections. And eventually, what I do is going to get popular. And then all these people will know about me and they'll have known about me for years. It's going to be a very exciting gift to the world. Absolutely. My friend, I agree. I agree. And we need leaders in this world, and I'm one of them who will help to create a conversation amongst people that we aren't all that different, and we have a lot of commonalities. And you should know you're always welcome in here. I'm always doing something interesting. So, like last night, we played games. We played like 6 hours of games last night. Excellent. I'm always watching podcasts. I always have the radio going, so there's always news going 24/7. So I really think in the future people will wonder, like, okay, well, I wonder what history was like on, say, September 19th, 2022. And you can go back to that stream of mine. I have 24 hours of content from all these different angles, and you can hear that what is going on in the news, but also what people were experiencing. I do IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the ocean, as far east as the mountains and desert. While IRL streaming is expensive, one day this is going to go viral. And when I do, I'll be able to travel the world. I'll be able to bring this gift and allow people to have a first person view of everything that I do. And that'll be very exciting as well. So you should know that you are an early adopter, so to speak, of Rabbi's project. And if there's anything that I can ever do for you, your friends or family, I'm here for you. And just I appreciate the time that you've allowed me to tell myself about you. I'm sorry, to tell you about myself. Apologies. And if there's anything that you need, I'm here for you. Excellent. Excellent. If I may ask, do you speak any other languages? Perfect. Then you're the perfect person to see this. What language do you speak best aside from English? Excellent. So just excellent. Okay. So here's something that I would like. Let's use Arabic. Um, I would like this is known as a universal translator. It's technically known as a pocket talk, but especially in areas where we have different cultures, perhaps along the United States and Mexican border, or perhaps in the Middle East where people speak different languages. This isn't a very expensive device, and we do have Google Translate, but there's not something that's as fast as this. Basically, this universal translator, I think, could bring people together. When people will be able to communicate with essentially strangers, they won't be strangers anymore, and that to me is a very exciting future.
في الأساس، أي مترجم عالمي سيجمع الناس معا عندما يتمكن الناس من التواصل مع غرباء في الأساس. لن يعودوا غرباء بعد الآن. وهذا، بالنسبة لي، مستقبل مثير للغاية.
I know it. Absolutely. It's a Exactly. It's a company called Pocket Talk, and it has so many different languages. So like it's like it's got French if you're Canadian, French if you're from France. All of this translates essentially instantly. And I wish we could give these to children and give them to adults of all ages and all peoples, especially where there are conflicts. Because if we have communication channels, people will be able to come to an easier understanding with people with whom they are not familiar.
Tout cela se traduit instantanément et j'aimerais que nous puissions donner à ces deux enfants et à eux deux adultes de tous âges et de tout peuple, en particulier là où il y a conflit. Parce que si nous avons des canaux de communication, les gens pourront parvenir à une compréhension plus facile avec des personnes qu'ils ne connaissent pas.
These are gifts. And people don't know that this exists. It is. I agree. Yeah, it works with Wi-Fi or with it has a cellular data, exactly. So I mean, it's just about getting them to the people, but they're not very expensive. I bought that like 5 years ago. It's really pretty old, and it is it is about it was like $200. And that price can come down, it can get better. And um especially on this stream, I get people from all over the world, and they don't always have the strongest English, and my other languages aren't as strong as I'd like them to be, but I can use that and we can connect instantly. I can learn about their friends and their family, they can learn about the project, they can learn about who I am. And it's just amazing. If I see the difference that it makes in my life, I know that it could make a bigger difference in places, especially where people speak different languages or in very diverse places, or people who are traveling or tourists or whatever. It will help to bridge that gap in translation that we have so that we come more together as a people. Communication is so very important amongst people. And if we're able to communicate as a society in a smooth way, we will have less conflict, less war. And that's really what I'm about. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And you can probably find nowadays Chinese knockoffs that are you probably can buy them for $20 or $30 and resell them for $100. And once people see how well they and once people see how well they work, if you were able to make like a TikTok video or something like that, you'll have more business than you'd ever want because it's so smooth. And additionally, I mean, what's really cool about it, if you don't have Wi-Fi, it does have data, so you can use it anywhere in the world. Perfect. Abs- You're 100. You're 100%. Of course, absolutely. I use Polish all the time. I have a friend of mine who is a kick streamer, and her English isn't as strong as she'd like it to be. So sometimes when we're talking about some of these very advanced topics, we need to have some translation, and it works very seamlessly.
Używam polskiego cały czas. Mam znajomą, która jest streamerką Kik i jej angielski nie jest tak dobry, jakbyśmy chcieli. Więc wkrótce porozmawiamy o niektórych z tych bardzo zaawansowanych tematów, musimy mieć jakieś tłumaczenie i działa to bardzo płynnie.
little advancement. I agree. All of this needs to be viral, and it's happening little by little. And I'm people learning about me. They understand what I'm saying. They're excited about it, and it's just a matter of time until everybody knows about me. Everybody knows about this device. Everybody knows about that. And I'm nothing special. But what is special is the ability to connect with an individual whenever you want, to be able to see them sleep and eat and do all of the other things. Just if you're bored on the internet, I wonder what Rabbi is doing. Oh, he's traveling to Boca Raton, or he's traveling to Bora Bora, or he's traveling to Buenos Aires, or wherever. I'm going to just check in and see what he's doing, because this isn't just a live stream, it's a life stream. Basically, I want to do this for the rest of my life. I want people to be able to say that they were able to. I mean, I really think from an academic perspective, people will be able to learn so very much about this, about the human body, because we've never had such a big data set. There's a movie from the 1990s known as The Truman Show, starring Jim Carrey. Lemby, have you ever heard of that movie? It's called The Truman Show. It stars Jim Carrey. Excellent. Excellent. So this is a very similar thing, meaning like that was the story of one man's life, always on camera, except they did not have his consent to do it. In this case, we do have my consent, and I share my life with the world. And it's not easy. It's not easy. There are a lot of times that, yeah. Well, you know what? Frankly, let me. Yeah. The big thing, I mean, I as by trade, I'm a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had major contracts with Fortune 500 companies, and that's very difficult to balance a live stream, and do all of that at the same time. But I know that in the future, the power of data is so vast that it may one day make me a more influential person than even a Mark Zuckerberg or even an Elon Musk, perhaps. That's not who I compare myself with. I know I'm just a normal person, but when people recognize the power of data, that data is more valuable than food, water, air, gold, titanium, petroleum, tungsten, everything, that's going to blow minds. And not only that, especially with AI, we talk about AI every single day on this and its advancements. We're moving towards artificial general intelligence. And then once we get to artificial general intelligence, which is where AI is about as smart as humans, we move into another world of artificial superintelligence. And that's where you get Skynet and you get really advanced quantum computing. And as we move towards that future, I feel it's important to be able to document what's going on. And so essentially, these are the early discussions in a very big project that perhaps may last an indefinite amount of time. And I want you to know that I appreciate your patience for allowing me to talk about these things. I know I can be overwhelming to people as well. But as you understand that I have a very positive message. And at the end of the day, all of the technology is very cool, but I want people to leave more optimistic. I want people to leave with positive vibes. I want people to just know that somebody's out there who cares about them and who wants them to have affordable healthcare and affordable education, and I want good things for their friends and family. And when you know that there are people out there and you can watch them and they care about you, it brings you a lot of warmth. It brings you a lot of comfort to know that you're not alone in this world. And absolutely, it's in Northern Africa. I do, and I want to change that. Absolutely, it's been a struggle for you. Well, we can change that, and we're going to change it, and I'm going to help you. So eventually, some cool streamer or some influencer is going to say, "Hey, you spam me every single day. Let's see what this is about." It's going to go viral, and when that does, I'm going to have more money than I ever knew what to do with, and I'm going to be able to give it to you and to people of Tunisia and the people of Tunis and everyone in Northern Africa, especially the African continent, is very important to me. Especially people in some areas of the developing world globally. And I feel that it's time that I could find a person like you who's helped me along the way and say, look, here's $1 billion. I want you to start a charity or start a philanthropic organization, and it's going to help children who can't see, or kids who can't read, or people who can't eat, or for clean water, or whatever it is. Because at the end of the day, money has no real value. So I'll have so much of it, I'll be able to give it to you and say, do with it what you want, pass it along. And I want you to make sure, I mean, if anything, I want to make sure that you're able to find a spouse someday and to have children. And those children, you don't have to worry about them. You don't have to worry about them getting hurt. You don't have to worry about them going to war, that they can focus on their own futures and their own education and their own health and live a life into the future like a digital immortality. And that's what's happening in this world. And I'm doing my best to be a leader in it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I appreciate your patience and your openness. And just know, Lemby, I'm always here for you. And if you need anything from me, I'll do my best to help you. I wish I could help you right now. I wish I could say, Lemby, I never want you to worry about food again. Here is $100,000 just for your food for the next few years. I can't do that. But in the future, I may be able to. And I'm going to give you a lot more money than $100,000. And I want really what I want you to be able to do is take care of yourself, your family, and your friends so that they're all established, and then start a charity. I think that's a very important aspect of society. I see that governments and non-government organizations, they're not doing what we need. They say that they're doing what we need, but they're really just paying themselves a salary. I want people to really be able to make actual change in the world. And one of the things that I think we can do to make that happen is to live stream it. So you'd have a charity, and this charity would be essentially, let's say, just to help people who are hungry in Northern Africa. Okay, so what does that mean? That means your warehouses have live streams, that we know that nobody's stealing out the back door. We have accountability with people. We can go back and in the footage anywhere in the globe and say, hey, on this date, you were able to feed 500 people in this suburb of Tunis, or 500,000 people in this area of Northern Africa, and there's accountability there. If you look at what happens with like the UN food programs now, no one knows where that money goes, and at the end of the day, it's just for show. It's just for people who are in established areas to feel better about themselves that they help somebody else, but in reality, it doesn't really help anybody else. I want proper nutrition for people. I want proper health care for people. And I feel that one way that you can get this with accountability is to live stream it. And I'm not saying you have to live stream your life. No, but if you started a charity, there's nothing wrong with ensuring that people remain accountable for what they do. And I'm not saying they have to stream their life. Absolutely not. But people will want to give to your charity if they know you're so accountable that, hey, we give out, maybe it's a soup kitchen, or maybe it's a series of soup kitchens. And at any time, people just can connect with that. And they're going to give you more money because of that, because they're going to know, like, hey, I could either give to a group where I don't know where the money's going, or another group. Not only can I give to it, but then I can get entertainment from it too. It makes me feel good. I can give them $1,000 and they're going to thank me immediately for it. And I see the good work that they're doing, or whatever it is. These are all really important aspects to me. And really, especially Tunisia and Tunis, they're in a very important location of the world. And essentially, it mirrors northern the northern Mediterranean, in the southern Mediterranean, but it hasn't been given as many opportunities. And I'd really like to change it. And really, the things that I talked about with things like agricultural drones and vertical farming and saltwater greenhouses and floating greenhouses and perhaps cloud seeding and hydroponics, those are all perfect. The land of Tunisia is perfect for these types of advancements. So just know that there are people out there who care about you and care about your offspring. And I only want good things for you. And I only want good things for the people of Tunisia. Absolutely. The Carthaginian general. Absolutely. You were destroyed. You were destroyed in the Third Punic War. You were destroyed in the Third Punic War, and Carthage was salted, and essentially to never have any kind of development ever again. And it has regrown over the course of 2,000 years. But really, the people of Carthage previously were like Phoenician people who gave amazing advancements to the world, including in sailing, including in maritime. Absolutely, and language as well. Many languages are based on ancient Phoenician, and that's those are your ancestors. And I love Hannibal. I love the spirit of Hannibal. I love the story of the Second Punic War and taking elephants through the Alps. It's just fascinating to me, and how he was underpowered and was able to overcome some of the largest Roman legions that have ever existed. It's a fascinating story. So Hannibal has a special place in my heart. I'll, I'll follow you right now. What's your What's your TikTok? What is your TikTok? Legacy, and then ETN, and that I think I found it. Maybe not. No, you're right. Let's see, legacy. No, they probably did, and that happens. And you know what? Don't let it get you down. I know that you don't. If I could have found it, I would have followed you. But here's what I did to make this special. So of anybody who's ever had stuff canceled, I have. So what I did is I created more than 100 YouTube accounts, more than 200 Instagram accounts. I have more than 300 Twitch accounts. I have more than 1,000 TikTok accounts. I just said, you know what? If TikTok's going to start deleting my stuff, I'm just going to create more accounts than they've ever seen so that I'm uncancelable. If you take down my main account, everybody can join my secondary account or tertiary account or quaternary account all the way. I have 1,000. I have over 1,000. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person who's ever walked the earth has ever had, which makes me, in my own way, somewhat uncancelable. Because even if TikTok doesn't like what I want, I have years of my life archived on Instagram. If Instagram doesn't like it, I have years of my life on Rumble. If Rumble doesn't like it, I have years of my life on YouTube. And those are all permanent or indefinitely saved. So essentially they're time capsules. And in addition, I've live streamed on Kick, but I'm currently live on Twitch. I'm currently live on Rumble and all these other platforms. So but I definitely understand the frustration that happens when someone doesn't like what you say and then all of a sudden you lose your account. And there's 100%. And many times as well, there's no appeal process. There's no human who's gonna be like, oh no, this is fine. I mean, like what you were telling me was about Hannibal. Like that's a historic figure. That shouldn't be very And I do 100. They are. They are. We are all in it to make our friends jealous, or they've brainwashed us all to make our friends jealous, to buy luxury items, to focus on celebrity culture, and not focus on real people around us in our society. And there's no way for you to be able to appeal a TikTok ban. There's no human interaction that you have. It's just some faceless people in another country who may not even speak your language, and they just don't like you. And so they just say, no, we don't want you on there. I want to change that. I want to be able to get your account back. A lot of people have lost their accounts due to this person. I mean, this is Mark Zuckerberg, and he takes pride in saying we have regulation and safety, or trust and safety, and we have AI that looks through all of these different things and removes some things and keeps some things. Okay, that's fine, but you're wrong, or he's wrong about 50% of the time. So your system is flawed. If I were to say, hey, I came out with a company and only 50% of the content actually gets to stay, people would say that's a huge failure. But because he's a billionaire and his company is worth $1 trillion, everybody holds back and says, oh, Facebook and Instagram and exactly. I want to change that. I want to be able to call out these people and say to them, you need to have your algorithms be public. I'm a huge advocate for open source software so that you don't have to have gatekeeping. You don't have to have lots of money to be able to get from one level to another to a level. No, that's not right. And when there are leaders in this world, and I'm not the only one, who talk about giving the power to the people, at least in terms of what they can post and what they can't post, that's very important to me. The way that I feel, go ahead. He did. He did. Agreed. And I think that was a major advancement. And when it comes to social media, people post whatever they want. And instead of a company saying, we don't think that you should be seeing this, you should just have a button that says mute, and I don't want to see this anymore. And you have the choice to be able to say that. I don't need a company telling me that I can't see Hannibal information or information about Tunisia. I don't need a company telling me that. I can make my own decisions when it comes to those kinds of features. The real reason why they do it is because it's very easy for political unrest to occur and for people to get mad at really rich people on earth, and so they do it to protect themselves, and I understand that, but I'm not saying it's right, and I'd like to change that. And I respect Elon Musk for what he's done on Twitter and at least giving people their voice back. If you use Twitter before Elon Musk versus after, there's a major difference, and I'm appreciative of what of the sacrifices that he's made to be able to give the voice of the people back to them. Excellent. Yeah. Yes, I do. Absolutely. So I think, um, so like in Dubai, once a week it just rains. They use cloud seeding, and I think the same type of technology can be used in Tunisia and other areas that lack the ability to have water. And essentially, I let me see if I can find it on TikTok. I mean, I can find it on YouTube, but it'll be a little longer. I just want cloud seeding in Dubai. And if Dubai can do it, the technology. Okay, here it is. Here it is. They have this really advanced system.
No, it's not raining. It's a sunny day. The UAE government invested more than $20 million in research to start a process called cloud seeding. The UAE performs around 1,000 hours of cloud seeding a year, and it's all controlled by this building in the National Center of Meteorology in Abu Dhabi, where they track the whole process. We met with a cloud seeding expert to explain how the seeding process works.
We wait the forecast when we have a good, chance for cloud. We send the aircraft to that location. Go under the cloud. In the first stage of the cloud, there is good updraft at that time. Start to release all the salt, and with the good updraft, of course, it will go inside the cloud. The droplets will become bigger and start to rain.
The center manufactures a salt substance that helps enhance rainfall. They put them in what they call flares. Is it going to rain in Dubai today? Just so I know. I have to drive back home.
So this is a long video, but basically they're doing it in Dubai. They're doing it in Abu Dhabi. And this, go ahead. Yes. I'm in agreement with absolutely. Absolutely. I'm in agreement with you. And they have projects that fail. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing if you really try. Like, for instance, they tried to make islands, artificial islands, in the Persian Gulf, and they didn't think it through that well. And while these were supposed to be areas for the mega wealthy, that those people don't want them because the water isn't clean and it's difficult to get to these places. You have to take a boat to your house, and so these projects have failed. The Burj Khalifa, which is the largest, uh, uh, the tallest tallest building in the world, tallest tower in the world, is only like 1/5 full. It's just basically all for show. And you're absolutely right. The people could have been helped there. And I want to emphasize that we're all people of the world, whether you were born in the United States or in Europe or in Africa or Middle East or Asia or Oceania or South America. It was just kind of a flip of the coin. Anything could have been different. I could have been in your shoes. You could have been in my shoes. And when we recognized that it was just pure fortune for how everything worked out the way that it did, I think it's important to recognize that we should help those people who weren't as fortunate as we were, or perhaps more fortunate or less fortunate. I really am someone who feels that there should be a distribution of wealth. In my opinion, this may not be a popular opinion, especially amongst very wealthy individuals, but the more money you make, eventually you should you should be taxed on it. And at least in the United States, the very wealthy people aren't taxed on their wealth, but 1% of their wealth could give housing to a significant amount of homeless people in the world, or provide for clean water or sewage or healthcare in other countries. And what's the difference between having $300 billion or $400 billion? There's really not that big of a difference. There's a lot of a difference between $300 and $400, or $30 and $40, but not 300 billion and 400 billion. At a certain point, it all becomes the same, because you're able to provide for your food, your family, your friends, and all that other stuff. And at a certain point, we should share these things. And the reason why this is important is because if we don't share these things, eventually you will create the majority of people who have nothing and a very small minority of people who have everything. That's just how the system's going to work every single time. And as time continues, you'll have a larger and larger economic gap, and then eventually it'll just be a very small contingent of people and the remainder of society. There'll be no middle class, and I don't want to necessarily endorse ultra wealth when I know ultra wealth could help the world. And so I am about the redistribution of capital. And I think that there are some socialist systems, perhaps some types of healthcare, some types of um, public works that should be available to everyone. Sure, if you want a certain shirt or you want a certain car or something like that, you should have that choice. But you shouldn't also have to pay for your health insurance. And I think there can be a food stipend for people. I mean, like you've said, there are times of your life where you have gone hungry, and that isn't right. And it's 2025, and I think hopefully by, let's say, 2135 or 2125, pardon me, with 100 years, we'll be able, like, this will be an archived conversation where people will say, wow, remember when people didn't always have food or didn't always have electricity? I mean, to me, electricity is a right that people should have. The internet is a right that people should have, and they're not currently rights. Food is a right that people should have. Healthcare is a right that people should have. The ability to travel is a right that people should have. And instead of, the people having empowered, uh, these types of, being empowered by economic and technological advancement, they've almost been enslaved even more. While yes, we have cell phones and things, these things can track us. These things can, you know, do damage to us when they should be beneficial for us in society. So you should know that you have an ally. You have an ally in your beliefs, and if I can ever do anything to help you, please let me know. Okay. Excellent. Well, let me go ahead. I don't think so. I come from humble beginnings. My family, my family My family is avid volunteers, giving of themselves. Even though we didn't always have a lot to give, we would give what you could. And I want that mentality to continue into the future. And here's the thing. I'm on camera for all of this. I know that my wealth, if it ever comes, would be made on data. I'm not going to be able to do a 180 and be like, okay, well, now that I have all this wealth, I'm going to keep it all. No, I'm on camera. Like, if anything, if I have any type of integrity in myself, and if anybody ever wants to make sure that I continue to have wealth, then they're just going to be able to say, look, on this date and on this date and on this date and on this date and this date, you said that you wanted world peace and that you wanted to end world hunger and end world thirst. What happened? And I just can't live with myself if I know that things are not consistent. And at the end of the day, I don't care about money. I just care about comfort. I care about not being hungry, not being thirsty, not having the sun beat down on me or the cold freeze me. I mean, these are like the simple things in life. I don't care about if I have 10 houses or 100 houses. That doesn't necessarily matter to me. If anything, if I had 10 houses and I could afford it, I would want to just find people off the street and say, hey, so long as you agree to take care of wherever the house is, you can live there and you don't have to pay me anything. Just make sure that it's maintained. And I think that that's an honest opportunity for people. But really, I know that I wouldn't be able to house the world just myself, but I would have ideas that do. There are shipping container houses. I don't know if you've ever seen these, but like a shipping container that goes on a cargo ship or on a, exactly. So we could take those, and they're not that expensive, and put air conditioning in them, and that's nothing. That's nothing in comparison to billions of dollars. I can tell you this: at least in the United States, there are, according to government statistics, 580,000 homeless people. That's a lot of homeless people. With just 1 year, if the United States did not spend on military spending for 1 year, you could give all those people $1 million, every single one of them. And I'm not saying that the United States doesn't need its military or any of this other stuff. I'm just saying take 1 year off. If today is January 1st, if the government said, look, we're not going to buy more bombs and more bullets, we could still pay all of the troops and everything, but we're not going to we're going to just take 1 year off. We'd be able to end the homeless problem in the United States and give to other countries as well, which we certainly do. And these are big picture things. Even Elon Musk, with Elon Musk's wealth, he has like $400 billion. He could give every single homeless people in the United States more than $750,000. That's a lot of money. They would never have to work again. They would be able to get off the street. They would be able to have communities. And there's an argument to be made that, well, where are you going to put all these people? And I kind of laugh at that argument, because if you know how big the world is, you could fit all of the people of the world in Tunisia. Every single person on earth could live in Tunisia and have like an acre of land. They'd have a lot of space, but we don't recognize, basically we all want to be in the same spots, the same cities and such. And in my opinion, the idea of a overpopulation, or the idea of overpopulation, and specifically, I think that the earth can manage many more people than it currently does. So when people say, oh, we need birth rates to go down and all of these other things, I hear it, but I don't believe it. Okay, fine. If that's what you want to tell me, that's cool. But if you look at, I mean, I'm sure in Tunisia, you see, it's just miles of nothing. There's just absolutely nothing. And we could put houses there. We could create communities there. I mean, in the same way that we have deserts in the United States that we've made into subdivisions, the same thing could happen in Tunisia. And it's just about bringing attention there and giving people access to the same resources. And that's something that I want to do. And if anything, let's say I never made any money off of this, and that's not why I do it. But or fame, I don't really care about that. I care that I sacrificed my a part of my life for the benefit of society, so that people can learn from this. When like we study ancient history, or even more modern history, we have people who wrote journals or diaries, and we learn a lot about human life from that. That's essentially what I'm doing. This is the world's largest journal, or the world's largest vlog, or the world's largest diary. And I want people to be able to learn from that. But if anything, if anybody just saw this conversation, if people saw just this conversation, it would change the world. I agree. Do you have any other questions, Lemby? That's okay. Yes. I want world peace. So if anything, I want people to lay down their guns, release the hostages, and come to diplomatic solutions. Uh, yeah, I don't think that it's right to take hostages of any kind, and I want it to stop. My goal for all of this is that no one dies from war anymore. Not one person. I don't want anyone to die from war. So whatever side of the conflict people are on, I maintain that no one else should die. No one else should be taken hostage. And if anything, we should come to diplomatic terms on how the area should be governed. But that is done at a table. It is not done with a scope. meaning it's done eye to eye. We can have diplomatic negotiations, and I've always thought it was very important to live stream that so that these discussions are archived. Whether I'll be successful in advocating for the live streaming of this, I don't know, but I do know that that's an important aspect so that nobody can pull a fast one on the other side. No one can say, well, you said A, but you're doing B, and we have no way to prove it. Okay, well, we just run the tape back, or we run the footage back, or the recording back. You said that it was going to be A, and it's now not A. Why isn't it? And that's really important to me. What bringing these things, I understand. Well, I understand that, and that's why we have the United Nations. The United Nations has peacekeeping forces, and if anything, the United Nations may have to step in. That's what we have the United Nations for. I mean, it's essentially a global government that doesn't do anything. And if anything, that's why we have a United Nations peacekeeping force. And if that needs to be increased so that every country has to give, like, I don't know, 5% of its population to being in this instead of them going into their military, it goes into the United States peacekeeping force so that we can enforce that A does really happen instead of A not happening. That's how I envision it. And that's really what the United Nations was for. After World War II, when the discussions were happening, should we have a United Nations or basically a global collective discussion? The idea was that if we establish the United Nations, we will end all war. And that hasn't happened. But I still see that it could happen. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. War is big. Well, let's say this. The United the United States people the United States people support what I'm saying. The people in power do not, but we can change that, and here's how. Current what feeds the war industry is conflict. And because major contracts that are created to be able to create drones and to be able to create bombs and to be able to create bullets and tanks and all of those things. And I would say this: if we are going to work towards world peace, we can no longer focus on the defense industry, which is really an offensive industry. So when you were going to develop a drone that would bomb people, just instead, we will give you more money to develop a drone that is an agricultural drone that picks berries and that digs fields and that perhaps mines silicon and lithium and cobalt so that people don't have to do this anymore. So let's say you were going to get a defense contract of $1 billion to create a bomb. We have all the bombs that we need. We don't need any better bombs. We have direct energy weapons and lasers and all kinds of stuff. We don't need that. So we will give you $1 billion and $1 billion to, instead of creating a new bomb, create a new type of water filtration system, or to create a new type of perhaps way of a new type of greenhouse, or a or perhaps to create to use your to use the resources that you have and still please your stockholders and all of those things. You'll actually please them more. You won't make as much money going to war as you will investing in people. And if I can make the argument that, hey, if you go to war, if you create a war industry, you're going to lose money as opposed to the contracts that you can get if you help people. Well, it's at the end of the day, how much money can I make? And the people will choose to make $1 billion over $1 billion if you can just change the attitude on how they're going to make it. And it will bring definite benefits to the world as well, globally. And so these are things that I feel are difficult arguments to have. But at the end of the day, when we start to live stream these things and we bring more attention to it, I have no issue calling out Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk or Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet, which owns YouTube and Google, or any of these other people. And I will call them out. If anything, I feel that we should have leaders in the United Nations who will call out these companies and say, hey, you should not be in the war industry. We had a president 70 years ago named Dwight D. Eisenhower, who, in his closing remarks to the United States, said that you need to be weary of the military industrial complex. Basically, after World War II, there were all these huge companies that didn't want to go out of business because they essentially were giant, but there was no more war. So what they ended up doing was just changing their industries to continue to create more and more war. I don't want manufactured war anymore. I personally don't feel that there's any reason for anybody else to die. And if somebody else dies at the hands of someone else, well, then we need to bring attention to it. And currently the attention is not being brought. And I would just do what I can to bring attention to it. And we need to reward people who do good things. So let's say a company like Lockheed Martin or Boeing or one of the other major defense contractors in the United States. They usually get billions of dollars to develop a plane. We have all the planes that we need. We're fine on planes for a little bit. Okay, so instead of developing a plane that's going to bomb people, develop a type of spacecraft that can get outside of the Van Allen radiation belts. Okay, so normally we were going to give you $1 billion to develop a plane. We're now going to give you $2 billion to develop a way to easily get into space. Okay, I mean, that's going to help the United States, or it's going to help the people of the world, but it's also going to remove the ability to hurt people as well. And these contracts, basically, when we as a people are not, I'm not saying we're at fault, but the leadership that we have we don't have the correct mentality when it comes to our goals. No one's talking about terraforming Mars, except Elon Musk a little bit. But okay, so a major defense contractor, before you were in the business of killing people, now be in the business of space exploration. So we change the goals of these defense contractors into exploring space. Generally no issue if a company wants to spend a lot of money to develop like a space elevator. I don't know if you know what a space elevator is. Do you know what a space elevator is? You don't? Or you do? You know, okay. So basically, we don't have a space elevator right now. So it's very expensive to take rockets every time we need to get something into low Earth orbit. But a space elevator is basically a tether into space that allows us to take cargo much more efficiently. Well, we currently don't have that. So to a defense contractor, we can say, look, before, when the United States government would say, we need a new type of weapon, whatever, some kind of bomb or some kind of plane or some kind of drone, we don't really need that anymore. We can blow up the world 1,000 times over if we want to, but we don't currently have a space elevator. So take all of your investment and your engineers and everything who were working on ways to kill each other and invest that in a space elevator and build us a space elevator. We'll give you more money to do that. When stockholders start learning, hey, we can make more money with the space elevator than we can creating a new plane, they're going to change their attitudes as to what is important. Like bullets? Yes. Yes. Big waste of money. Yes. Big. Exactly. I agree. Let's take your example with the bullets that they cost 20 cents, but the United States buys them for $40. Okay, that's fine. All right. We currently don't have some technology that might be very beneficial to people. Like what? A freeze ray. What am I talking about with a freeze ray? Basically, a gun that you can shoot at someone that doesn't kill them, that doesn't cause damage to them, but just they can't move. Okay. So that if you need to do something, we don't have that kind of technology. So take all the money that you were investing in making bullets that have permanent disab they kill you, and use that for a technology that doesn't hurt people anymore. In the United States, we have an issue with the police, and I'm sure you have it in Tunisia as well, where the police are very, very anxious and they shoot people, and you can't take that back. I don't understand, and you've seen this. We, for over 100 years, have had tranquilizer darts. Basically, if we need to take down an elephant, we shoot it with a tranquilizer dart, boom, it's down. Why can't we have tranquilizer darts for people? So that if somebody's going crazy and we need to stop them for some reason, shoot them with a tranquilizer dart, they drop, and then 15 minutes later they're fine. They wake up from a little bit of a sleep or whatever, but they weren't killed, they're not dead. And then essentially we can do with them what we need, but they're not dead. That's the important thing. Death, I mean, generally is doesn't have an alternative. um, Currently, when it should. We should be able to utilize technology, like just so a freeze ray would be great, but just a tranquilizer dart. And people may say, well, what if I need to stop the person immediately and there's like a 2 second delay? Okay, then have some company that comes out and work on making the delay even smaller so that it's almost instantaneous and you can shoot somebody and it doesn't kill them. If we just have to make that the goal, and we need leaders out there. And currently, I've never heard any leader out there who says, "Hey, we should have we should when we have a hostage situation, or we have a situation where we need to perhaps defend ourselves, or we might need to defend ourselves. Okay, well, just use a tranquilizer dart like we've been using on safaris in Africa for 100 years, and just develop one of those for people that doesn't kill them, that doesn't cause permanent damage, but allows you to corral them, or allows you to engage with them in any way that you need. To me, there's no reason why we should have any. I mean, police, in my opinion, shouldn't have guns. They should have tranquilizer darts. So basically, if they need to stop somebody, they just use a tranquilizer dart on them, and then they can get a trial. Then they can be brought to justice if need be, instead of just, well, he's dead. All right. And then it turns out that person was innocent. And now they've got a children without a father or a mother, and they've got a community that's scared, and it causes more tension between the police and the community. I want to stop that. So the key ways to do that are utilizing what I feel are more are ways to subdue a person without killing them. That's a goal, and we don't talk about it in society, but I think it's an important goal. I understand that. That's true, and I don't like that, and I want to stop. Absolutely, but they don't even have that. That's not even like a goal, and we just need to make that a goal, or at least it is not a, maybe it's classified somewhere, but that's fine. It should be used. There are cases where it needs to be used. There are cases that even the government has made aware that, hey, we shouldn't have killed this person, and it happened. So where's your alternative to the bullet, to the gun? There isn't one. Where's your alternative to the bomb? There isn't one. And there could be. We could say to a bomb making company, look, instead of making bombs that shoot out shrapnel everywhere and hurt people, we want you to make a freeze bomb. Basically, if you drop something in a city, anyone within a 30-meter range is just slowed down or frozen. How do you do it? It can be done. I'm not exactly sure. You can do it a bunch of ways. You can do it to them physically. You can also, perhaps there are ways with physics to slow people down, uh, especially advanced physics. Figure out multiple ways. Here's $1 billion to be able to do it, but just don't kill more people. Don't create ways to kill more people. I understand. I know how it works. The people at the top want depopulation, and the easiest way to create depopulation in the world is through war. And I want to at least bring attention, and perhaps I may have some influence in the future to say we don't need war anymore. There's no reason why any person on earth should put their hands on another person without the other person's consent. It's as simple as that. Treat others the way that you want to be treated. It goes back in our ancient texts, and it's as relevant then as it is today. And also, we want to ensure that we can reverse any kind of mistakes that were made. So normally we could say, there's a bad guy and we need to get rid of him. Okay, fine. Well, there are ways to there's the justice system essentially that can give them a trial. They can have proper representation, they can have proper hearing, they can have a proper jury, a proper judge, and all of these other things. That's expensive, and that causes that's slow, so they just kill them, and I don't think that's right. And so there needs to be accountability for this. I would love to say in the United States that we have done a good job of this. We haven't. I want to change that. I agree. Absolutely. I don't expect you to have them. But you should know that there are people out there working every day towards these types of ends. And if you have more questions, I'm here to answer them. If you don't, that's absolutely fine. I'm always here. So whenever you can get a hold of me, hey, I'm here to answer your questions. If I'm ever not here, there's an area of my Discord that says Ask Rabbi Anything. Just type your message in there. I'll get back to you as immediately as I can, and I'll give you the best answer that I can. And I'm here to be an ally to you, to be a friend to you. That's a beautiful thing. Please do. I appreciate that, and let them know I'm here to help them. And yeah, this is continuing to grow. And if you need anything from me in the meantime, I'm here for you. Okay, Lemby, it's a pleasure to meet. I don't know. I don't know. You're a very wise person. Absolutely. Well, wonderful. Excellent. Well, if there's any, it's been a pleasure. Uh, it's been a pleasure to speak to you as well, and speak with you. I want you to know I'm very impressed by your communication skills. You can speak 5 different languages, and you speak them beautifully. So just know that you're an excellent communicator, and I'm here for you. And this isn't the end. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, and I'm here whenever you need me. Okay? You're welcome, my friend. My my pleasure. Well, we'll learn together. If you know anything about any good teacher, they are an even better student. And so I'm a student of the world, and I know with each day that I get older, I know less about the world. Basically, at the end of the day, I know nothing. So we'll learn it together, and hopefully have really good, excellent ends and excellent opportunities for the world. And just, it's 2025. Hopefully when people watch this in 2125, we've made some major strides in the world of world peace, ending world hunger, ending world thirst, and coming together through communication. And I really think little devices like this will change the world. Excellent. All right, Lemby, you do what you need to do. I want you to know I hope you have a wonderful day, and come back whenever you have time, okay? Excellent. Shout out to Lemby. Blessings, my friend. Take care.
with some like
You're welcome. Take care, my man.
is that we run the largest service in the world, and we're one of the first to roll out a platform encryption service, and that's something that I think was a big advance for the industry. And one of the promises that we basically make people is that our company doesn't see when you're sending an encrypted message, and an encrypted message, what the content is of what you're sharing. So that way, if someone hacks Meta's servers, they're not going to be able to access the WhatsApp message that you're sending to your friend. And that I think matters a lot to people because obviously if someone is able to compromise a company's servers and that company has hundreds of millions or billions of people, then that ends up being a very big deal. The flip side of that is okay, all the content is on your phone. Are you following security best practices on your phone? If you lose your phone, all your content is gone. So that's an issue. Maybe you go back up your content from WhatsApp or some other service in iCloud or something, but then you're just in Apple's words. Are they going to go turn over the data to some government, or are they going to get hacked? So a lot of the time, it is useful to have data in a centralized place too, because then you can train systems that just do much better personalization. That in a lot of cases, centralized systems can offer, especially if you're a serious company, you're running the state of the art stuff, and you have red teams attacking your own stuff, and you're putting out bounty programs and trying to track some of the best hackers in the world who are breaking into your stuff all the time. So any system is going to have security issues, but I think the best way forward is to basically try to be as aggressive at hardening the systems as possible, not trying to kind of hide and pretend that there aren't going to be issues, which I think is over time why a lot of open source systems have gotten relatively more secure, is because they're open. It's not, rather than pretending that there aren't going to be issues, people surface them quickly. So I think you want to adopt that approach as a company and just constantly be hardening yourself.
Trying to stay one step ahead of the attacker.
It's an inherently adversarial space. But I think it's an interesting. Security is interesting because of the different threats that we've managed over the last 5 years. There are ones where basically adversaries keep on getting better and better. So trying to kind of interfere with security is certainly one area of this. Like nation states that are trying to interfere in elections or something, like they're evolving their tactics. Whereas on the other hand, I don't want to be too simplistic about it, but like if someone thinks hateful, people usually aren't getting smarter and smarter about how they say hateful things, right? So maybe there's some element of that, but it's a very small dynamic compared to how advanced attackers and some of these other places get over time.
I believe most people are good, so they actually get better over time, not being less hateful, because they realize it's not fun being hateful. That's at least the belief I have. But first, bathroom break.
Sure.
So we'll come back to AI, but let me ask some difficult questions now. Social Dilemma is a popular documentary that raised concerns about the effects of social media on society. You responded with a point-by-point rebuttal titled "What the Social Dilemma Gets Wrong." People should read that. I would say the key point they make, because social media is funded by ads, algorithms want to maximize attention and engagement, and an effective way to do so is to get people angry at each other, use division, and so on. Can you steel man the criticisms and arguments that they make in the documentary as a way to understand the concern, as a way to respond to it?
Well, yeah, I think that's a good conversation to have. I don't happen to agree with the conclusions. I think they make a few assumptions that are just very big jumps that I don't have a reason to make. But I understand overall why people would be concerned that our business model and ads in general, we do make more money as people use the service more in general, right? So as a kind of basic assumption, okay, do we have an incentive for people to build a service that people use more? Yes, on a lot of levels. I mean, we think what we're doing is good. So we think that if people are finding it useful, they'll use it more. Or if you just look at it as this sort of, if the only thing we cared about is money, which is not for anyone who knows me, but okay, we're a company, so let's say you just kind of simplified it down to that. Then we want people to use the services more. Yes. But then you get to the second question, which is, does kind of getting people agitated make them more likely to use the services? And I think from looking at other media in the world, especially TV, and there's the old news adage, leads and leads. Like I think there are a bunch of reasons why someone might think that that kind of provocative content would be the most engaging. Now, what I've always found is two things. One is that what grabs someone's attention in the near term is not necessarily something that they're going to appreciate having seen or going to be the best over the long term. So I think what a lot of people get wrong is that we're not building this company to like make the most money or spend the most time on this in the next quarter or the next year. But I've been doing this for 17 years, still relatively young, and have a lot more that I'm going to do over the coming decade. So, but I think that it's too simplistic to say, hey, this might increase time in the near term, therefore it's what you're going to do. Or look at kind of what my incentives are, the incentives for the company that are focused on the long term, is to basically do what people are going to find valuable over time, not what is going to draw people's attention today. The other thing that I'd say is that I think a lot of times people look at this from the perspective of media or kind of information or specific discourse. But one other way of looking at this is just that, okay, I'm a product designer, right? Our company, we build products. And a big part of building a product is not just the function and utility of what you're delivering, but the feeling of how it feels, right? We spend a lot of time talking about virtual reality. The kind of key aspect of that experience is the feeling of presence, which it's a visceral thing. It's not just about the utility that you're delivering, it's about like the sensation. And similarly, I care a lot about how people feel when they use our products. And I don't want to build products that make people angry. I mean, that's like not, I think, what we're here on this earth to do, is to build something that people spend a bunch of time doing and it just makes them angrier at other people. I mean, I think that's not good. That's not what I think would be sort of a good use of our time or a good contribution to the world. So, okay, it's like people, they tell us on a per content basis, does this thing, do I like it? Do I love it? Does it make me angry? Does it make me sad? And, based on that, we choose to basically show content that makes people angry less. Because, of course, you're designing a product and you want people to be able to connect and feel good over a long period of time, then that's naturally what you're doing. So I don't know. I think overall, I understand at a high level, if you're not thinking too deeply about it, why that argument might be appealing. But I just think if you actually look at what our real incentives are, not just like, if we were trying to optimize for the next week, But like, as people working on this, like, why are we here? And I think it's pretty clear that that's not actually how you would want to design the system. I guess one other thing that I'd say is that, while we're focused on the ads business model, I do think it's important to note that a lot of these issues are not unique to ads. I mean, so take like a subscription-based business model, for example. I think that has just as many potential pitfalls. Maybe it's worth paying for a subscription. You don't get paid per piece of content that they look at. But, say, for example, I think like a bunch of the partisanship that we see could potentially be made worse by you have these kind of partisan news organizations that basically sell subscriptions, and they're only going to get people on one side to basically subscribe to them. So their incentive is not to print content or produce content that's kind of centrist or down the line either. I bet that a lot of them find is that if they produce stuff that's kind of more polarizing or more partisan, then that is what gets them more subscribers. So I think that this stuff is all, there's no perfect business model. Everything has pitfalls. The thing that I think is great about advertising is it makes it so that consumer services free, which if you believe that everyone should have a voice and everyone should be able to connect, that's a great thing, as opposed to building a luxury service that everyone can afford. But look, I mean, every business model, you have to be careful about how you're implementing what you're doing.
You responded to a few things there. Spoke to the fact that there is a narrative of malevolence, like you're leading into making people angry just because it makes more money in the short term, that kind of thing. So you responded to that. But there's also kind of reality of human nature, just like you spoke about. There's fights, arguments we get in, and we don't like ourselves afterwards, but we got into them anyway. So our long-term growth is, I believe, for most of us, has to do with learning, challenging yourself, improving, being kind to each other, finding a community of people that you connect with real human level, all that kind of stuff. But it does seem, when you look at social media, that a lot of fights break out, a lot of arguments break out, a lot of viral content ends up being sort of outrage in one direction or the other. And so it's easy from that to infer the narrative that social media companies are letting this outrage become viral. And so they're increasing the division of the world. I mean, perhaps you can comment on that, or further, how can you push back on this narrative? How can you be transparent about this battle? Because I think it's not just motivation or financial, it's a technical problem too, which is how do you improve long-term well-being of human beings?
I think that going through some of the design decisions would be a good conversation. But first, I actually think, I think you acknowledge that that narrative is somewhat anecdotal, and I think it's worth grounding this conversation in the actual research that has been done on this, which, by and large, finds that social media is not a large driver of polarization, right? And there's been a number of economists, social scientists, and folks who have studied this. A lot of polarization. It varies around the world. Social media is basically in every country. Facebook's in pretty much every country except for China and maybe North Korea. And you see different trends in different places where, in a lot of countries, polarization is declining. In some, it's flat. In the U.S., it's risen sharply. So the question is, what are the unique phenomena in the different places? And I think for the people who are trying to say, hey, social media is the thing that's doing this, I think that clearly doesn't hold up, because social media is a phenomenon that is pretty much equivalent in all of these different countries. And you have researchers like this economist at Stanford, Matthew Genskow, who's written at length about this. It's a bunch of books by political scientists. Ezra Klein wrote Why We're Polarized. Basically goes through this decades-long analysis in the U.S. before I was born, basically talking about some of the forces in kind of partisan politics, Fox News, different things predate the internet in a lot of ways that I think are likely larger contributors. So to the contrary on this, not only is it pretty clear that social media is not a major contributor, but most of the academic studies that I've seen actually show that social media use is correlated with lower polarization. Genskow, the same person who just did the study that I cited about longitudinal polarization across different countries, also did a study that basically showed that if you looked after the 2016 election in the U.S., the voters who were most polarized were actually the ones who were out of the internet. So, and there have been recent other studies, I think in Europe and around the world, basically showing that as people stop using social media, they tend to get more polarized. Then there's a deeper analysis around, okay, well, what polarization actually is one thing. Because, having different opinions on something isn't, I don't think that that's by itself bad. What people who study this say is most problematic is affective polarization, which is basically, do you have negative feelings towards people of another group? And the way that a lot of scholars study this is they basically ask a group, would you let your kids marry someone of your X? Whatever the groups are that you're worried that someone might have negative feelings towards. And in general, use of social media has corresponded to decreases in that kind of affective polarization. So I just want to, I think we should talk about the design decisions and how we handle the kind of specific pieces of content. But overall, I think it's just worth grounding that discussion in the research that's existed that I think overwhelmingly shows that the mainstream narrative of this is just not right.
But the narrative doesn't take hold, and it's compelling for a lot of people. There's another question I'd like to ask you on this. I was looking at various polls and saw that you're one of the most disliked tech leaders today. 54% unfavorable rating. Elon Musk is 23%. Because basically everybody has a very high unfavorable rating that are tech leaders. Maybe you could help me understand that. Why do you think so many people dislike you? Some even hate you. And how do you regain their trust and support? Given everything you just said, why are you losing the battle in explaining to people what actual impact social media has on society?
Well, I'm curious if that's a U.S. survey or world.
It is U.S.
So I think that there's a few dynamics. One is that our brand has been somewhat uniquely challenged in the U.S. compared to other places. It's not that there are in other countries we have issues too, but I think in the U.S. there was this dynamic where if you look at like the net sentiment of kind of coverage or attitude towards us, before 2016, there were probably very few months, if any, where it was negative. And since 2016, I think there have probably been very few months, if any, that it's been positive in politics. So I think it's a specific thing. And this is very different from other places. So I think in a lot of other countries in the world, the sentiment towards Meta and their services is extremely positive. In the U.S., we have some challenges. And I think compared to other companies, you can look at certain industries. I think if you look at it from like a partisan perspective, not from like a political perspective, but just kind of culturally, it's like there are people who are probably more left of center, there are people more right of center, and there's kind of blue America, green America. There are certain industries that I think maybe one half of the country has a more positive view towards than another. And I think we're in one of the positions that we're in that I think is really challenging is that because of a lot of the content decisions that we've basically had to arbitrate, and because we're not a partisan company, right? We're not a Democrat company or a Republican company. We're trying to make the best decisions we can to help people connect and help people have as much a voice as they can while having some rules because we're running a community. The net effect of that is that we're kind of constantly making decisions that piss off people and teams. And the effect that I've sort of seen is that when we make a decision that's a controversial one, that's going to upset say, about half the country. Those decisions are all negatives from a brand perspective, because it's not like if we make that decision one way and say half the country is happy about that particular decision that we make, they tend to not say, "Oh, sweet, Meta got that one right." They're just like, "Oh, you didn't mess that one up," right? But their opinions tend to go up by that much. Whereas the people who kind of are on the other side of it, like, God, how could you mess that up? How could you possibly think that like that piece of content is okay and should be up and can't be censored? Or and so I think whereas if you leave it up, then it's or if you take it down, the people thought it should be taken down, or it's like, all right, fine, great, you didn't mess that one up. So our internal assessment of kind of analytics in the brand, where basically any time one of these big controversial things comes out in society, our brand goes down with the country. And then if you just kind of extrapolate that out, it's just been very challenging for us to try to navigate what is a polarizing country in a principled way. We're not trying to kind of hew to one side or the other. We're trying to do what we think is the right thing. And that's what I think is the right thing for us to do, though. So, that's what we'll try to keep doing.
Just as a human being, how does it feel, though, when you're giving so much of your day-to-day life to try to heal division, to try to do good in the world, to talk about that so many people in the U.S., the place you call home, have a negative view of you as a leader, as a human being, and the company you love?
Well, it's not great. But I look, if I wanted people to think positively about me as a person, I don't know. I'm not sure if you could build a company. It's like
Or social media.
It's
That's very difficult to do with the social media.
Yeah, so I don't know. There is a dynamic where a lot of the other people running these companies, internet companies, have sort of stepped back, and they just do things that are sort of, I don't know, less controversial, and some of it may be that they get hired over time, but it's so I don't know. I think that running a company is hard. Building something at scale is hard. You only really do it for a long period of time if you really care about what you're doing. And yeah, so it's great. But look, I think that at some level, whether 25% of people dislike you or 75% of people dislike you, your experience as a public figure is going to be that there's a lot of people who dislike you, right? So, so I actually am not sure how different it is. Certainly, we've the country's gotten more polarized. We in particular got more controversial over the last 5 years or so. But I don't know. I kind of think as a public figure and leader of one of these enterprises,
Comes with the job.
part of what you do is and look, you can't just, the answer can't just be ignored, right? Because a huge part of the job is we need to be getting feedback and realizing feedback on how you can do better. But I think increasingly what you need to do is be able to figure out, who are the kind of good faith critics who are criticizing you because they're trying to help you do a better job rather than tear you down. And those are the people I just think you have to cherish and and listen very closely to the things that they're saying, because I think it's just as dangerous to tune out everyone who says anything negative, and just listen to the people who are kind of positive and support you, as it would be psychologically to pay attention trying to make people who are never going to like you. So I think that's just kind of dance that people have to do. But as you kind of develop more of a feel for who actually is trying to accomplish the same types of things in the world, and who has different ideas about how to do that, and how can I learn from those people. And we get stuff wrong, and when the people whose opinions I respect call me out on getting stuff wrong, that hurts and makes me want to do better. But I think at this point I'm pretty tuned to just, all right, if I know they're kind of operating in bad faith and they're not really trying to help, then I don't know. It doesn't. I think over time it just doesn't bother you.
But you are surrounded by people that believe the mission, that love you. Are there friends or colleagues in your inner circle you trust that call you out on your bullshit whenever you're thinking maybe misguided as it is leaders at times?
I think we have a famously open company culture where we sort of encourage that kind of dissent internally, which is why there's so much material internally that can leak out with people sort of disagreeing, is because that's sort of the culture. Our management team, I think it's a lot of people. There's some newer folks who come in. There's some folks who've been there for a while, but there's a very high level of trust, and I would say it is a relatively confrontational group of people. My friends and family, I think, will push me on this, but it's not just. But I think you need some diversity, right? It can't just be people who are your friends and family. It's also, there are journalists or analysts or peer executives at other companies or other people who sort of are insightful about things in the world. Certain politicians or people in that sphere who I just think have like very insightful perspectives. Who, even if they come at the world from a different perspective, which is sort of what makes the perspective so valuable. But I think fundamentally we're trying to get to the same place in terms of helping people connect more, helping the whole world function better, not just one place or another. And I don't know. I mean, those are people whose opinions really matter to me. I just, that's how I look on a daily basis. People are constantly sending me comments on stuff or links to things they found interesting, and I don't know. It's kind of constantly evolving all over the world, and kind of what we should be aspiring to be.
You've talked about a famously open culture, which comes with the criticism and painful experiences. Let me ask you another difficult question. Frances Haugen, Facebook whistleblower, leaked the internal Instagram research into teenagers' well-being. Her claim is that Instagram is using profit for the well-being of teenage girls. Instagram is, quote, toxic for them. Your response, titled, "What Our Research Really Says About Teen Well-Being," Instagram says, no, Instagram research shows that 11 of 12 well-being issues teenage girls who said they struggle with those difficult issues also said that Instagram made them better rather than worse. Again, you steal man and defend the point, and Frances Haugen's characterization of the study, and then help me understand the positive and negative effects of Instagram and Facebook on young people.
So there are
welcome.
It's hard to, as a parent, it's like hard to imagine any set of questions that are sort of more physical health or well-being, or probably come to that level. But like these are really important questions, right? Which is why we dedicate teams to studying that. I don't think the internet or social media are unique in having these questions. I mean, I think there have been magazines promoting certain body types for women and kids for decades, but we really care about this. So we wanted to study it, and of course, we didn't expect that everything was going to be positive all the time. So the reason why you study this stuff is to try to improve and get better. So the place where I disagree with the characterization first, I thought some of the reporting and coverage just took the whole thing out of proportion and really focused on, as you said, I think there were like 20 metrics in there, and on 18 or 19, the effect of using Instagram was neutral or positive on the teen's well-being. And there was one area where I think it showed that we needed to improve, and we took some steps to try to do that after doing the research. But I think having the coverage just focus on one without focusing on, I think an accurate characterization would have been that kids using Instagram, or not kids, teens, is generally positive for their mental health.
Kids are kids as well.
That's not the narrative that came in. So I think it's hard to, that's not a logical thing to strawman, but I sort of disagree, or steelman, but I sort of disagree with that overall characterization. I think anyone sort of looking at this objectively would. But then, there is this sort of intent critique that I think you're getting at before, which says that you would assume some sort of level, right? It's like, which it's really hard for me to really wrap my head around this because, as far as I know, it's unclear that any of the other tech companies are doing this kind of research. So why the narrative should form that we did research, we're studying an issue because we want to understand it and improve, and took steps after that to try to improve it, that your interpretation of that would be that we did the research and tried to sweep it under the rug. It's sort of is like, I don't know, it's beyond credibility to me that that's the accurate description of the actions that you've taken compared to the others in the industry. So I don't know, that's my view on it. These are really important issues. There's a lot of stuff that I think we're going to be working on related to teen mental health for a long time, including trying to understand this better. And I would encourage everyone else in the industry to do this too.
Yeah, I love there to be open conversations and a lot of great research being released internally and then also externally. It doesn't make me feel good to see press obviously get way more clicks when they say negative things about social media. Objectively speaking, I can just tell that there's hunger to say negative things about social media. And I don't understand how that's supposed to lead to an open conversation about the positives and the negatives, the concerns about social media, especially when you're doing that kind of research. And I don't know what to do with that, but let me ask you as a father, there's a way heavy idea that people get bullied on social networks. So people get bullied in their private life. But now, as a switch in our life, in the digital world, the bullying moves from the physical world to the digital world. So you're now creating a platform on which bullying happens. And some of that bullying can lead to damage to mental health, and some of that bullying can lead to depression and suicide. There's a way heavy idea that people have committed suicide or will commit suicide based on the bullying that happens on social media.
Yeah, I mean, this is there's a set of harms that we basically track and build systems to fight against, and bullying and self-harm are, I mean, these are some of the biggest things that we are most focused on. For bullying, like you say, it's going to be, well, this predates the internet, and it's probably impossible to get rid of all of it. You want to give people tools to fight it, and you want to fight it yourself. And you also want to make sure that people have the tools to get help when they need. So I think this is kind of a question when can you get rid of all bullying? It's like, all right, I mean, I have two daughters. They fight and push each other around and stuff too. And the question is just how do you handle that situation? And there's a handful of things that I think you can do. We talked a little bit before around some of the AI tools that you can build to identify when something harmful is happening. It's very hard. A lot of bullying is very context specific. It's not like they're trying to fit.
How about this? You're a douchebag and everybody fucking hates you. How about that bullying, douche?
Someone promoting a terrorist group is like.
Oh, shut the fuck up. One person's terrorist, another person freedom fighter, motherfucker.
Look a certain way or feel a certain way. Bullying could just be someone making some subtle comment about someone's appearance.
How about you suck dick? How about that, ass?
So here's one person.
So with bullying, I think there are certain things that you can find through AI systems, but I think it is increasingly important to give people more agency themselves. So we've done things like making it so people can turn off comments or take a break from hearing from a person without having to signal at all, stop following them or kind of make some stand that okay, I'm not friends with you anymore.
This is such loser ass behavior. It sucks.
At all publicly that or to them that there's been an issue. And then you get to some of the more extreme cases like you're talking about, where someone is thinking about self-harm or suicide, and there we found that is a place where AI can identify a lot, as well as people flagging things. If people are expressing something that is potentially they're hurting themselves, those are cues that you can build systems in hundreds of languages around the world to be able to identify that. And one of the things that I'm actually quite proud of is we've built these systems that I think are clearly leading at this point that not only identify that, but then connect with local first responders and have been able to save, I think at this point, it's in thousands of cases.
Thousands of cases. Dog, you probably pissed off 10 times that many.
Who really need that.
This is loser bitch
done between the AI work
attitude.
and communicate with local first responder organizations, rolling that out in more places around the world. And I think the team that worked on that was awesome stuff. So I think that's a long way of saying, yeah, I mean, this is a heavy topic. You want to attack it in a bunch of different ways. And also kind of understand that some of nature is for people to do this to each other, which is unfortunate, but you can give people tools and things that help.
It's still one hell of a burden. A platform that allows people to fall in love with each other is also by nature going to be a platform that allows people to hurt each other. And when you're managing such a platform, it's difficult. And I think you spoke to it, but the psychology of that, of being a leader in that space, creating technology that's playing the space, like you mentioned, psychology, is really damn good. And just, I mean, the burden of that is just great. I just wanted to hear you speak to that point. I have to ask about the thing you brought up a few times, which is making controversial decisions.
Because you're a little bitch.
Free speech and censorship. So there are two groups of people pressuring Meta. One group is upset that Facebook, the social network, allows misinformation quotes to be spread the platform. The other group are concerned that Facebook censors speech by calling it misinformation. So you're getting it from both sides. You, in 2019, October, at Georgetown University, eloquently defended the importance of free speech. But then COVID came, and the 2020 election came. Do you worry that outside pressures, advertisers, politicians, the public have forced Meta to damage the idea of free speech that you spoke highly of?
Just to say some obvious stuff up front, I don't think pressure advertisers or politicians directly in any way. In fact, think about this. I think these are just hard topics. So let me just take you through our evolution from kind of the beginning to where we are now. You don't build a company like this unless you believe that people expressing themselves is a good thing. Right, so that's sort of the foundational thing. You can kind of think about our company as a formula where we're giving people voice and helping people connect creates opportunity. Right, so those are the two things that we're always focused on, are sort of helping people connect. We talked about that a lot, but also giving people voice and to express themselves. Then, by the way, most of the time people express themselves, that's not like politically controversial content. It's like expressing something about their identity that's more related to the avatar conversation we had earlier in terms of expressing some facet. But that's what's important to people on a day-to-day basis. And sometimes when people feel strongly enough about something, it kind of becomes a political topic. That's sort of always been a thing that you focused on. There's always been the question of safety in this, which, if you're building a community, I think you have to focus on safety. We've had these community standards from early on, and there are about 20 different kinds of harm that we track and try to fight actively. We've talked about some already. So it includes things like bullying and harassment. It includes things like terrorism or promoting terrorism, inciting violence, intellectual property theft. And in general, I think call it about 18 or 20 of those. There's not really a particularly polarized definition of that. I think you're not really going to find many people in the country or in the world who are trying to say we should be fighting terrorist content. I think that
I do.
the content where
I do,
there are
because I don't think
very
you can fucking define it.
more controversial recently, which I'll talk about. And you're right, the misinformation is basically is up there. I think sometimes the definition of hate speech is up there too.
How about this for hate speech? You're a loser, bitch, and everybody thinks you suck dick.
Safety, is not actually. People don't have these questions.
Dude,
it's sort of
it sucks.
a subset.
It's the
But if you go
worst.
back to this was sort of deep learning days, and therefore, it was me and my roommate Dustin doing me, and like if someone posted something bad, the AI technology did not exist yet to be able to go basically look at all the content, and we
How about
were,
that?
were
How about posting that, you douche?
that no one would expect that we could review it all, even if someone reported it to us. We basically did our best to try to report it. We tried to.
How about you and Dustin getting off each other's jocks?
And recall the first, I don't know, 7 or 8 years of the company, we weren't that big of a company. For a lot of it, really profitable. The AI didn't really exist to be able to do the kind of moderation that we do today. And then at some point, in kind of the middle of the last decade, and we got to the point where we were sort of a larger and more profitable company, and the AI was starting to come online to be able to proactively detect some of the simpler forms of this. So things like pornography, you could train a classifier to identify what a nipple was, or you could fight against terrorists. Just actually papers.
That's great.
Oh, of course there are. Those are relatively easier things to train AI to do than, for example, understand the nuances of what is inciting violence in 100 languages around the world, and not have the false positives of like, okay, are you posting about this thing that might be inciting violence?
Dude, who the fuck cares? Let people be them.
In which case, we probably shouldn't take that down. Where if you're trying to denounce something that's inciting violence in some kind of dialect or Indian, as opposed to, okay, actually you're posting this thing because you're trying to incite violence. Building an AI that can basically get to that level of nuance in all the languages that we serve is something that I think is only really becoming possible now, not towards the middle of the last decade. But there's been this evolution, and I think what happened, people sort of woke up after 2016, and a lot of people go, okay, the country is a lot more polarized, and there's a lot more stuff here than we realized. Why weren't these internet companies on top of this? And I think at that point, it was reasonable
That's not like poop.
that some of this technology had started becoming possible, and at that point, I really did feel like we needed to make a substantially larger investment. We already worked on this stuff a lot with AI and these integrity problems, but that we should basically invest, have 1,000 or more engineers basically work on building these AI systems to be able to go and proactively identify this stuff across all these different areas. Okay, so we went into that. Now we've built the tools to be able to do that, and now I think it's actually a much more complicated set of philosophical rather than technical questions, which is the exact policy, which are, okay, now, the way that we basically hold ourselves accountable is we issue these transparency reports every quarter. The metric that we track is for each of those 20 types of harmful content, how much of that content are we taking down before somebody has to report it to us? Right? So how effective is our AI at doing this? But that basically creates this big question, which is, okay, now we need to really be careful about how proactive we set the AI and where the exact policy lines are around what we're taking down. It's certainly at a point now where I felt like at the beginning of that journey of building those AI systems, there's a lot of push. It's like, okay, you've got to do. There's clearly a lot more bad content that people aren't reporting, or that you're not getting to. You need to get more effective at that. And I was pretty sympathetic. But then I think at some point along the way, there started to be almost equal issues on both sides of, okay, actually you're kind of taking down too much stuff, right? Or some of the stuff is borderline, and it wasn't really bothering anyone, and they didn't report it. So is that really an issue that you need to take down?
Dude, we got it upvote.
We still have the critique of
Wall Street Bets Crypto.
Not doing enough.
Two
So it's
upvotes.
as we build the technical capacity, I think it becomes more philosophically interesting, almost where you want to be on the line. And I just think like you don't want one person making those decisions. So we've also tried
You suck.
building out this independent oversight.
Board, dude, you suck. How about that? How about that independent oversight board? You suck.
So a lot of those crucial cases basically for them, and they make the final binding decision on how we should handle that. And then of course their decisions, we then
He's the worst.
figure out what the principles are behind those and code them into the algorithms.
How are those people chosen? You're outsourcing a difficult decision.
Yeah, the initial people, we chose a handful of chairs for the group, and we basically chose the people for a commitment to free expression and like a broad understanding of human rights and trade-offs around free expression. So they're fundamentally people who are going to lean towards free expression.
Towards freedom of speech.
Yeah.
So there's also such a fact checkers jumping around to the misinformation questions, especially during COVID, which is an exceptionally important
Yes, I speak to the COVID thing, and I think the hardest set of questions around free expression, because you asked about George, because my stance fundamentally changed, and the answer to that is no. My stance has not changed. It is fundamentally the same as when I was talking about George, talking to George from a philosophical perspective. The challenge with free speech is that everyone agrees that there is a line where if you're actually about to do physical harm to people, that there should be restrictions. So, I mean, there's the famous Supreme Court historical example of Candy fire in a crowded theater. The thing that everyone disagrees on is what is the definition of real harm? Where I think some people think, okay, this should only be a very literal. I mean, take it back to the bullying conversation we were just having, where is it just harm if a person is about to hurt themselves because they've been bullied so hard, or is it actually harm like as they're being bullied? And kind of at what point of the spectrum is that? And that's the point that there's not agreement on. But I think what people agree on pretty broadly is that when there is an acute threat, that it does make sense from a societal perspective to tolerate less speech. That could be potentially harmful in that acute situation. So I think where COVID got very difficult is, I don't think anyone expected this to be going on for years. But if you kind of asked a priori, a global pandemic where a lot of people dying and catching this, is that an emergency that where you kind of consider it that it's problematic to basically yell fire in a crowded theater? I think that passes the test. So I think it's a very tricky situation, but I think the fundamental commitment to free expression is there. And that's what I believe. And again, I don't think you start this company unless you care about people being able to express themselves as much as possible. But I think that's the question. Right? Is like, how do you define what the harm is and how acute that is?
And
my hand smells like poop.
That define that harm. A lot of the criticism is that the CDC, the WHO, the institutions we've come to trust as a civilization to the line of what is and isn't harm in terms of health policy failed in many ways. It's always in big ways, depending on who you ask. And in the perspective of Meta, Facebook is like, well, where the hell do I get the information of what is and isn't misinformation? So it's a really difficult place to be in, but it's great to hear that you're leaning towards freedom of speech on this aspect.
Oh, why doesn't it tell me, like, hey, dude, you got a fucking upvote? That's what I need, not fucking Stephen Greer paid a guy one time. Who gives a shit?
Misinformation. And misinformation has been completely on the internet. I just have friends with Joe Rogan, and it's called as I remember we were hanging out in Vegas, and somebody stop spreading misinformation. I mean, there's a lot of people follow him that believe he's not spreading misinformation. Like, you can't just not acknowledge the fact that there's a large number of people that have a different definition of misinformation. That's such a tough place to be. You listen to quote unquote experts.
Dude, it got taken down.
As a person who has a PhD, I gotta say, I mean, I'm not sure I know what defines an expert, especially in a totally new pandemic or a new catastrophic event, especially when politics is involved, especially when the news or the media involved that can propagate sort of outrageous narratives and everybody can find money. What the hell? Where's the source of truth? And everybody turns to Facebook. Please tell me what the source of truth is.
Well, how would you handle this?
Is very, 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 very. I would say I would more speak about how difficult the choices are and be transparent about what you do with this. Like here, you got exactly asked the exact question you just asked me to the broader public. Like, okay, yeah, you guys are so like crowdsourcing, and then the other aspect is when you spoke really eloquently about the fact that there's this going back and forth.
I was muted from this bitch for like
too much, so I would try to be ahead of that. I would now lean towards freedom of speech. I say, we're not to define misinformation. Let it.
You've been banned from contributing to this community?
Let the idea stand.
Fuck that shit.
I actually place, this idea of misinformation, I place the responsibility on the core communication skills of scientists. They should be in the battlefield of ideas, and everybody who's spreading information against the vaccine, they should not be censored. They should be talked to. You should show the data. You should have a discussion as opposed to rolling your eyes and saying, I'm the expert. I know what I'm talking about. No, you need to convince people. It's a battle of ideas. So that's the whole point of freedom of speech. It's the way to defeat bad ideas with good ideas of speech. So like the responsibility here falls on the core communication skills of scientists. Thanks to social media, scientists are not communicators. They have the power to communicate. Some of the best stuff I've seen about
the post is live.
Social media. It's a way to learn to respond really quickly, to go faster.
Got a band or something.
Process. You just need to get way better at that communication, and also by better at that, don't be just convincing. Also, speak with humility. Don't talk down to people. This kind of thing. And as a platform, I would say, I would step back a little bit. Not all the way, there's a lot of stuff that can cause real harm, as we've talked about, but you lean more towards freedom of speech. Because then people, from a brand perspective, will be blaming you for the other ills of society, which there are many. The institutions have flaws, the political divide, obviously politicians have flaws, the media has flaws. They're all trying to work with, and because it's the central place of Facebook, all of those flaws somehow propagate to Facebook. You're sitting there as played of philosophy to answer some of the most difficult questions being asked of human civilization. So I don't know. Maybe this is an American answer to lean towards freedom of speech. I don't know if that applies to Google. So yeah, I mean, transparency. I think as a technologist, one of the things I sense about Facebook and not even talk about this company is they don't necessarily understand fully how difficult the problem is. We talked about AI as a bunch of harmful stuff really quickly. Just the sea of data. It's a really difficult problem. So like any of the critics, you just hand them the helm for a week. Let's see how well you do. Like that, to me, that's definitely something that would wake people up to how difficult this problem is. If there's more transparency, saying how difficult this problem is. Let me ask you on the AI front, just because you mentioned language in my eloquence, translation is something I want to ask you about. And first, just to give a shout out to the supercomputer. We recently announced the AI Research Supercluster, RSC. Obviously, I'm somebody who loves the GPUs. It currently has 6,000 GPUs. NVIDIA DGX A100s is the systems that have in total 6,000 GPUs. And it will eventually, this year, maybe soon, we'll have 16
You've been banned from
GPUs.
posting
So
that.
it can do a bunch of different kinds of machine learning applications.
What the fuck?
On the
Should I get banned from both of them?
That kind of stuff. So
Your
one of
post
the
is live. I
applications
don't believe
that I
it.
think is super exciting
Auto
is
moderator.
translation, real-time translation. I mentioned to you that having a conversation, I speak Russian fluently, I speak English somewhat fluently, and I'm having a conversation.
You even love this because we're bitches.
Me as a user coming to you in use case. We both
Eat 1,000 karma
each
poster.
other's language. I
Sucks.
speak Russian, he speaks English. How can we have that communication go well with AI? I think it's such a beautiful and powerful application of AI to connect the world, to bridge the gap, not necessarily between me and people, but people that don't have that shared language. Can you just speak about your vision of translation? I think that's a really exciting application.
If you're trying to help people connect all around the world, a lot of content is produced in one language, and people in all these other places are interested. So being able to translate that just unlocks a lot of value on a day-to-day basis. And so the kind of AI around translation is interesting because it's gone through a bunch of iterations. But the basic state of the art is that you don't want to go through different kind of intermediate symbolic representations of language or something like that. So you basically want to be able to map the concepts and basically go directly from one language to another, and you train bigger and bigger models in order to be able to do that. And that's where the research supercluster comes in, is basically off the trend in machine learning is just you're building bigger and bigger models, and you're just getting a lot of computation to train them. So it's not that like the translation would run on the supercomputer, the training of the model, which could have billions or trillions of examples, and just basically that you're training models on this supercluster, and days or weeks that might take a much longer period of time on a smaller cluster, so it just wouldn't be practical for most teams to do. But the translation work, we're basically getting from being able to go between about 100 languages seamlessly today to being able to go to about 300 languages in the near term. And
so from any language,
yeah, and part of the issue when you get closer to more languages is some of these get to be pretty not very popular languages, right, where there isn't that much content in them. So you end up having less data, and you need to use a model that you built up or other examples. And this is one of the big questions for AI, is how generalizable can things be? And that I think is one of the things that's just kind of exciting here from a technical perspective.
But capturing, we talked about this metaverse, capturing the magic of human interaction. So me and Pooh, okay, again,
and it's a tough example because you actually both speak Russian and English.
But that's future. I see it as a Turing test of the kind, because we both like have an AI who doesn't speak Russian that well, he doesn't speak English that well. It would be nice to outperform our abilities. And
Sure.
That's a really nice part, because I think AI can really help with translation for people that don't speak the language at all, to actually capture the magic of the chemistry, the translation, to make the metaverse super immersive. And that's exciting. You're in the barrier of
Yeah, so
the chat, I don't know what that means.
translation.
What is puppet charming? I don't know. Is that when the thing goes up? Who knows? It's not
Speech to speech, I think, is a whole other thing. I mean, one of the big lessons in that, which I was referring to before, is early models. All right, they take speech and translate it to text, translate the text to another language, and then kind of output that as speech in that language. You don't want to do that. You just want to be able to go directly from speech in one language to speech in another language, and build the models to do that. And I think one of there have been, when you look at the progress of machine learning, there have been big advances in techniques. There's some of the advances in self-supervised learning, which I know you talked to Jan about, and he's like one of the leading thinkers in this area. I think that stuff is really exciting. But you couple that with the ability to just throw larger and larger compute and training these models, and you can just do a lot of things that were harder to do. But we're asking more of our systems too, right? So if you think about the applications that you're going to need for the metaverse, we're thinking about it. Let's talk about AR here for a second. You're going to have these glasses. They're going to look and hopefully like a normal-ish looking pair of glasses, but they're going to be able to put holograms on the world and intermix virtual and physical objects in your scene. And one of the things that would be unique about this compared to every other computing device that you've had before is that this is going to be the first computing device that has all the same signals about what's going on around you that you have. Right, so your phone, you can you have it take a photo or a video, but I mean these glasses are going to, whenever you activate them, you're going to be able to see what you see from your perspective. You're going to hear what you hear because the microphones and all that are going to be right around where your ears are. So you're going to want an AI assistant. It's a new kind of AI assistant that can basically help you process the world from this first-person perspective, or from the perspective that you have. And the utility of that is going to be huge. But the kinds of AI models that we're going to need are going to be just, I don't know, there's a lot we're going to need to basically make advances. But I mean, so that's why I think these concepts of metaverse and the advances in AI are so fundamentally interlinked. That I mean, they're kind of enabling each other.
Yeah, like the world is a really cool idea. Bob Ross, a little tree. Yeah, I mean, a little tree, and that scale, enriching your experience in all kinds of ways. You mentioned the assistant too. That's really interesting. How you can have AI assistants helping you out on different levels of intimacy of communication. It could be just like scheduling, and it could be like therapy. Clearly, I need some. So let me ask you, you're one of the most successful people ever. You built an incredible company.
Yeah, successful at being a loser
A
douche.
lot of impact. What advice do you have for young people today? How to live a life they can be proud of. How to build something that can have a big positive impact.
Yo, dog.
Well, let's break that down. I think you're proud of a big positive impact.
Oh, you're actually listening.
And how to live your life are actually three different things that I think, and they could work, but and also like what age of people you're talking to. I mean, I can like
High school and college, so you don't really know what you're doing, but you dream big, and you really have a chance to do something unprecedented.
yeah. So I guess
For people my age.
okay, so let's maybe stick with the kind of most philosophical, abstract version of it.
Yes.
Every night when I put my daughters to bed, we go through this thing, and like it's they call it the good night thing. We're basically what we talk about at night. And I go through them.
Sounds like a good show.
The good night thing. Priscilla's always asking about a good night thing. But I basically go through his Max and Agni. What are the things that are most important? Right, that I just it's like, what do I want them to just have like really ingrained in things they grow up? And it's health, right? Making sure that you take care of yourself and hold yourself in good shape. Loving friends and family, because having the relationships, the family, and making time for friends, I think is perhaps one of the most important things. And then the third is
I am a real person and I am not an advertising bot, period. I would take accountability if this were true, comma, but it is not, period. I stream my camera in the Discord and everyone can see what I do, period. I talk to people and I interact, period. If you want me to change any behavior or change anything in my profile, comma, please let me know, period. I will take accountability and change anything you want in my profile, period. You can consider this me taking accountability, period. Just tell me what you want me to do, period. I would like to return as soon as possible, period.
I think that's a really fun thing. And the last thing is I ask them every day, what did you do today to help someone? Because I just think that's a really critical thing. It's it's easy to kind of get caught up in yourself and kind of stuff that's really far down the road. But did you do something concrete today to help someone? It can just be as simple as, okay, I helped set the table for lunch, or this other kid in our school was having a hard time with something. I like helping them. But those are that's like. If you were to boil down my overall life philosophy into what I try to impart to my kids, those are the things that I think are really important. So let's say college. If you graduate college, probably more practical advice. Someone was very focused, and I think the most important decision you're probably going to make when you're in college is who you surround yourself with, because you become like the people you surround yourself with. And I sort of have this hiring heuristic at Meta, which is that I will only hire someone to work for me if I could see myself working for them. Not necessarily that I want them to run the company because I like my job, but in an alternate universe for their company, and I was looking to go work somewhere, would I be happy to work for them? And I think that's a helpful heuristic to help balance. When you're building something like this, there's a lot of pressure to you want to build out your teams because there's a lot of stuff that you need to get done. Everyone always says don't compromise on quality, but there's this question of, okay, how do you know that's not as good enough? I think my answer is I would want someone to be on my team if I would work for them. But I think that's actually a pretty similar answer to if you were were choosing friends or a partner or something like that. So when you're in college, trying to figure out what your circle is going to be, trying to figure out you're probably going to get job opportunities. Who are the people, even if they're going to be peers in what you're doing, who are the people who in an alternate university you would want to work for them because you think you're going to learn a lot from them because they know because they are kind of values aligned on things that you care about and they're going to push you, but also they know different things, different experiences that are kind of more of what you want to become like over time. So I don't know. I think probably people are too, in general, objective focused and maybe not focused enough on the connections and the people who they're basically building relationships.
I don't know what it says about me. My place in Austin has 7 really good robots. I'm surrounding myself with robots. It's probably something I should look into. What kind of world would you like to see your daughters grow up in?
One without such a douche of father.
Well, I think one of the promises of all this stuff that is getting built is that it could be a world where more people can just live out their imagination. For example, one of my favorite quotes, I think it was attributed to Picasso, is that all children are artists, and the challenge is how do you remain one when you grow up. And
Oh, really nice, douche.
Like, if you have kids,
He sucks. This guy sucks.
just have wonderful imaginations. And part of what I think is going to be great about the creator economy and the universe and all this stuff is like this notion around that a lot more people in the future need to work doing creative stuff than what I think today we consider traditional labor or service. And I think that's awesome. And I think that's what a lot of what people are here to do is collaborate together, work together, think of things they want to build, and go do it. And I don't know, one of the things I always think is striking. So I teach my daughters some basic coding from scratch. I mean, they're still obviously really young, but I think of coding as building. Right? It's like when I'm coding, building, I want to exist. But my youngest daughter, she's very musical and pretty artistic, and she thinks about coding as art. She calls it code art. Not the code, but the output of what she is making. She's very interested visually in what she can kind of output and how
Am I going to get banned?
Do we need to fix that? Or we go?
When I was not warned, and I am willing to take accountability for anything that you want, period. I will continue appealing until someone takes me seriously, period.
I enjoyed it, and it like helped build something utilitarian. But that for the next generation of people, it will be even more a expression of their imagination and artistic sense where they exist. So I don't know if that happens. If we can help bring about.
I will change anything you want in my profile, period. I am not an advertising bot, comma. I am on camera all the time, and I talk with people in the chat, period. I should not be banned without any warning when I am taking accountability, period.
To spend more of our time on the things that matter to us.
Yeah, allow more people to express their art.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful vision. You mentioned that you are more. Are you afraid of death? Do you think about your mortality? And are you afraid of it? You didn't sign up for this podcast.
No, I mean that's an interesting question. I'm definitely aware of it. I do a fair amount of like extreme sport type of stuff.
Is there anything you can do to reconsider my ban? Question mark.
Yeah.
And I
flirting with it.
I train hard. I mean, so it's like I'm gonna go out and like
Duty free, you're a
15-foot
bitch.
wave, well, then it's like, all right, I'll make sure we have the right safety gear and make sure that I'm like use that spot and all that stuff. But you know, I mean, you still there. It takes some headspace.
Yes.
But definitely aware of it. Definitely would like to stay safe. I have a lot of stuff that I want to build.
Say no, bitch, and I will create a robot that just spams your shit.
But there's a deadline, and it's all over. And there'll be a time if your daughter's around you.
I don't know. That doesn't freak me out. I think constraints are helpful.
Yeah, the finiteness makes ice cream taste delicious a lot. The fact that it's going to be over. There's something about that metaverse too.
Come on, Zooty Fruity. What you got to say, baby?
Just one, like NFTs. There's something powerful. The constraint of finiteness or uniqueness. That this moment is singular in history.
Zuckerberg?
But I mean, a lot of as you go through different waves of technology, I think a lot of what is interesting is what becomes in practice or kind of there can be many of a thing.
Zuckerberg.
What ends up still being constrained. So the metaverse
What is this bullshit?
should hopefully allow a very large number, maybe practice, hopefully close to an infinite amount of expression and roles, but we'll still only have a finite amount of time. I think living longer, I think, is obviously all of my philanthropic work is it's not focused on longevity, but it is focused on trying to achieve what I think is a possible goal in this century, which is to be able to cure, prevent, or manage all diseases. So I certainly think people kind of getting sick and dying is a bad thing.
Right.
Dedicating themselves.
What's going on, girl? Sorry, we think you suck dick.
To push on that, which I could do a whole other one of these podcasts about that, because that's what people should fascinating topic.
I mean, this is with so Chan, you formed the initiative, gave away 99% or pledge to give away.
Why wasn't I given a warning? Question mark.
Shares. I mean, like you said, it could talk forever about all the exciting things you're working on there, including sort of moonshot eradicated disease by the mid-century marker.
I don't actually know if you're going to ever.
I was not AFK, period. My camera was on, period. Anyone could have given me a warning, and I was not, period.
Sort of like ongoing things that are.
I could have changed any behavior that you wanted, period. What do you want me to do? Question mark. Talk with more people? Question mark. Type more? Question mark. Remove links to my account? Question mark. I can do any of those things, period.
Because it makes everything taste delicious. Maybe that's just being romantic 20th century human.
Maybe, but it was an intentional decision to not focus on philanthropy on like explicitly on longevity.
If at the moment of your death, I like that the lights went out when we start talking about that. You get to it does. As you get closer to the mic, at the moment of your death, you meet God. And
How do you consider me a bot when I am live on camera? Question mark. This is just
maybe a whole conversation on that idea. It's more dramatic question.
Well, if it's only one question and I died, I would just want to know that Priscilla and my family, like if they were going to be.
if you do not let me in, comma,
that might
I will continue appealing
circumstances of my death
until someone takes my appeal seriously. Period. Now that you make me aware of what you consider to be a violation, comma, I can make changes. Period. No one made me aware of anything until this moment just now. Period. I would sincerely appreciate if you could reconsider this ban. Period. I will change whatever you want in my profile, comma. I will ensure that I am always at my keyboard, comma, and do anything else you want. Period. If anything, comma, I am not a bot though, comma. I utilize the
that responsibility. And I think it's shifted over time. I mean, before I really had a family.
I am a real person, comma, and it is insulting to me that you consider me to be a bot, period. Maybe you should have said you should change some things in your profile, comma, but telling me that I am not a real human person is hurtful, period.
We humans are weird. You get this ability to impact millions of lives, and it's definitely something, billions of lives. It's something you care about, but the weird humans that are closest to us, those are the ones that mean the most. And I suppose that's the dream of the metaverse, is to connect, form small groups like that, where you can have those intimate relationships. Let me ask you the big because
what to be able to be close, not just based on being happy to be next to you. I think that's what the internet is hard to do, is allowing you to spend more of your time not physically proximate. I mean, I always think when you think about that.
Additionally, comma, please know that I was banned previously
the virtual world versus the real world.
And let back in because they realized that I was a real person and not a bot, period. Nothing changed, comma. This is simply one person's opinion, and it is not the opinion of all of the moderators, comma, because moderators have let me back in before, period.
Yeah, that's good.
Barriers, barriers, that's a beautiful vision.
I'm not fucking proofreading anything with these assholes anymore. This is the worst. I got Zuckerberg douching it up there. I got his stupid ass Instagram sucking cock. Everything sucks. Sundar Pichai is a douche. This motherfucker doesn't look like he's ever seen the sun. I have more of a tan than he does.
That I would go. I think it gets back to this last question that we talked about the duality between you have the people around you who you care the most about, and then there's like this bigger thing that maybe you're building. And I think that in my own life, I sort of think about this tension, but I started this whole company, and my life's work is around human connection. So I think it's intellectual. Probably the thing that I go to first is just that human connection. And I think that it's a thing that our society probably systematically undeveloped. I was growing up and in school.
Zooty Fruity, you stupid bitch! Let me back in your fucking Discord.
What if we're playing with your friends? That's like an argument. Well, I don't know. I just think it's almost doesn't even matter, man. Well, I think it's interesting because people, I think people tend to think about that stuff as wasting time, or that's like what you do in the free time that you have. But like, what if that's actually the point? So that's one. But here's the good.
This bitch doesn't let me fucking continue. I will create a fucking bot that does nothing but spam your appeal server 24/7, 365.
Rabbi who I studied with, who kind of gave me this. We were talking through Genesis and the Bible and the Torah, and they're basically walking through. It's like, okay, you got the 7 days of creation, and it's basically it's like, why does the Bible start different? Right? It's like it could have started different, right? In terms of like how to live. But basically, it starts talking about how God created people in her image. But the Bible starts by talking about how God created them. So I actually think that there's like a compelling argument that I've always just found meaningful and inspiring, that a lot of the points of what sort of religion,
bitch, you better fucking let me back in the server,
telling us that we should do is to create and build things. So
you were AFK. Listen, bitch, not everybody uses a fucking keyboard. That doesn't even fucking make you were AFK. You were fucking server farming. Okay, well, you were fucking Pluto hitchhiking. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Well, you were Pluto hitchhiking. Why? Well, I thought you might have been trying to catch a ride to fucking Pluto. Huh? What the fuck is that? Just making up terms. You suck, Tutti Frutti, stupid bitch. Stupid Pluto hitchhiker. What the fuck is that? What is Pluto hitchhiking? I don't know. It's just like you're server farming or you're VC farming. Do you see fucking overalls here, you stupid bitch? No. You're fucking... Maybe I think that you're trying to hitchhike to Pluto, and I don't like it. Why? Well, you're here on Earth. How the fuck did you get here? I don't know. Well, no one does, but you might be on your way to Pluto. That's Pluto hitchhiking. Why? It's just some fucking term that somebody made up that then people start using it and they're like, oh, this asshole's Pluto hitchhiking. What a fucking cunt. Let me back in your fucking stream, bitch. If not, lady, I have a bot here. It will take me 10 minutes, and you'll have so many fucking appeals for me, you're going to throw up. This is the worst. Let me back in this fucking thing. How to learn English. And you know what? That's another one. Let me in that fucking one about you've been banned from the English one. Zooty Fruity. What the fuck was that? English. Or no, not learn English. What was it? Study. Shit. You were banned. You were warned 3 times. So? Well, we warned you that you got to be awake while you're on the call. Can I not listen to shit? Why is that against the rules? If you say no sleeping, okay, I get that. But even then,
basically you can put into this on someone that could sell that to a 0-day for $2 million.
Yo, let me send this fucking appeal.
Following conversation with cybersecurity journalists out there. This is how they come up with cyber weapons. This is the Let's Go podcast. Supported. Check out our sponsors. And now, friends.
Why did they say, what is the reason why you got banned? I don't know. Check your fucking records.
Cybersecurity hackers, activists, digital scientists, government officials, forensic investigators, and
allegedly, I was away from my keyboard.
cyber war.
Wait, no.
Start with the basics. What's a 0-day war? And then 0-day exploit attack.
So, at the most basic level, let's say I'm a hacker and I find a bug in your iPhone, iOS software. No one else knows about, especially Apple. It's called a 0-day. Because the minute it's discovered, it appears to have 0 days to fix it. If I can study that 0 day, I can potentially write a program to exploit it. And
I was listening to lectures, comma,
and for
which
iOS,
I feel is important to learning, period. I should not be banned because I was listening to lectures, period. I feel that this is unfair.
and you can capture their location, capture their
My camera was on the entire time,
their telephone call,
and I feel
camera without
that
them.
I am being picked on
Basically, you can put
because
digital ankle bracelet
someone assumed
on someone without them.
that I was not studying at the time, comma, when I learned better by hearing than perhaps by seeing, period. I have very bad vision, comma, I have cataracts, comma, and it is difficult for me to always be staring at a screen, comma, so I listen to
and the other thing versus like having to actually come and physical contact is that essential?
So
lectures
exploits have just
in order to give my eyes a rest, period.
priority. Recently, actually, the price of an Android remote series, something that you can get into the Android phone, is actually higher. The value of that is now higher in the underground market for 0 day exploits than iPhone iOS. So things are changing.
So there's probably no Android devices, so that's why it's better. On the iPhone side, if I don't have an Android person, because I'm a man of the people. But it seems like all the elites use iPhone, all the people at nice different parties. So is that the reason that like the more powerful people use iPhones? Is that why?
I don't think so. So it was about 2 years
Let me
ago.
back in this fucking thing. Now, if this bitch hasn't, lady,
Zero click exploit for iOS, then that was about as good as it gets. You could sell that to a 0 day for $2 million. The caveat is about it. Because
lady, if you don't let me fucking back in this server, I'm flipping shit.
Patch it, $2.5 million investment that 0 day brokerage made goes to dust. So a couple of years ago, and don't quote me on prices, but an Android like remote exploit for the first time topped the iOS. And actually, a lot of people feed on that was that it might be a sign that Apple security was falling, and that it might actually be easier to find an iOS 0 day exploit than find an Android 0 day exploit. The other thing is market share. There's just more people that use Android. And a lot of governments that are paying top dollar for 0 day
Same old, comma, same old, period.
deep-pocketed government
Check out
that want to use
the Telegram for the newest information, period.
monitor their critics. And so it's not necessarily that they're trying to find it weakness. It's that they want to find out who these people are that are criticizing them or perhaps planning the next Arab Spring.
So
planning the next Arab Spring, lady.
A large population, or is there attacks that are targeted towards specific individuals?
So I think it's both.
Why are these people so fucking afraid?
That's top dollar that I've heard of in my reporting in the United States, highly targeted. You know, there was a
This bitch better get back to me. Bitch better have my money. What is this horse shit?
X millions of dollars. But then you look at when you discovered iOS and wild, some of them have been targeting large populations of years. So a couple of years ago, it was water.
CCP.
There's a website.
I call those motherfuckers Uyghurs, Uyghurs.
And you could access it all over the world. And if you visited this website, it would drop an iOS 0 exploit onto your phone. And so anyone that visited this website
Which one?
Anywhere, right? Uyghurs living abroad, basically Uyghur diaspora, would have gotten infected with this zero-day export. So in that case, they were targeting huge swaths of this one population, or people interested in this one population, basically in real time.
Who are these attackers? From the individual level to the group level, psychologically speaking, what's the motivation? Is it purely money? Is it the challenge? Are they malevolent? Is it power? These are big philosophical questions, I guess.
So these are the questions I set out to answer. I wanted to know, are these people that are just after money? If they're just after money, how do they sleep at night, not knowing whether that zero-day exploit they sold to a broker is being used to basically make someone's life a living hell? And what I found was there's kind of this long sordid history to this question. It started out in the 80s and 90s. Hackers were just finding holes and bugs and software for curiosity, really as a hobby. And some of them would go to the tech companies like Microsoft, Sun Microsystems at the time, or Oracle. And they'd say, hey, I just found this zero-day software, and I can use it to bring it to NASA. And the general response at the time was that, thank you so much for pointing out this flaw in our software. We'll get it fixed as soon as possible. It was, don't ever code around our software ever again. We'll stick our general counsel on you. That was really
Welcome. How are you?
common.
Same to you, my friend. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Do the right thing.
Excellent. Were you successful? Big time successful? Okay. All right. Well, a little bit's better than nothing. Good on you, my man. Same, my friend. We are just watching podcasts and just enjoying life.
They wanted to figure out how a system is designed and how they could potentially.
We played. It's a fun game.
For so long by these tech companies that
Do you like playing Crunker Strike?
silently trading. And
Oh, it's fun.
got these, really heated debates in mind.
Do you like playing games?
Should you just
There you go.
but don't you want to just stick a middle finger to all these companies that are basically threatening you all the time? So there's a really interesting dynamic at play. And what I learned in the course of this book was that government agencies and their contractors were tapped into that frustration.
You too, man. Take care.
And they started quietly reaching out. And they said, hey, that zero-day you just dropped online, could you come up with something custom for me? And I'll pay you 6 figures for it, so I can shut up and never tell anyone that I paid you for this. And that's what happened. So throughout the 90s, there's a bunch of boutique contractors that started reaching out to hackers on these forums and saying, hey, I'll pay you 6 figures for that bug you were trying to get Microsoft to fix for free. And sort of so began or so catalyzed this market where governments and intermediaries started reaching out to these hackers and buying their bugs for free. And in those early days, I think a lot of it was just for quiet counterintelligence, traditional espionage. But as we started using the software, Windows software, Schneider, Siemens industrial software, into our nuclear plants and our factories, our power grid, and our petrochemical facilities and our pipelines, those same zero days came to be just as valuable for sabotage and work.
Does the fact that the market sprung up and economic ones change the nature of the attackers that came to the table? or growth in hackers. I mean, what is the psychology of the hackers in the 90s? What is the culture today? And where's it heading?
So I think there are people who will tell you they would never sell a 0 day to a 0 day broker or a government. One, because they don't know how it's going to get used when they throw it over the fence. And those things get rolled into classified programs, you don't know how they get used. If you sell it to a 0 day broker, you don't even know which nation state might use it. Or potentially which criminal group might use it if you sell it on the dark web. The other thing that they say is that they want to be and they lose a lot of sleep if they found out their 0 day was being used to make a distance like but there are a lot of people, good people, who also say, no, this is not my problem. This is the technology's problem. If they weren't writing new bugs into their software every day, then there wouldn't be a market. Then there wouldn't be a problem. But they continue to write bugs into their software all the time and continue to profit off that software. So why should I profit off my labor too? And one of the things that has happened, which is I think a positive development over the last 10 years, are bug bounty programs. Like companies like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and Apple, which resisted it for a really long time, have said, okay, we are going to shift our perspective about hackers. We're no longer going to treat them as the enemy here. We're going to start paying them for what is essentially free quality assurance. And we're going to pay them good money, 6 figures in cases. We're never going to be able to bid against 0 day brokers who sell to government agencies. But we can reward them and hopefully get back to that bug earlier so we can neutralize it, so that they don't have to spend another year developing the 0 day exploit. And in that way, we can keep our software.
I think he accidentally sent a link.
I get messages from some hacker that says, I tried to see this 0 day exploit that was found in the wild and being used by this nation state. I tried to tell Microsoft about this 2 years ago, and they were going to pay me peanuts, so it never got fixed. There are all sorts of stories that continue on. And, I think just generally, hackers are not very good at diplomacy. They tend to be pretty snipey, technical crowd, and very philosophical in my experience. But diplomacy is not their strong suit.
So there almost has to be a broker between companies and hackers, where you can translate effectively, just like you have a 0 day broker between governments and hackers.
Yeah.
You just have to speak their language.
Yeah. And there have been some of those companies who've risen up to meet that demand. And HackerOne is one of them, Bugcraft is another. Synapse has an interesting model, so that's a company that you pay for private bug bounty program, essentially. So you pay this company, they tap hackers all over the world to come hack your software, hack your system, and then they'll quietly tell you what they found. And I think that's a really positive development. And actually, the Department of Defense hired all 3 of those companies I just mentioned to help secure their systems. Now, I think they're still a little timid in terms of letting those hackers into the really sensitive, high-side classified stuff. But, baby steps.
Just to understand what you were saying, do you think it's impossible for companies to financially the 0 day brokers from governments? So, like, the defense can't outpay the hackers?
It's interesting, they shouldn't pay them, because what would happen if they started offering $2.5 million at Apple for any 0 day exploit that governments pay that much for? Is their own engineers would say, why the hell am I going to pay for less than that? And doing my 9 to 5 every day. So you create a first incentive. And I didn't think about that until I started this research, and I realized, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to incentivize offense so much that it's to your own detriment. And so I think what they have, though, the companies have on government agencies is if they pay you, you get to talk about it. You know, you get to street cred. You get to brag about the fact you just found that $2.5 million iOS 0 data no one else did. And if you sell it to a broker, you never get to talk about it. And I think that's really going to scare people.
Can I ask you a quick philosophical question about the feature here? So if you have, what you've seen, if a human being has a 0 day, they found the 0 day vulnerability that can hack into, it's the worst thing you can hack into, something that could launch nuclear weapons. Well, which percentage of people in the world that have the skill would not share that with? Do they need bad party? I guess how many people are completely devoid of ethical concerns in your sense? So my belief is all the ultra competent people, a very, very high percentage of ultra competent people are also ethical people. That's been my experience. But then again, my experience is narrow. What's your experience?
So this was another question I wanted to answer. You know, who are these people who would sell a 0 day exploit that would neutralize a Schneider Electric safety lock at a petrochemical plant? Basically, the last thing you would need to neutralize would trigger some kind of explosion. Who would sell that? And I got my answer. Well, the answer was different. A lot of people said, I would never even look there because I don't even want to know. I don't even want to have that capability. I don't even want to have to make that decision about whether I'm going to profit off that knowledge. I went down to Argentina, and this whole moral calculus I had in my head was completely flipped around. So just to back up for a minute. So Argentina actually is a real happy paradise. People grew up in Argentina, and I went down there. I guess I was there around 2015, 2016, but you still can get an iPhone. You know, you can have Amazon Prime. You can get access to any of the apps you take for granted. To get those things in Argentina as a kid, you have to find a way to hack them. You know, and it's the whole culture is really like a hacker culture. They say like it's really like a MacGyver culture. You know, you have to figure out how to break into something with wire into it. And that means that there are a lot of really good hackers in Argentina who are specialized in developing 0 day exploits. And I went down to this Argentina conference called Echo Party. And I asked the organizer, okay, can you introduce me to someone who's selling 0 day exploits to governments? And he was like, just throw stone. Hey, throw stone anywhere you're going to hit someone. And all over this conference, you saw these guys who clearly from these Gulf states who only spoke Arabic. And what are they doing at a young, happy conference in Buenos Aires? And so I went out to lunch with kind of this godmother of the hacking scene there, and I asked a really dumb question. And I'm still
What did he send that was scammy? Question mark.
But I said,
Please
so,
provide me evidence.
these guys
Period.
only
He keeps
sell
contacting me,
these
and I'm trying to help him.
good
Period.
Western governments. And he said, Nicole, last time I checked, the United States wasn't a good Western government. You know, the last country that fought another country into oblivion wasn't China or Iran. It was the United States. So if we're going to go by moral calculus, you know, just know that we have a very different calculus down here. And we'd actually rather sell to Iran or Russia or China maybe than the United States. And that just blew me away. Like, wow. You know, he's like, we'll just sell to a conference that's the biggest bag of cash. Have you checked into our inflation situation recently? So, you know, I had some of those reality checks along the way. You know, we tend to think of things as, is this moral? Is this ethical? Especially as journalists. You know, we kind of sit on our high horse sometimes and write about a lot of things that seem to push the moral bounds. But in this market, which is essentially an underground market, you know, the one rule is like Fight Club. You know, no one talks about Fight Club. First rule of the 0 day market, nobody talks about the zero-day market on both sides. Because the hacker doesn't want to lose their $2.5 million entity, and governments are using the classified programs. Don't want anyone to know what they have. No one talks about this thing. And when you're operating in the dark like that, it's really easy to put aside your morals sometimes.
Okay, I'll ask you by way of advice.
You just look small-minded when you use that type of language.
And you've also spoken about how serious protecting your sources. If you were to give me advice or interviewing and recording on mic with a video camera, how is it possible to get into this world? Like, is it basically possible? So you've spoken with a few people. What is it, like the godfather of cyber or cybersecurity? The people that are already out, and they still have to be pretty brave.
This is ridiculous. Period. This community is never going to grow if we ban people. Period.
It's a good question, and this is why I'm a journalist.
He
but, a lot
was always nice to me and never sent me an overabundance of messages, period. I've never known him to scam anyone, period. He seems like a good-hearted individual, period.
And there's actually a pretty well-known case study on why you don't talk publicly in this space and you don't get photographed, and that's the Grok. So, the Grok was this zero-day banker, South African guy, lived in Thailand, and right when I was starting on this subject at the New York Times, he'd given an interview with Forbes, and he talked about being a zero-day worker, and he posed this giant duffel bag filled with cash, ostensibly. And later he would say, speaking off the record, he didn't understand the rules of the game. But what I heard from people who did business with him was that the minute that story came out,
I don't need to use bigoted language, period.
His business plummeted by at least half. No one wants to do business with anyone who's going to get on camera and talk about how they're selling 0 days to governments. It puts you at danger. And I did hear that you got some visits from some security folks. And it's another thing for people to consider. If they have those 0-day exploits at their disposal, they become a huge target for nation states all over the world. Talk about having a perfect OPSEC. You better have some perfect OPSEC if people know that you have access to those 0-day exploits.
Which sucks because transparency here would be powerful for educating the world and also inspiring other engineers to do good. It just feels like when we operate in the shadows, it doesn't help us move in a positive direction in terms of getting more people on the defense side versus the attack side.
Right.
But of course, we do. The best you can possibly do is have great journalists, and just like you did to interview books and integrate the information you get while hiding sources.
Yeah, and I think what HackerOne has told me was, okay, let's just put away the people that are finding and developing 0-day exploits. Holidays, put that aside. What about the however many millions of programs all over the world never even heard of a 0-day exploit? Why not tap into them and say, hey, we'll start taking these. You can find a bug in.
You don't have evidence of this, though, period. It is simply an assumption, period. Tons of people ask for money on Telegram, period.
Let's go find.
You don't have evidence that he was using multiple accounts necessarily, period.
Before the people who continue to sell these to governments can find them, exploit them.
Okay, I have to ask you with this from a personal side. It's funny enough, after we agreed to talk, I've gotten, the first time in my life was a cyber attack. So this is ransomware.
If you feel that way, that's fine, period. I don't think that's right, though, period. I can at least tell him not to DM people, but to ban him permanently, I don't think it's right, period.
Apparently, about 4 to 5,000 kidnapped devices were hacked and taken over with this ransomware. What ransomware does there is it goes file by file, almost all the files on the QNAP storage device, and encrypts them. And then there's this very eloquently, politely page that pops up. Describes what happened. All of your files have been encrypted. This includes, not limited to photos, documents, and spreadsheets. Why me?
Make it 1,000,001, period. I will tell him what not to do, and if he makes another mistake, comma, then he's done, period. Then I at least can say I did everything I can to help him, period. I will have a talk with him, and I will change his behavior, comma. If anybody else gets a
exactly 0.03 Bitcoin, $5,000 for the following year. Once the payment has been made, follow up transactions, same address, blah, give you instructions of what happens next, and give you the encryption key that you can use.
At least shouldn't get a permanent ban for life, period. It's been enough time, period.
We offer you two options to mitigate this and future damage. One, make a Bitcoin payment of 5 Bitcoin.
Please give him another chance, and I will have a talk with him. And if he violates any of the rules, comma, then there's nothing more I can do for him, period.
50 Bitcoin to get last key for all your customers. 50 Bitcoin about $1.8 million. Okay. So first of all, personal level, this one hurts for me. I learned because I wasn't, for the most part, backing up much of that data because I thought I can afford to do that. It's not horrible. I think you've spoken about Crown Jewelers, making sure there's things you really protect. And I'm very conscious security-wise for Crown Jewelers. But there's a bunch of stuff like, personal videos. I don't really big people, just like fun things I did that because they were very large, 4K or something like that. I kept them on there, thinking Wave 5 would protect it. I lost a bunch of stuff, including raw footage, interviews, all that kind of stuff. So it's peaceful. And I'm sure there's a lot of people stuff like that for the 4,000 to 5,000 people that just do that. And there's a lot of interesting ethical questions. Do you pay them? Just cue that. Do the individual.
I am going to have a talk with him about his behavior, period. If he violates it, comma, then I completely understand why to ban him, period. But I believe everybody deserves a second chance, comma, especially with some of these guys who are extremely desperate, period.
It's so philosophically interesting to me because I also check out them thinking, what is their motivation? Because the way they phrase it, purpose, perhaps, but I'm not sure if that actually reflects their real motivation is maybe they're trying to help you sleep at night. Basically saying this is not about you. This is about the company.
Thank you so much for reconsidering his ban, period. I will talk to him and make sure he is aware of our expectations, period.
And the 0-day factor is a big one. That their QNAP right now is trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with their system that would let this in. And even if they pay, they still don't know where the 0 days.
Come to my VC right now. Period. I have to talk to you about our expectations for you in the community.
It's really only been, I think, in the last 18 months, we've ever really seen
I'm calling him.
0 days to pull these off. Usually 80% of them, just 80% of them come down to a lack of two-factor authentication. So when someone gets hit by a ransomware attack, they have two-factor authentication.
Pick up.
Their employees are using stupid passwords. Like, you could really see that in the future. This one, they don't know. They probably don't.
Yeah.
Real Schiller X. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, now listen to me. I really had to put my ass on the line for you.
Nobody wanted to let you back. And I told them, I'm going to talk with you. Okay. They're going to let you back in, but you have to follow some rules. Okay. If you don't follow the rules, you're done and I can't help you anymore. Okay. Here's rule number 1. Don't ever ask for money, ever, from anybody. I don't care if you're dying of thirst, go somewhere else. Don't ask any of these people for money because they don't like that. Number 2, don't send any links. Okay, that's a very important thing. Number 3, if you're going to make content, that's fine. We think that you have good content, but you absolutely cannot ask for money. What people don't want is DMs to them from you on your account or other people's accounts that are asking for money. They're not going to give you money. Okay, but what it is I think you're a really nice person. I think that you have a good heart, and I want to see you back in there. Here's another thing, okay? Do not ask for money. Do not ask for money, okay? I understand. Okay, I understand things get desperate. Excellent, but I want you in there. I want you in there. So you've been let back in, and I want you to say to everybody when you're back in, thank them, thank Morelight, thank the team, that you appreciate the opportunity, and you will take this seriously, and that's it. You don't have to say this, but just don't. Here's what the guys don't want. They're busy people. They don't need DMs. For every guy in Nigeria, for every person like you, there are 1,000 other people in Nigeria who are asking them for money, and they don't want that. What they do want is cool content. You know what is really cool that you do is you make videos. You get people in your community to make videos. That kind of stuff is really cool. But I'm going to tell you what, I really had to put my ass on the line for you. I had to fight with people. I'm like, hey, why are you letting this guy have a second chance? I asked, I'm like, what evidence do you have that he's done anything wrong? And they had a lot of evidence. They're like, he's always DMing us for money. And I'm like, look, I understand. They're desperate people. You have to do it. I get it. What they don't want is you creating other accounts, though, to ask people for money. So what do I suggest that you...
I'm not getting the point.
What'd you say?
They actually get to the point. I would like to for money again. We are into business and we need to treat business as business. Okay. And that's my aim and focus always.
No, it's not a business. Okay. It's not business. It's not business to business. It's not like, hey, I've got this great idea and I want you guys to be aware of it. There's this other coin. No, there's none of that. If you want to take pictures and upload them and say, hey, here's what life is like today where I live, and I hope everybody's having a good day, that kind of stuff, that works. But if you ask for money, you're going to be done. And then I'm not going to want to have anything to do with you. I like you. I think you're a smart person. I think you're really nice. I like your family. And so that's why I put myself out there for you. But don't think of it as like I'm networking or I know people in this community who will help us. No, the people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu focus on Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. They don't want to focus on your wallet. They don't want to focus on any other projects. With that being said, you've been let back in. So what I want you to do is go back into the Telegram and say, thank you for letting me back in. Rabbi talked with me and I will not let you guys down. I hope you all have a great new year. Just something like that. And you'll be good to go. But I'm not going to do this again for you. Okay. Okay. So go in there and thank them for letting you back in. And be good. Here's what I advise you to do. You can come in the VC whenever you want and talk with me. That's fine. What I don't want you to do is take a month off of typing a whole bunch or anything. Just kind of ease back into things. And so you can upvote things or thumb up things, but two things. I mean, the two big things. Well, here were the complaints. You asking for money, you DMing people. Don't DM people. That's one thing I'm going to ask you. Don't DM anybody. If you want to DM somebody, DM me in the in Discord, and I'll do what I can to get you what you need. But don't ask me for money because I can't help you. But here's what people don't want. and I'm just going to put it to you like this, where they get an inbox message from you, and you know you've sent a bunch of them out, and I understand you've been desperate and you needed to do what you needed to do, but they don't have time for that, and they don't want that. So no DMs to anyone from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tanita, none, especially the moderators. They don't want that. So you just have to say to yourself, okay, I'm not allowed to DM those guys. That's fine. I'm not going to be able to ask for money there, and I'm not going to promote other projects. If you can hold by those rules, you'll be fine, and you'll be in here for years to come, okay? Okay, the one thing I want you to do when you just go back, rejoin right now, and thank everybody for the opportunity, okay? And that we talked. Excellent. Take care. Peace. No thank yous? Okay. I spoke with Real Schiller X, period. I told him he is not to DM anyone in this community, comma, he is not to ask for any money, comma, and he is not to promote any other projects, period. If he is, he's done, period. I told him to take it easy and not spam, and that he needs to just ensure that he is calm. Told him that we do like when he creates content, comma, but never, ever, ever ask for money to create content, period. If anybody has a problem with him, comma, let me know, comma, but I think he will change his behavior, period. If he doesn't, comma, he's gone, comma, and there's nothing else anybody can do for him, period. Thank you again so much for reconsidering his ban, period. I honestly have no idea why I care so much, comma, but I feel people deserve second chances, I guess, period. Thank you so much, period. All right. Perfect. It is perfect. Period. Great job. Now be good. Don't get into any more. Okay? Question mark. Dude, I got to stay out of trouble. How you living, baby? What's good in your neck of the woods, Catfish Billy? That's what I like to hear. Has 2025 been good to you? Excellent. What'd you do last night? Dude, I've had those before. I've had those kind of December 31st in my life. So I completely understand that. I I we had a little bit of a party in here. We had some friends. We played games, and then it was one of my friend's birthdays. So we celebrated with him, and then it became midnight, and we did a countdown and just had a really good time. So yeah, I hope many blessings for you in 2025. Do you have big plans for your year? All right, good on you. Excellent, and staying out of trouble, right? Well, that's what I like. Yes, sir. That'll do it. All right. Well, good on you. I hope very positive things for you in the upcoming future. And you know I'm here for you if you ever need anything. So just know that I appreciate you being a member of the community, and only wish good things for you. That's amazing. Excellent. And yeah, if you need anything, let me know. We're watching a podcast right now, the Lex Friedman podcast. So feel free to check it out if you want. Just chill. And if you need anything, I'm here for you. Okay. Well, you go get that. You can do that. Go get hydrated. Go get hydrated, and then tell me what you need. Okay. All right. Well, go get yourself a glass of water as well. There's no replacement for water in this world. So get yourself a big glass of water and just drink it. Your body will thank you. I'll even do it myself. I got water here. I'll drink it alongside you. You don't need things. You need water. Go get yourself a glass of water. You're, you're getting water. You're getting water right now. I'll get water right now, and I'll see you back here in. Oh, there you go. That's not enough water, though. You need more water than that. Go get yourself a glass of water. I'll see you back here in 30 seconds. All righty, big dog. Where's your water? Dog, just go to the faucet and drink some water. Excellent. She's not dehydrating you. You're dehydrating yourself, big dog. Go get your mom's key. All right, so you got your cup. Did you fill it with water? Okay, nobody wants day-old water. Okay, how much of it did you drink? Dude, that's nothing, man. Go fill it up. Fill it up all the way to the top, and I want to see you chug it, man. Come on, let's see some skill.
But I didn't have to do that. The only thing, well, here's the thing. I did, basics. I did the firewall. I followed instructions. Like I was, I didn't really pay attention to. Maybe there's a configuration sort that you can make. It's difficult to have a personal NAS. So I'm not willing to sort of say that I did everything I possibly could. But I did do a lot of simple stuff, and they still hit it 0 clicks. I didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, well, it's like a 0 day, and it's a supply chain account. You're getting hit from your supplier. You're getting hit because of your vendor. And it's also amusing for ransomers to go to the individuals to pressure them to pay. There was this really interesting case. I think it was Norway, where there was a mental health clinic that got hit. And cyber criminals were going to the patients themselves to say, pay this or we're going to release your psychiatric records, and then talk about health. In terms of whether to pay, that is on the cheaper end of the spectrum. Both. We've seen, for instance, there was an Apple supplier in Taiwan. They got hit and the ransom demand was $50 million. Yeah, I'm surprised it's only $1.8 million. I'm sure it's going to go up. And it's hard, there's obviously governments, maybe in this case, the company are going to tell you, we recommend you don't pay, or please don't pay. But the reality around is that some businesses can't operate. Some countries can't function. I mean, the underreported storyline of Colonial Pipeline was after the company got hit, took the preemptive step of shutting down the pipeline because their billing systems were frozen. They could charge customers downstream. My colleague did and I got our classified assessment that said that as a country, we could have only afforded 2 or 3 days of Colonial Pipeline being down. And it was really interesting. I thought it was the gas injectable, but it wasn't. We were sort of prepared for that. It was the diesel. Without the diesel, the refineries could function, and it would totally screw up the economy. And so there was almost this national security, economic impetus for them to pay this ransom. And the other one I was thinking about is Baltimore. When the city of Baltimore got hit, I think the initial ransom demand something around 76,000. It may have even started seeing more than that. And Baltimore stood its ground and did pay, but ultimately the cost to remediate was $18 million. It's a lot for the city of Baltimore. That's money that could have gone to public school education and roads, public health. And instead, it just went to rebuilding systems from scratch. And so a lot of residents in Baltimore were like, why the hell did we pay $76,000? So it's not obvious. It's easy to say don't pay, because why you're funding their R&D for the next go round. But if it's too often, it's too complicated.
So on the individual level, just like, the way I feel personally in this attack, you talk to people that were confident in the same way I would, maybe more dramatic ways or so on. The same way that violence hurts people.
Yeah.
Almost just as hard to keep yourself from the way police are saying.
The worst ransomware attack I've covered on a personal level was an attack on a hospital in Vermont. And they think of this as okay, it's hitting their IT network. They should still be able to treat patients. But it turns out that cancer patients can't get their chemo anymore because the protocol who gets what is very complicated. And without it, nurses and doctors couldn't access it. So they were turning chemo patients away, cancer patients away. One nurse says, I don't know why people are screaming about this, but the only thing I've seen that even compares in the hospital right now is when I worked in the burn unit after the Boston Marathon. It was really complicated. And last year, in Civil War, they attributed death to a ransom because the mom came in and whatever device they were using to monitor this wasn't working because of the so they attributed death to the ransom. Now, when there was not such an attack, so this was by Russia and that came out of the fire that if you hit any government software, it actually hit any business all over the world that has even a single employee working in trade. So it hit mirrors.
Oh, you want some salsa ruffles, kid? What do you want for lunch? Oh, salsa ruffles.
Merck had to tap into the CDC and emergency supplies of the already sold vaccines that year because the whole size direction is another fact. Imagine that was going to right now to Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. Imagine. I mean, that would really a global
Sundar Gupta. Yeah.
essentially.
And that's almost unintentional.
I thought for a long time
Sundar
I always
Pichai.
labeled it as collateral
He sucks.
damage. But actually just today there was a really impressive representative at Cisco, which has this intelligence division called Talos, who said stop calling it collateral damage. They could see who was going to get hit before they deployed that malware. It wasn't collateral damage, it was intentional. They meant it in business that did this was it was to send a message to them too. So I don't know if that's accurate. I always think that it's not collateral damage, but it definitely can be.
So how much of this United States is going to be a part of war, this conflict, these kinds of attacks on Ukraine, between
Who the fuck is
Russia
Sundar
and
Gupta?
the US, between China and the US?
Oh, that fucker
Does it
from
think China and
England.
US, do you think China and US are going
Gupta,
to
he's old as
escalate
he's a lot older.
something that would be called a war
Huh?
purely in the space of cyber?
I believe any geopolitical conflict from now on is guaranteed to have some cyber element to it. The Department of Justice recently declassified a report that said China
Who the fuck is this?
pipelines, and it's not for intellectual property theft. It's to get a
Oh,
foothold
who's that
so
fucker?
that things escalate in Taiwan,
Former
for example. We are
PM
shut our pipelines down. We just got
UK.
a little glimpse what that looked like with Oleum pipeline and the panic buying and the jet fuel shortages. And
What's that one fucker's
assessment I
name?
just mentioned about the diesel.
Why don't? Who is Sundar Gupta? Why do I know that name?
You know, they've gotten there. Anytime I read a report about new aggression,
Rishi Sunak, that guy sucks. Really, who gives a shit? Everybody sucks. Sundar Gupta. Why do I know that name?
I've always had it through cyber, and it really other people aren't.
He's like some minor. He died. I don't know who this is.
These governments, these nation states are not going to use their access to gain some advantage in those conflicts. And you know, I'm now in a position where
Did I just make up a name?
cybersecurity infrastructure.
Sundar Pichai sucks.
So I'm not saying anything that's about here, but I just think that it's really important to understand just generally what the collateral damage could be for critical infrastructure if any escalated conflict. Because just generally, our adversaries have learned that they might never match us in terms of our traditional military style and traditional weapons and fighter jets. But we have a very soft underbelly when it comes to cyber. 80% or more of American critical infrastructure, so pipelines, power grids, nuclear plants, water systems, is owned and operated by the private sector. And for the most part, there is nothing out there legislating that those companies share the fact they've been breached. They don't even have to tell the government they've been hit. There's nothing mandating that they meet a bare minimum standard of cybersecurity. And that's it. So even when there are these attacks, most companies don't even know about it. So that is, if you're going to design a system to be as blind and vulnerable as possible, that's just pretty good. That's what it looks like, is what we have here in the United States. And everyone here is just operating like, let's just keep hooking up everything for convenience. And software eats the world. Let's just
I could eat ruffle chips.
Convenience.
I could eat salsa ruffles.
And when you study these
I fucking love it. It's like
you
French fries.
study the advancement,
What?
the uptick in frequency,
Yeah, Foot
the
Clan.
lower barrier to entry that we see every single year, you realize just how dumb software is all this. And no one has ever stopped to pause and think, should we be hooking up these systems to the internet? They've just been saying, can we? Let's do it. And that's a real problem. And just in the last year, we've seen a record number of zero-day attacks. I think there were 80 last year, which is probably more than double what it was in 2019. A lot of those nation states live in a world with a lot of geopolitical hotpoints right now. And where those geopolitical hotpoints are places where countries have been investing heavily in offensive cyber tools.
If you're an nation state, the goal would be to maximize the footprint of zero-day, super secret zero-day that nobody's aware of. And whenever war is initiated, the huge negative effects.
You almost went fucking ape shit on these motherfuckers for not on virtual expert, right? People don't have
everything goes to hell. So
it's not just zero day. Yeah, we make it so easy for hackers. I mean, we're not using two-factor authentication. We're not patching. There was a shell shock vulnerability that was discovered a couple of years ago. It's still being exploited because so many people haven't fixed it. So, zero days are really the sexy stuff, and really sure needed to start.
If I hear this fucking bitch say 0 day one more time, I'm gonna lose it.
Particularly, the U.S. government. How do they justify leaving these systems so far?
That bitch talks about 0 days as much as I talk about anti-gravity.
More on our critical infrastructure with this vulnerable software. It's not like
What is anti-gravity? I don't fucking know. I think it's the opposite of gravity. But
when you find a 0 day Windows,
I talk about it like I know it. Quantum computing. I don't fucking know what that is. But the fact that I'm just mentioning these things is important to the world. Really? No. I'm sitting here eating a bowl of fucking waffle chips,
the exception of Antarctica,
which is amazing.
Is trying to find offensive traffic using 0 days.
Oh, what is this bullshit?
And those that don't have the skills and have the circles they can tap into. Where 2.5 million that's a chunk change for a lot of these nation states. It's a hell of a lot less than trying
It still smell like
build
poop?
the next fighter jet.
Yeah.
But yeah, the wars. I mean, why did Russia turn off the lights?
What happens when you party nothing?
I think part of it.
What does that mean?
Is chaos. I think part of it is to sow the doubt in their current government. Your government.
I don't think anybody knows.
Why are you sticking with that? Come over here and we'll keep your lights on, please. There's a little bit of that.
Nuclear weapons seems to have helped
Shit happens.
nuclear war. Is it possible that we have so many vulnerabilities, so many attack vectors on each other that is kind of achieve the same kind of mutually shared destruction?
Dude,
Yeah.
You're gonna do the dishes?
Why are you a fucking domestic god?
Mainly because you don't need physical material. You just need a laptop and the skills here in the game. So it's a really low barrier. The other thing is attribution is harder. And we've seen countries muck around with attribution. We've seen nation states piggyback with other countries' spy operations, just sit there and siphon out whatever they're getting. Learn from that Snowden documents. We've seen Russia hacking into Iran's command and control attack servers. We've seen them hit a Saudi petrochemical plant where they neutralized the safety locks of the plant, and everyone assumed that it was Iran, given Iran had been targeting Saudi oil companies forever. But nope, it turned out that it was a graduate research institute outside of Moscow. So you see countries kind of playing around with attribution. Why? I think because we think, okay, if I do this, like, how am I going to cover up that it came from me because I don't want to risk the response? So people are sort of dancing around it. It's just in a very different way. And, the Times had covered the Chinese hacks of infrastructure companies like pipelines. I covered the Russian probes of nuclear plants. I covered the Russian attacks on the Ukraine grid. And then in 2018, my colleague David Sanger and I covered the fact that U.S. cyber had been hacking into the Russian grid and making a pretty loud show of it. And when we went to the National Security Conference, so that's what we want to do, we published a story.
What are your thoughts on gatekeepers? And fuck them. Suck.
Feed into that really awkward, painful conversation.
Who the fuck is Sundar Gupta?
You will have blood on your hands to publish this story. And instead, they gave us the opposite answer. They said,
he was
no problem
pretty old.
with you publishing the story. Why? They didn't say that loud, but it was pretty obvious they wanted Russia to know that we're hacking into their power grid too. They better think twice before they do to us what they've done to Ukraine. So yeah, we have stumbled into this new era of mutually assured signal destruction. I think another quasi-norm we've stumbled into is proportional responses. There's this idea that if you get hit, you're allowed to respond proportionally at a time and place of your choosing. And that is how the language always goes. That's what Obama said.
Sonic Tanina?
Korea hit Sony. We will respond at a time and place of our choosing. But no one really knows what that response looks like. And so what you see a lot of the time are just these just short of war attacks. Russia turned off the power in Ukraine, but it wasn't like it stayed off for a week. It stayed off for a number of hours. NotPetya hit those companies pretty hard, but no one died.
No one died?
The question is,
anyway, that was my terrible impression. What's going on, kid?
As a cyber criminal group, as a ransomware group. And that's what really complicates coming to some sort of digital Geneva convention.
A digital Geneva convention? Well, I just think we need a digital constitution. How about it's just the Constitution? You can upload it. That's your thing. What the fuck's going on there? We got 2 Discords that are down. I gotta poo. Oh, and it fucking went down. This is just absolute dog shit. I got that one bitch. What's her name? Stupid cunt. Tutti Frutti. Stupid bitch. What is this shit?
In China, we see a lot of these attacks come from this loose satellite network.
You just stayed in there and didn't fucking say anything to anybody. Did this bitch fucking ban me? Or block me? Transnational actors. Are those actors who are LGBT plus, or what are you talking about, girl? What in the fuck?
I can't remember if it was before or after NotPetya, but
I think Discord's going cray cray. Transnational actors. What is that? That somebody likes to do Shakespeare at the border in a dress? Come on. I hate these terms. What do you call a transnational actor? What is that?
The cyber attack is the attribution.
Cyber attack. What did you spit? 0 day. 0 day. Fuck your shit.
That would make the world a better place. What would you fix? So you're not allowed to fix authoritarian regimes.
Right.
You have to keep that. You have to keep human nature as it is. In terms of,
and I gotta take a shit. That's what I would change right now. This bitch with her fucking 0 day. This bitch's name is just 0 day. Well, I would change 0 day to what? Day 6? I gotta take a shit.
2-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication.
Dude, multi-factor authentication sucks dick. It sucks.
How many of these attacks come in because someone did turn on multi-factor authentication?
No, it works, but
Colonial Pipeline, okay?
Colonial Pipeline?
the biggest conduit
Ooh.
of gas, jet fuel, and diesel to the east coast of the United States of America. How? Because they forgot to deactivate an old employee account whose password has been traded on the dark web, and they've never turned on two-factor authentication. This water treatment facility outside Florida was hacked last year. How did it happen? They were using Windows XP from like a decade ago that can't even get patches if you wanted to, and they didn't have two-factor authentication. Time and time again, if they just switched on two-factor.
Yeah, but there needs to be something when you don't have access to the other thing. Not all of us have those kinds of devices, you stupid cunt.
But of course, this is a cat and mouse game, and then the attackers on the next thing. But I think right now, that is like Barnet. That is the easiest, simplest way to deflect the most attacks. And the name of the game right now isn't perfect security. Perfect security is impossible. They will always find a way in. The name of the game right now is make yourself a little bit harder to attack than your competitor than anyone else out there.
What in the fuck is this shit?
Maybe if you are a target for advanced nation state or the SVR, you're going to get hacked no matter what. But you can make cyber criminal groups, Deadbolt.
This is what I call this boogeyman shit. Why? Because I can't always get in my fucking devices.
Stop using your password, but if I only get one, two-factor authentication.
So what is two-factor authentication? Factor one is what? Logging in with a password. And factor two is like have another device or another channel through which you can confirm yes, that's great.
Yeah. Usually this happens through some kind of text. You get your one-time code from Bank of America.
Not everybody has that ability, you stupid bitch. That shit costs money, and not everybody has that.
On Amazon, that's a hardware device. And you don't have that hardware device with you, then you're not going to get in. And the whole goal is
not everybody has access to that. People take shit. I gotta prove.
Covering like the top like
man, oh shit, man. Dude, what is this? Bullshit. What is going on with Discord? This account, that account, that account, that account, that account.
They took the credentials, they took the passwords. They can make a penny selling them on the dark web. And people reuse their passwords. So you get one from, God knows who, I don't know, LastPass. Worst case example, actually, LastPass. But you get one, and then you go test it on their email account. And you go test it on their brokerage account. And you test it on their cold storage account. That's how it works. But if you have multi-factor authentication, then they can't get in. Because they might have your password, but they don't have your phone, they don't have your FIDO key, and so you keep them out. And, I get a lot of alerts that tell me someone is trying to get into your Instagram account or your Twitter account or your email account. And I don't worry because I use multi-factor authentication. They can try all day. Okay, I worry a little bit, but, it's the simplest thing to do, and we don't even do it.
Well, there's an interface aspect to it because it's pretty annoying if it's implemented poorly.
Yeah.
So actually, bad implementation of two-factor authentication, not just bad, but just something that adds friction is a security vulnerability, I guess, because it's really annoying. Like, I think MIT for a while had two-factor authentication. It was really annoying. It's just the number of times it pings you, like. It asks to re-authenticate across multiple subdomains. Like, it just feels like a pain. I don't know what the right balance is.
Yeah, it feels like friction in our frictionless society. It feels like friction. It's annoying. That's security's biggest problem. It's annoying. We need the Steve Jobs of security to come along, and we need to make it painless. And actually, on that point, Apple has probably done more for security than anyone else simply by introducing biometric authentication, first with the fingerprint and then with Face ID. It's not perfect, but if you think just 8 years ago, everyone was running around with either no passcode, an optional passcode, or 4-digit passcode on their phone that anyone, think of what you can get when you get someone's iPhone, you steal someone's iPhone. And props to them for introducing the fingerprint and face ID. And again, it wasn't perfect, but it was a huge step forward. Now it's time to make another huge step forward. I want to see the password die. I mean, it's gotten us as far as it was ever going to get us, and I hope whatever we come up with next is not going to be annoying. It's going to be seamless.
When I was at Google, that's what we worked on. And there's a lot of ways to call it active authentication, passive authentication. So basically, you biometric data, not just like a fingerprint, but everything from your body to identify who you are, like movement patterns. They basically create a lot of layers of protection where it's very difficult to fake, including like face unlock, checking that it's your actual face, like the liveness test. So like from video, so unlocking it with video, voice, the way you move the phone, the way you take it out of the pocket, that kind of thing. All of those factors. It's a really hard problem though.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's very difficult to beat the password in terms of security.
Well, there's a company that I actually would call out, and that's Abnormal Security. So they work on email attacks. And it was started by a couple guys who were doing, I think, ad tech at Twitter. So, ad technology now, like, it's a joke how much they know about us. You always hear the conspiracy theories that you saw someone's shoes, the next thing you know, it's on your phone. It's amazing what they know about you. And they're basically taking that and they're applying it to attacks. So they're saying, okay, this is what your email patterns are. It might be different for you and me because we're emailing strangers all the time. But for most people, their email patterns are pretty predictable. And if something strays from that pattern, that's abnormal. And they'll block it, they'll investigate it, and that's great. Let's start using that kind of targeted ad technology to protect people. And it's not going to get us away from the password and using multi-factor authentication, but the technology is out there, and we just have to figure out how to use it in a really seamless way, because it doesn't matter if you have the perfect security solution if no one uses it. I mean, when I started at the Times, when I was trying to be really good about protecting sources, I was trying to use PGP encryption, and it's like, it didn't work. The number of mistakes I would probably make just trying to email someone with PGP just wasn't worth it. And then Signal came along, and Signal made it quicker. They made it a lot easier to send someone an encrypted text message. So we have to start investing in creative minds, in good security design. I really think that's the hack that's going to get us out of where we are today.
What about social engineering? Do you worry about this sort of hacking people?
Yes. I mean, this is the worst nightmare of every chief information security officer out there. Social engineering. We work from home now. I saw this woman posted online about how her husband, it went viral today, but it was her husband had this problem at work. They hired a guy named John, and now the guy that shows up for work every day doesn't act like John. I mean, think about that. Think about the potential for social engineering in that context. You apply for a job and you put on a pretty face, you hire an actor or something, and then you just get inside the organization and get access to all that organization's data. A couple of years ago, Saudi Arabia planted spies inside Twitter. Why? Probably because they were trying to figure out who these people were who were criticizing the regime on Twitter. They couldn't do it with a hack from the outside, so why not plant people on the inside? And that's the worst nightmare. And it also, unfortunately, creates all kinds of xenophobia in a lot of these organizations. I mean, if you're going to have to take that into consideration, then organizations are going to start looking really skeptically and suspiciously at someone who applies for that job from China. And we've seen that go really badly at places like the Department of Commerce, where you basically accuse people of being spies that aren't spies. So it is the hardest problem to solve. And it's never been harder to solve than right at this very moment when there's so much pressure for companies to let people work remotely.
That's actually why I'm single. I'm suspicious. China and Russia, every time I meet somebody, are trying to plant and get insider information. So I'm very, very suspicious. I keep putting in terms as I thought, no.
No, I have a friend who worked inside NSA and was one of their top hackers. And he's like, every time I go to Russia, I get hit on by these 10s.
Yeah.
And I come home, my friends are like, I'm sorry, you're not a 10. Like,
yeah.
It's a common story.
I mean, it's difficult to trust to trust humans in this day and age online, because so we're working remotely. That's one thing, but just interacting with people on the internet, it sounds ridiculous, but because of this podcast in part, we've gotten to meet some incredible people. But it makes you nervous to trust folks, and I don't know how to solve that problem. So I'm talking with Mark Zuckerberg, who dreams about creating the metaverse. What do you do about that world where more and more our lives is in the digital sphere? Like, one way to phrase it is most of our meaningful experiences at some point will be online. Like falling in love, getting a job, or experiencing a moment of happiness with a friend, with a new friend made online. All of those things. Like more and more, the fun we do, the things that make us love life will happen online. And if those things have an avatar,
You believe this shit?
that's digital,
They fucking delayed the Sugar Bowl. It's just horseshit.
Whether it's with AI,
Everything sucks.
troll farms, something like that.
Biggest Loser on the
I don't know
internet's
if
pretty
there's a way
nice
to
though.
protect against that.
Everything sucks, man. That's
might
just horseshit.
fundamentally rely on our faith.
Some bullshit, if you ask me.
If most people are good, we're going to be okay. But if people will tend towards manipulation and malevolent behavior in search of power, then we're screwed.
God.
So I don't know if you can comment on how we keep the metaverse secure.
Yeah, I mean,
This stupid bitch with a two-factor authentication. No, all you needed the cell phone number. Dude, that's hundreds of dollars worth of shit.
He asked me the other day, what's the internet one? And I just almost wanted to cry.
What a fucking cunt. I just wanted to cry. Lady, get some fucking balls.
Meaningful experiences to be online. By the time that happens, how do you know that person's human? That avatar is human? I believe in free speech. I don't believe in free speech for robots and bots. And look what just happened over the last 6 years. We had bots pretending to be Black Lives Matter activists just to sow some division, or Texas secessionists, or organizing anti-Hillary protests, or just to sow more division, to tie us up in our own politics, so that we're so paralyzed we can't get anything done.
This lady sucks. She's so scared. I almost cried when my son asked me what the internet is. What would you say it is? It's the sickest fucking shit, except for these loser bitches who are on it.
Here's where I just come back to, just because we can create the metaverse, just because it sounds like the next logical step in our.
Which, I mean, you should have a real person on who's like, yeah, the internet's sweet, except for gatekeeping douches.
They work for me.
Losers. I just call these people losers. This is the worst. What is this bullshit? I just hate everything.
Of being the guinea pig parent generation for these things. I mean, it's hard enough with screen time.
This bitch is anti-guinea.
Thinking about how to manage the metaverse.
That should be an offensive term.
Young boy, I can't even let my head go there. That's so terrifying for me. But
that should be an offensive term.
Any new technology,
well, kind of.
Just because
why? Because People used to call people WAP guineas, and then adding the word pig to it. WAP guinea pig. Certified freak. 7 days a week.
And you know, that is
What would you change the name of guinea pig to be?
Right now. When I was covering all of these,
I don't know. Pig's kind of
I thought, okay, this
a
is
negative
going to be
term.
it for cryptocurrency. You know, governments are going to put the kibosh down. They're going to put the hammer down and say enough is enough. Like, we have to put this genie back in the bottle because it's enabled ransomware. I mean, 5 years ago,
okay, it's money, bitch.
Your PC, and they say go to the local pharmacy, get an e-gift card, and tell them we'll get your $200. Now it's pay us, 5 Bitcoin. And so there's no doubt cryptocurrencies enable ransomware attacks, but after the Colonial Pipeline ransom was seized, because if you remember, the FBI was actually able to go in and claw some of it back from DarkSide, which was the ransom group that hit it. And I spoke to these guys at TRM.
What would they call your ransomware group, Rabbi? Who knows?
That work there used to work in the treasury. And what they said to me was, yeah, cryptocurrency has
Is this mine?
Ransomware. But to track down that ransomware would have taken, if we were doing it with fiat currency, would have taken us years to get to that one bank account belonging that one front country in the Seychelles. And now, thanks to the blockchain, we can track the movement of those funds in real time. And you know what? You know, these payments are not as anonymous as people think. Like, we still can use our old hacking rate in 0 days to old school intelligence methods to find out who owns that private wallet and how to get to it. So it's a curse in some ways, and that it's an enabler, but it's also a blessing.
Did this fucking Tutti Frutti get back to me?
Same thing to me that I just said to you. They said we've never shut down a promising new technology because it introduced risk. We just figured out how to manage that risk.
And I think that's where the conversation, unfortunately, has to go. So how do we, in the metaverse, use technology to fix things?
Thank you very much, period.
We will finally be able to,
I appreciate it, period.
Figure out a way to solve the identity problem of the internet being like a blue check mark for actual human and connect it to identity, like a fingerprint. You can prove you're you, and yet do it in a way that doesn't involve.
This is very interesting, period. Thank you so much, period. I was never given a reason, comma, so I assumed it was the same reason for the recent ban, period.
Then there's complete transparency of how that data is being used, all this kind of things. And maybe as we educate more and more people, they would demand in the capitalist society that the companies that they give their data to will respect that data.
Yeah, I mean, there is this company, and I hope they succeed. Their name is Piano. And they want to create a vault for your personal information inside every organization. And ultimately, if I'm going to call Delta Airlines to book a flight, they don't need to know my social security number.
Thank you very much for your consideration, period.
They're just going to send me a one-time token to my phone. My phone's going to say, I'm going to be FIDO. Yep.
Please let me know.
And then we're going to talk about
what changes you would like me to be made, comma, and I will immediately make them, period.
I am the system trust that I am, say I am, but they don't get access to my PII data. They don't get access to my social security number or my location. In fact, I'm a tax journalist. You know, I think that's the way the world's going to go. We have enough is enough. That's sort of losing our personal information everywhere, letting data marketing companies track our every move. You know, they don't need to know who I am. You know, okay, I get it. You know, we're stuck in this world.
Bitch, listen to me. I'm not changing anything.
So ads are going to go away. But they don't need to know I'm total or they can know that I'm token number, you know, X567.
And they can let you know what they know and give you control about you the things they know.
Yeah, right, to be forgotten.
To me, you should be able to walk away with trustworthy. And I also agree that most people, given the choice, walk away, you won't walk away. They'll just feel better about having the option to walk away. And they understand the trade-offs. If you walk away, you're not going to get some of the personalized experiences that you would otherwise get, like a personalized feed and those kind of things. But freedom to walk away is I think, really powerful. And obviously, what you're saying is definitely there's all of these HTML forms where you have to enter your phone number, email, and private information. And dealt every single time.
I can't believe the Sugar Bowl's been fucking delayed. Just the worst.
I have so many just the friction and the sign up and all of those kinds of things. I should be able to. This has to do with everything. This has to do with payment too. Because the payment should be trivial. It should be one click and one click to unsubscribe and subscribe, and one click to provide all the information that's necessary for the subscription service, for the transaction service, whatever that is, getting a ticket, as opposed to I have all these phone numbers and emails that I use now to sign up, because you never know if one side is hacked, then it's just going to propagate to everything else.
Yeah. And, there's low-hanging fruit, and I hope Congress does something. And frankly, I think it's negligent they haven't on the fact that elderly people, they're getting spammed to death on their phones these days with fake car warranty scams. And I mean, my dad was in the hospital last year, and I was in the hospital room, his phone kept buzzing, and I looked at it, and it's just spam attacks after spam attack. People nonstop calling about his freaking car warranty. Why? They're trying to get his social security number. They're trying to get his PII. They're trying to get this information. We need to figure out how to put those people in jail for life. And we need to figure out why in the hell we are being required or asked to hand over our social security number and our home address and our passport and all of that information to every retailer who asks. I mean, that's insanity. And there's no question they're not protecting it because it keeps showing up in spam or identity theft or credit card theft, of course.
Well, spam is getting better, and maybe we need to, as a side note, make a public announcement. Please clip this out, which is if you get an email or message from Let's Frequent saying how much let's appreciate you, love you, and so on, and please connect with me on my WhatsApp number, and I'll give you Bitcoin or something like that, please do not click. And I'm aware there's a lot of this going on, a very large amount. I can't do anything about it. This is on every single platform. It's happening more and more and more. I've been recently informed that they're not emails. So it's cross-platform. They're taking they're somehow, this is fascinating to me because they are taking people who comment on various platforms, and they somehow reverse engineer, they figure out what their email is, and they send an email to that person saying from Les Friedman, and it's like a heartfelt email with links. It's fascinating because it's cross-platform.
I'm going to go get banned out of every single one of these pictures.
Kind of comment with their reply. They are saying, okay, this person shares this other person on social media, so I'm going to find another channel, which in their mind probably increases, and it does. The likelihood that they'll get people to click, and they do. I don't know what to do, but it makes me immediately really sad, especially with podcasting. There's an intimacy that people feel connected, get really excited. Oh, okay, cool. I want to talk to Lex. And they quit. And like, I get angry for people that do this. I mean, it's like the John that gets hired to the big play. I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I suppose the solution is education. It's telling people to be skeptical on stuff they think. It has that balance with the technology solution of creating maybe like two-factor authentication and maybe helping identify things that are likely to be spam. I don't know. But then the machine learning there is tricky because you don't want to add a lot of extra friction that just annoys people because they'll turn it off. Because you have the accept cookies, right? That everybody has to click on off so now they can ignore the accept cookies. This is very difficult. To find that frictionless security. You mentioned you talked about looking through the NSA documents and doing the hard work of that. What do you make of it? What do you think ahead?
What is this?
In the long arc of history, is Edward Snowden the hero or?
I think he's neither. I have really complicated feelings about Edward Snowden. On the one hand, I'm a journalist at heart, and more transparency is good. And
what did he do that's wrong, you stupid cunt? I'm really torn. Fuck you.
About the limits to surveillance and how critical privacy is. And you have no transparency. You don't really know, in that case, what our secret courts were doing. How can you truly believe that our country is taking our civil liberties seriously? So on one hand, I'm grateful that he cracked open these debates. On the other hand, when I walked into the storage closet of classified NSA secrets, I had just spent 2 years covering Chinese cyber espionage almost every day. And the sort of advancement of Russian attacks, they were just getting worse and worse and more destructive. And there were no limits to Chinese cyber espionage, Chinese surveillance of its own citizens. And there seemed to be no limit to what Russia was willing to do in terms of cyber attacks and also in cases assassinating journalists. So when I walked into that room, there was a part of me, quite honestly, that was relieved to know the NSA was as good as I hoped they were. And we weren't using that knowledge to, as far as I know, assassinate journalists. We weren't using our access to take out pharmaceutical companies. For the most part, we were using it for traditional espionage. Now, that set of documents also set me on the journey of my book, because to me, the American people's reaction to the Snowden documents was a little bit misplaced. They were upset about the phone call metadata collection program. Angela Merkel, I think, rightfully was upset that we were hacking their cell phone. But in sort of the spy world, hacking your cell phone is pretty much what most spy agencies do. And there wasn't a lot that I saw in those documents that was beyond what I thought the spy agency does. And I think if there was another 9/11 tomorrow, God forbid, we would all say, how did the NSA exist? Why weren't they spying on those terrorists? Why weren't they spying on those world leaders? There's some of that too. But I think that there was great damage done to the U.S.'s reputation. I think we really lost our halo in terms of a protector of civil liberties. And I think a lot of what was reported was unfortunately reported in vacuum. That was my biggest gripe. That we were always reporting, the NSA has this program, and here's what it does, and NSA is in Angela Merkel's cell phone, and the NSA can do this. And no one was saying, and by the way, China has been hacking into our pipelines, and they've been making off all of our intellectual property, and Russia's been hacking into our energy infrastructure, and they've been using the same methods to spy on, track, and in many cases kill their own journalists. And the Saudis have been doing this to their own critics and dissidents. And so you can't talk about any of these countries in isolation. It is really like skies there. And so I just have complicated views.
Your post
The
is a
other
lot.
thing is, I'm sorry, it's a little bit of a
Let's
tangent,
see.
but the
I'll be
amount
the
of
judge of that.
documents that we had,
Whoa.
like
Whoa.
thousands of documents, most of which were just crap, that had people's names on them. You know, part of me wishes that those documents had been released in a much more targeted, limited way. Just a lot of it just felt like a PowerPoint that was taken out of context, and you just sort of wish that there had been a little bit more thought into what was released, because I think a lot of the impact was just the volume of your reporting. But I think, you know, based on what I saw personally, there was a lot of stuff that I don't know why that particular thing got released.
As a whistleblower, what's a better way to do it? I mean, there's fear, it takes a lot of effort to do a more targeted release. You know, if there's proper channels, you're afraid that those channels be manipulated by who you trust. What's a better way to do this, you think? As a journalist, it's also a journalistic question. Reveals fundamental flaw in the system without destroying the system. I bring up, again, Mark Zuckerberg from Meta. There was a whistleblower that came out about Instagram and Trump studies. And I also torn on how to feel about that whistleblower. Because a company perspective that's an open culture, how can you operate successfully if you have an open culture where any one whistleblower can come out of context, take a study, whether it represents a larger context or not, and the press eats it up, and then that creates a narrative that is just like with the NSA, you said, out of context, very targeted to where, well, Facebook is evil, clearly, because of this one week. It's really hard to know what to do there because we're now in a society that deeply distrusts institutions. And so narratives about whistleblowers make that whistleblower and their forthcoming book very popular. And so there's a huge incentive to take stuff out of context and to tell stories that don't represent the full context, the full truth. It's hard to know what to do with that. Because then that forces Facebook and Meta governments to be much more conservative, much more secretive. It's like a race. I don't know. I don't know if you can comment on any of that. How to be a whistleblower ethically and properly.
I don't know. I mean, these are hard questions. And, you know, even for myself, in some ways, I think of my book as sort of
Susan.
blowing the whistle on the Underground Zero.
She's fake.
But, you know, it's not like I was
What do you want, girl?
in the market myself. It's not like I had access to classified data when I was reporting out that book. You know, as I say in the book, like, listen, I'm just trying to scrape the surface here so we can have these conversations before it's too late. And, you know, I'm sure there's plenty in there with someone who's U.S. intelligence agencies preeminent zero-day probably listen to you all. And you're never going to get it 100%. But I really applaud whistleblowers like, you know, the whistleblower who was the whistle Trump call with Zelensky. I mean, people needed to know about that we were basically, in some ways, blackmailing an ally to try to influence an election. I mean, they went through the proper channels. They weren't trying to profit off of it, right? There was a book that came out afterwards with that whistleblower. That whistleblower's not like, they went through the channels. They're not living in Moscow. You know, let's put it that way.
Can I ask you a question? You mentioned NSA. One of the things it shows is they're pretty good at what they do. Again, this is a touchy subject, I suppose, but there's a lot of conspiracy theories about intelligence agencies. From your understanding of intelligence agencies, CIA, NSA, and the equivalent in other countries. Are they, one question, to be a dangerous question, are they confident? Are they good? And two, are they malevolent in any way? Sort of recent conversation about tobacco companies. I kind of see their customers as dupes. Like they could just play games with people. Conspiracy theories tell that similar story about intelligence agencies that they're interested in manipulating the populace for whatever ends the powerful in dark rooms, cigar smoke filled rooms. What's your sense? Do these conspiracy theories have kind of any truth to them? Or are intelligence agencies, for the most part, good for society?
You know, that's easy one.
Is it?
Yeah. I think, it depends which intelligence agency. Think about the Mossad. They're killing every Iranian nuclear scientist they can over the years, but have they delayed the time horizon before Iran gets bombed? Yeah. Have they probably staged out terror attacks on their own citizens? Yeah. None of these intelligence is intelligence. You can't just say like they're malevolent or they're heroes. Everyone I've met in this space is not like the pound chest patriot that you see on the beach on the 4th of July. A lot of them have complicated feelings about their former employers. Well, at least at the NSA reminded me to do what we were accused of doing after service, to spy on Americans. You have no idea the amount of red tape and paperwork and bureaucracy it would have taken to do whatever things that we were supposedly doing. But then, we find out in the course of this reporting about a program called Love It, where a couple of the NSA analysts were using their access to spy on their ex-girlfriends. So, there's an exception to every case. Generally, I probably get accused of my Western bias here again, but I think you can almost barely compare some of these Western intelligence agencies to China, for instance, and the surveillance that they're deploying on the Uyghurs, to the level they're deploying it, and the surveillance they're starting to export abroad. Some of the programs like the water attack I mentioned earlier, where it's not just hitting the Uyghurs inside China, hitting anyone interested in Uyghur life outside China. It could be an American high school student writing a paper on Uyghurs. They want to spy on that person too. There's no rules in China really limiting the extent of that surveillance. And we all better pay attention to what's happening with the Uyghurs, because just as Ukraine has been to Russia in terms of a test kitchen for cyber attacks, the Uyghurs are China's test kitchen for surveillance. And there's no doubt in my mind that they're testing them on the Uyghurs. Uyghurs are their petri dish, and eventually they will export that level of surveillance overseas. I mean, in 2015, Obama and Xi Jinping reached a deal where basically the White House said, we better cut it out on intellectual property theft. And so they made this agreement they would not hack each other for commercial benefit. And for a period of about 18 months, we saw this huge drop-off in Chinese cyber attacks on American companies. But some of them continued. Where did they continue? They continued on aviation companies, on hospitality companies like Marriott. Why? Because that was still considered fair game to China. It wasn't IP theft they were after. They wanted to know who was staying in this city At this time, Chinese citizens were saying there's cross-match for counterintelligence who might be a likely Chinese spy. I'm sure we're doing some of that too. Counterintelligence is counterintelligence, considered fair game. But where I think it gets evil is when you use it for censorship, to suppress and dissent, to do what I've seen the UAE do to its citizens, or people who go on Twitter just to advocate for better voting rights or enfranchisement, suddenly find their passports confiscated. I talked to one critic, Mansour, and he told me, you might find yourself a terrorist, labeled a terrorist one day, and you don't even know how to operate a gun. I mean, he'd been beaten up every time he tried to go somewhere. His passport had been confiscated. By that point, it turned out they already hacked into his phone, so they didn't listen to us talking. They'd hacked into his baby monitor, so they're spying on his child. And they stole his car. And then they created a new law that could criticize the rule of the party on Twitter, and he's been in solitary confinement every day since on hunger strike. So that's evil. That's evil. And we don't do that here. We have rules here. We don't cross that line.
Oh shit.
So yeah, in some cases, like I won't go to Dubai. I won't go to Abu Dhabi. If I ever want to go to the Maldives, like too bad, most of the flights go to Dubai.
So there's lines we wanted to cross, but let me guess that you said individuals within NSA and CIA, and they may have power. And to me, there's levels of, to me personally, this stuff with conspiracy theories is the things you mentioned as evil are more direct attacks. But there's also psychological warfare. So blackmail. So what does spying allow you to do? Allow you to collect information if you have something that's embarrassing, or like Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theories, active manufacture of embarrassing things, and then use blackmail to manipulate the population or all the powerful people involved. It troubles me deeply that MIT allows Jeffrey Epstein in their midst, especially some of the scientists that I admire that didn't hang out with that person at all. And so, I'll talk about it sometimes. And a lot of people tell me, well, obviously Jeffrey Epstein is a source for intelligence. And I just, I struggle to see that level of confidence in the governance. But, who the hell? And I guess I was trying to get to that point, because the bureaucracy is along which makes some of these things very difficult. I wonder how much malevolence, how much confidence there is in institutions. Like, how far, it takes us back to the asking question, how far are people willing to go if they have the power? This has to do with social engineering, this has to do with hacking, this has to do with manipulating people, attacking people, doing evil to people, psychological warfare, and stuff like that. I don't know. I believe that most people are good. And I don't think that's possible in a free society. There's something that happens when you have a centralized government with power corrupts over time, and you start surveillance programs take a slippery slope that over time starts to both use fear and direct manipulation to control the populace. But in a free society, it's difficult for me to imagine that you can have somebody like a Jeffrey Epstein front for intelligence. I don't know what that's going to be, but I'm just. I have a hope that for the most part, intelligence agencies are trying to do good and are actually doing good for the world. When you view it in the full context of the complexities of the world. But then again, if they're not, who do we know? That's why it's known might be a good thing. Let me ask you a personal question. You have investigated some of the most powerful organizations and people in the world of cyber warfare and cyber security. Are you ever afraid for your own life, your own well-being? digital or physical?
I mean, I've had my moments.
Lady, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares
Our
about you.
security team at the time called me at one point and said someone on the dark web offering good money to anyone who can hack your phone or your laptop. And I described to my friend how when I was at that hacking conference in Argentina, I came back and I brought a personal laptop with me, but I'd kept it in the safe anyway. And it didn't have anything on it, but someone had broken it and it was moved. I had all sorts of scary moments.
Hey, that's not scary. I'll watch my fucking life. That's scary. You're just some bitch. Lady sucks.
Writing about the times by China,
China doesn't give a shit about you.
cyber attacks where they've gotten into the thermostat at someone's corporate apartment.
A thermostat at somebody's car. What did they do? Turn on the air conditioning?
I was living by myself. I was single in San Francisco.
Yeah, no shit that you were single. That's an obvious one, kids, because no one wants to be around this incredibly.
And I got up and I ripped it out of the wall, and I think I said something like embarrassing, "Fuck you, China," And then I went back.
Serenity now.
And I woke up and like this like beautiful morning light.
Did somebody change your thermostat?
Morning light shining.
You know how you can prevent that? By having one of those old-fashioned ones. You can have one like I had in college. It didn't fucking work and you get charged for it. Really? You'd hit it and go. Be like, okay, does this fuck work? None of that shit worked.
Fork in the road where I could get a full tinfoil hat, go live off the grid, never have a car with navigation, never use Google Maps, never own an iPhone, never order diapers off Amazon, create an alias, or I could just do the best I can and live in this new digital world we're living in. And what is that?
This woman sucks, kids.
I mean, what are my crowns? This is what I tell people. What are your crowns? Just focus on that. You can't protect everything. You can protect your crowns. For me, for the longest time, my crown jewels were my sources. I was nothing without my sources. So I had some sources. I would meet the same dim sum place, or maybe it was a different restaurant.
You know, an interesting thing is I have not heard anybody use
every
Clapper.
quarter, and never drive there. You would never Uber there. You would bring any devices. I could bring a pencil and a notepad. And
Let's see if we can fucking go live.
like there were a couple times
No.
where I'd show up.
These motherfuckers banned me a long time ago.
Communicated digitally.
So this function is temporarily
And
unavailable.
I was willing to go to protect that source. But you can't do it for everyone. So for everyone else, it was Signal, using two-factor authentication, keeping my devices up to date, not clicking with phishing emails, using a password manager, all the things that we know we're supposed to do. And that's what I tell everyone. Like, don't go crazy, because then they have whoever they is for you. But just do the best you can. Now, my whole risk model changed when I had a kid. Now it's, oh God, anyone threatened. God. But
Thanks, baby.
It changes you, and
You're damn right. I have an amazing channel.
there are
I don't
some
even know what
things
one
like I was
what you're
really
looking
scared
at.
to go deep on, like Russian cyber,
Maybe.
like Putin himself. It's interesting. Like I have a mentor who's an incredible person who was Times Moscow bureau chief during the war. And
Did they suck dick too? Chinese cyber espionage. Dog, calm down, woman.
Who dropped his kids off at preschool when they were some age now, and the KGB would follow them, and they would make a really loud show of it. Tail ends, Nick Honk, the ruckus. They said, you know what? They never actually did anything, but they wanted me to know that they were following me, and I operated accordingly. And he says, that's how you should operate in the digital world. know that there are probably people following you. Sometimes they'll make them advice.
You got
But
the A,
one
the
thing
B,
you know is
the
that
C,
while you're
and
in
the
your
D.
time, you have a little bit
That's
of
the
an
biggest.
invisible shield on you. You know, if something were to happen to you, that would be a really big deal. That would be an international incident. So I kind of carried that invisible shield with me for years. And then Jamal Khashoggi happened. And that destroyed my vision of my invisible shield. You know, sure, you know, he was a Saudi, he was a Washington Post columnist. You know, for the most part, he was living in the United States, he was a journalist. And for them to do what they did to him pretty much in the open and get away with it, and for the United States to let them get away with it because we wanted to preserve diplomatic relations with the Saudis, that really threw my worldview upside down. And, you know, I think that sent a message to a lot of countries that it was sort of a season on journalists. And to me, that was one of the most destructive things that happened under the previous administration. And, you know, I don't really know what to think of my decision.
Like I said, that really worries me on the journalistic side that people will be afraid to dig deep on fascinating topics. And, you know, I have my own. Part of the reason I can love that kid.
Oh man, I got
Part of the reason I'm a little
There's
bit
a chicken
afraid,
out there tonight.
there's many ways to phrase this, but the loss of freedom in the way of doing all the crazy shit I naturally do, which I would say the ethics of journalism is kind of not is doing crazy shit without really thinking about it. Is letting your curiosity really allow you to be free and explore. I mean, whether it's stupidity or fearlessness, whatever it is, that's what creative journalism is. And all the concerns about security risks, it made me like become a better person. The way I approach it is just make sure you don't have anything to hide. I know this is not a thing. This is not a approach to security. This is like a motivational speech or something. It's just like you can lose, be hacked at any moment. Just don't be a douchebag secretly. Just be like a good person. Because then I see this actually with social media in general. Just present yourself in the most authentic way possible, meaning be the same person online as you are privately. Have nothing to hide. That's one, not the only, but one of the ways to achieve security. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but don't be secretly. If you're weird, publicly weird, so it's impossible to blackmail you. That's my approach to it.
Yeah, well, they call it the New York Times front page phenomenon. Don't put anything in email, I guess social media these days that you want to read on the front page of the New York Times. And that works, but sometimes I even get very, I not as many followers as you, but a lot of followers, and sometimes you kind of get carried away. Yeah. I mean, just the cortisol response on Twitter. You know, Twitter is basically like designed to elicit those responses. I mean, every day I turn on my computer, I look at my phone, I look at what's trending on Twitter, and it's like, what are the topics that are going to make the most angry today? And, you know, it's easy to get carried away, but it's also just, that sucks too, that you have to be constantly censoring yourself. And maybe it's for the better. Maybe you can't be a secret asshole. And you can put that in the bucket. But at the same time, you know, there is a danger to that other voice, to creativity, you know, to being weird. There's a danger to that little whispered voice that's like, well, how could you read that? You know, how could that be manipulated? How could that be used against you? And that stifles creativity and innovation and free thought. And you know, that is on a very micro level. And that's something I think about a lot. And that's actually something that Tim Cook has talked about a lot, and why he has said he goes full force on privacy is it's just that little voice that is at some level censored now. And what is the long-term impact of that little voice over time?
I think there's ways. I think that self-censorship is an attack vector. The solutions, the way I'm inspired by Elon Musk, the solutions to that is just be privately and publicly the same person. It's ridiculous. Embrace the whole weirdness and show it more and more. So, that's memes that has like ridiculous humor. I think, and if there is something you really want to hide, deeply consider if that you want to be that. Like, why are you hiding? What exactly are you afraid of? Because I think my whole vision for the internet is the internet loves authenticity. They want to see you here, to be that, and like live that fully. Because I think that gray area where you're kind of censoring yourself, that's where the destruction is. You have to go all the way, step over, be weird, and then it feels like you painful for people to attack and so on, but just try it. That's just skill on the social psychological level that ends up being an approach to security, which is like remove the attack vector of having private information by being full to yourself. What advice would you give to young folks today, operating in this complicated space about how to have a successful life, a life to be proud of, a career to be proud of? Maybe somebody in high school and college thinking about what they need to do.
Be a hacker. If you have any interest, become a hacker and apply yourself to defense. Every time we do have these amazing scholarship programs, for instance, where they find you early, pay your college as long as you commit to some kind of federal commitment to sort of help federal agencies with cybersecurity. And where does everyone want to go every year from the scholarship program? They want to go work at the NSA or cyber command. They want to go work on offense. They want to go do the sexy stuff. It's really hard to get people to work on defense. It's always been more fun to be a pirate than be in the Coast Guard. And so we have a huge deficit when it comes to filling those roles. There's 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity positions around the world. They talk about job security, like be a hacker and work on cybersecurity, you will always have a job. And we're actually in a huge deficit and disadvantage of the free market economy because you can't match cybersecurity salaries at Palantir or Facebook or Google or Microsoft. And so it's really hard for the United States to fill those roles. And other countries have this workaround where they basically enforce conscription on some level. China tells people, like, you do whatever you're going to do during the day, work at Alibaba, you need to do. So somewhere, okay, the minute when you tap you on the shoulder and ask you to come do this sensitive operation for us, the answer is yes. The same with Russia. A couple of years ago, Yahoo was hacked, and they laid it all out in an indictment. Came down to 2 cyber criminals and 2 guys from the FSB. Cyber criminals were allowed to have their fun. And the minute they came across the username and password for someone's personal Yahoo account that was to the White House or the State Department or military, they were expected to pass that over to the FSB. So we don't do that here. And it's even worse because defense really can't fill these positions. So, if you are a hacker, if you're interested in code, if you're a tinker, learn how to hack. There are all sorts of amazing hacking competitions you can do. Stands, for example, and use those skills for good. Neuter the bugs in that code that get used by autocratic regimes to make people's life live in prison. Plug those holes, defend industrial systems, defend our water treatment facilities from hacks where people are trying to come in and poison the water. That I think is just an amazing, it's an amazing job on so many levels. It's intellectually stimulating. You can tell yourself you're serving your country. You can tell yourself you're saving lives, keeping people safe, and you'll always have amazing job security. You need to go get that job that pays you $2 million a year.
You can have a public profile, more so of a public profile. You can be a public rock star. And it's the same thing for the military. There's a lot of well-known people commenting on the fact that veterans not treated as well as they should be, but it's still the fact that soldiers are deeply respected for defending the country, the freedoms, the ideals we stand for. And in the same way, in some ways, the cybersecurity defense are the soldiers of the future.
Yeah. It's interesting. In cybersecurity, the difference is oftentimes you see more interesting threats in the private sector because that's what the attacks come. When cyber criminals and nation state adversaries come for the United States, they don't go directly to cyber command or the NSA. No, they go through banks, they go through Google, they go through Microsoft, they go through critical infrastructure. And so those companies, those private sector companies, get to see some of the most advanced, sophisticated attacks out there. And you're working in fire, right? And you're calling out the solar range attack, for instance. You just saved God knows how many systems from that compromise turning into something that more resembles sabotage. So go be a hacker and or go be a journalist.
So you wrote the book. This is how you tell me the world ends, as we've been talking about. Of course, referring to cybersecurity. What gives you hope about the future of our world? If it doesn't end, how will it not end?
That's a good question. I have to have hope, right? Because as a kid, went around the way. I didn't have to be kids. But it's a scary time to be having kids. And like pandemic, climate change, disinformation, increasingly advanced, perhaps deadly cyber attacks. What gives me hope is that I share your worldview that I think people are fundamentally good. And sometimes, and this is why the metaverse scares me to death, but when I'm reminded of that is not online. Like online, I have the opposite. You start to lose hope and sanity when you're on Twitter every day. It's like when I go to the grocery store or you go on a hike or like someone smiles at me, or someone just says something nice. People are fundamentally good. We just don't hear from those people enough. And my hope is, I just think our current political climate, like we've hit rock bottom. This is as bad as it gets. We can't do anything. But I think it's a generational thing. I think baby boomers, like, it's time to move. I think it's time for the new generation to come in. And I actually have a lot of hope when I look at, I'm sort of like this, I guess they call me a geriatric millennial or a young Gen X. But like we have this unique responsibility because I grew up without the internet and without social media, but I'm native to it. So I know the good and I know the bad. And that's true in so many different things. I grew up without climate change anxiety. And now I'm feeling it. And I know it's not a given. We don't have to just resign ourselves to climate change. Same with disinformation. And I think a lot of the problems that we face today have just exposed sort of inertia that there's been so many of these issues. And I really think it's a generational shift that has to happen. And I think this next generation is come in and say, like, we're not doing business like you guys did it anymore. You know, we're not just going to like rape and pillage the earth and try and turn everyone against each other and play dirty tricks and let lobbyists dictate, you know, what we do or don't do as a country anymore. And that's really where I see the hope.
It feels like there's a lot of looking for young minds to step up and create solutions and lead. So if you were like politicians or leaders that are older, like you said, are acting shitty, I see that as a positive. They're inspiring a large number of young people to replace them.
Yeah.
So it's, I think you're right. There's going to be, it's almost like we need people to act shitty to remind them, oh, wow, we need good leaders, we need great creators, builders, entrepreneurs, and scientists and engineers and journalists. You know, all the discussions about how the journalism is quote unquote broken and so on. That's just inspiration for new institutions to rise up and do journalism better. New journalists to step up and do journalism better. And I've been constantly, when I talk to young people, I'm constantly impressed by the ones that dream to build solutions. Mm-hmm. And so that's ultimately where I put the hope that the world is a messy place, like we've been talking about. It's a scary place.
Yeah, and I think you hit on something earlier, which is authenticity. Like, no one is going to rise above that is plastic anymore. You know, people are craving authenticity. You know, the benefit of the internet is it's really hard to hide who you are on every single platform. You know, on some level, it's going to come out who you really are. And so you hope that, you know, by the time my kids are grown up, like, no one's going to care if they made one mistake online, so long as they're authentic. You know, and I used to worry about this. My nephew was born the day I graduated from college, and I just always, you know, he's like born into Facebook, and I just think, like, how is a kid like that ever going to be president of the United States of America? Because if Facebook had been around when I was in college, you know, like, Jesus, you know, how are those kids going to ever be president? There's going to be some photo of them at some point making some mistake, and that's going to be all over for them. And now I take that back. Now it's like, no, everyone's going to make mistakes. There's going to be a picture for everyone. And we're all going to have to come and grow up to the view that as humans, we're going to make huge mistakes. And hopefully they're not so big that they're going to ruin the rest of your life. But we're going to have to come around to this view that we're all human. And we're going to have to be a little bit more forgiving and a little bit more tolerant when people mess up. And we're going to have to be a little bit more humble when we do. And like, keep moving forward. Otherwise, we can't cancel everyone.
Nicole, this was an incredible, hopeful conversation. Also, one that reveals that in the shadows, there's a lot of challenges to be solved. So I really appreciate you for coming. It's really difficult subject with your book. That's journalism at its best. So I'm really grateful that you took the risk and put that on. And then you put the cable box back in and you have hope. Thank you so much for spending about that time with me.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Nicole further on. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me read you some words from Nicole herself. Here we are, trusting our entire digital lives, passwords, texts, love letters, banking records, health records, credit cards, sources, deepest thoughts to this mystery box, whose inner circuitry most of us would never vet, run by code written in a language most of us will never fully understand. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. I get so passionate about it. I get so angry, you know, because there's this saying like, oh, can you be the hook? Yeah. Win. Good tips. Just win. Don't talk to me good anymore. You believe the match is finished. And I wonder if that gets in the head of the other person.
See this?
Yeah. Quit. The following is a conversation with Devin Barrett, considered by many to be one of the greatest arm wrestlers in history. This is a Let's Week podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Devin Barrett. You are considered to be one of the greatest arm wrestlers in history. Plus, are the most charismatic and fun people to watch in arm wrestling. But let me first start with a ridiculous, controversial opinion. I actually really enjoy Over the Top, the movie with Sylvester Stallone. He's a trucker. It's like a father-son movie. It's like a bunch of sports have definitive movie. Boxing has Rocky, maybe folk style, collegiate wrestling has Vision Quest. What else is there? Billiards is Money. This is the sort of movie for arm wrestling. So what did Over the Top get right? What did it get wrong about arm wrestling? That was actually based off of a real story. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah, the Over the Top movie. I mean, to a certain degree, that's actually real life. Like that tournament Over the Top was real. Yeah, it was literally named Over the Top. Yes. There was a trucker division, and the guy actually won a truck for real. His name's John Bazin. Who that is, right? So the actual Over the Top tournament, the trucker division, was won by John. Who is John Bazin? He is. A lot of people talk about him as like a legend and one of, if not the greatest arm wrestlers of all time. John Bazin is every arm wrestler's father to a certain degree. All of us. The entire sport looks up to him. It's incredible what he's done. I mean, at 18, he won Over the Top. At 57, he just competed with me a couple months ago. Still at the world level. 18. That's 40 years being at the top of the sport. It's incredible. He's hailed as the greatest of all time in the sport of arm wrestling. Yeah, and he's beaten some monsters. Oh yeah. And he doesn't. I mean, when you talk about like the evolution of the sport, he's responsible for so much. Like when you talk about like a lot of times when you go back like 20 years, 30 years, a lot of us looked at arm wrestling, I mean, as something you could kind of do. And he's the first guy who's like, I want to get better at arm wrestling. And it seems so simple, but he answered so many questions that all of us had about techniques in the sport back, pre-video internet. Yeah, he's been everybody's target for like 40 years. So in terms of strength, in terms of power, in terms of skill, what did he teach the sport of arm wrestling? So if you look, how did the sport change in the 90s?
Sucks.
The odds. You were
Everything sucks. There isn't a thing on this earth that doesn't suck at this moment.
Very top of the world, but like you were very top of the world, left and right hand.
I like it.
In 2008 to 2013, something like that. So how did that evolve to today? So it's hard for me to comment, prior to, when I came to the sport was kind of in the 90s. Like I've been arm wrestling my whole life, but I wasn't really involved in the sport to a major degree until probably the mid-90s. But I'll say that before the mid-90s, it was really hard to get good at wrestling. Very good. Everybody was good at arm wrestling. Like it was really rare to find people who were technically good at wrestling. It was very underrated. When I got into the sport, it was a flyer that came in the mail. You had to know somebody who knew somebody, and then you go to a club and you can't do anything with these people, and they knew how to arm wrestle. They did, but real masters were rare. And then internet helped everybody. Communication, the transfer of knowledge became so much faster. People became technically, invested. People started sharing ideas by, I'd say, 2000, probably around the turn of the millennium, I'd say that professional leagues started to slowly pick up, more organized, bigger productions, started to attract more athletes, more people took it seriously. By 2010, I'd say there was another jump, more serious leagues, a little bit more money. By 2015, more major leagues. People were investing a lot of money, like millionaires, billionaires type of people were organizing events, setting up leagues, and the past 5 years it's just blown up. The techniques. I mean, if I was to go back to when I started, what took me 10 or 15 years to learn, I mean, new guys are showing up, got it down in like a year. Yeah. Well, the thing about it, the development of the sport is it's, like I was telling you off mic, it's a battle of one versus one. And then that can turn into a battle of nations, which, there's Canada, there's the United States, there's all the Eastern Europe, Russia, Georgia, all that. That's what makes some of the greatest sports in the Olympics great, like weightlifting. It's a battle of nations, not just a battle of individuals. It's almost like these two humans represent the two nations. And I see that very much. You talk about your matches coming up, but there is that battle between North America and that other part of the world. Yeah. North America great pride. The North American champion is always highly sought after because they're typically most famous. Even still when, arguably, there's always somebody in Eastern Europe who's just monstrous. It's typically the North American athletes who's more recognized. By the way, well, cup here, maple syrup. Cheers. You probably should. You just dial that. No. I'm gonna sip it. But by all means, it's really good, right? Yeah. That is maple syrup. Yeah. That's a perfect July day in Canada in bottle. Yeah. So you're on a total tangent. You are known for appreciating food in all kinds of ways, but one of the things you're known for is pancakes. That is, that's not a crazy business sport, but yeah, where did that originate? So, where that originated? When it went from like your actual love of pancakes to the
I'll see if anybody said anything to me.
What happened was,
great.
So I had a match with Michael Todd. Big match. Michael, great champion. He's another guy. He's never going to get off the horse. His elbow is a complete disaster. Probably one of the most loved and hated guys in the sport right now. Is it because the King's move? Yeah, the King's move brings him a lot of hate. Not from me, not from a lot of people, but a lot of observers have a big problem with the King's move. What's wrong with being controversial? It's fun. I get so passionate about it. I get so angry, because there's this saying like, oh, can you beat him in a hook? Yeah. Win. Just win. Don't talk to me about anything. If you can win, style, win your style. But don't talk to me about anything but winning. That's the point. He had this match with Michael Todd. Yeah. So I was in a terrible place. I guess it was screwed up. It's 2022 now, right? No, it's 2030. What you talking about? Yeah, that's right. I think it is actually 2030. We're way ahead of schedule. Oh man, that's right. So when was this? Just like a decade ago? No, this is like a year ago. So it's very recent. Very recent. Yeah. So I got really sick. Like, this is the match, right? Awesome. So this match is for the legacy. So we invented this thing called the legacy hammer. Michael took it from us in, I think, 2018. And COVID shut everything down. And Michael went overseas to try and set up, because at that time, Michael was a North American champion. he beat me, and he went to Dubai, organized this great big match, and the whole thing fell apart. Organizers, leagues, he wouldn't let it happen. But there was still an ability to have a match of significance happen. So Michael's like, "Who do you want? Let's get done with it." I'm like, yes! And I was really sick at the time. I had EBT, I had pulmonary embolism, I was mentally in a terrible place, and got offered the match. It just totally turned my life around, and I committed really hard. Yeah, and what happened was I just totally destroyed him. Yeah, I just beat the piss out of him. Yeah. Mike was a good friend of mine, but
yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie.
Yeah, but we fight like brothers, so we let each other really fight hard against each other. But so I knew strength and mass, they were hand in hand. And I committed to just getting as big and as strong as I could, and literally I was eating pancakes, bacon, pancakes, every sloppy bit, garbage food I could eat. I was trying to eat healthy also, but if there was garbage food, I'd eat it.
What do you mean bacon and pancakes isn't healthy? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
People should go watch this video where the Canadian meal of bacon with some bacon cooking tips, water. That was interesting.
Yeah,
and then obviously pancakes, maple syrup, the whole thing.
You're making me very hungry. I've caused more diabetes than probably going to get in trouble karmically for making the world obese.
You should probably write a book, The Pancake Diet.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think I will do it.
So you said mass and strength go hand in hand. Just at a big level of an arm wrestling, what's more important? Strength, power, endurance, skill, strategy, mental toughness. How do these components all come into play in arm wrestling?
They're all important. You can use everything. You can adjust your strategy based off the tools that you have. I would say if I could pick ever one thing to have more of, I would say to strength gain while fighting. While actually arm wrestling is not offer. No. So you get stronger from arm wrestling.
How do you get stronger from arm wrestling? Like jiu-jitsu and grappling, you get good by training with people much technically worse than you. So white belts, blue belts, it's actually beneficial. You get to work stuff out, right? But I wouldn't say it develops like that intensity and power required to go against people at your level. So how do you balance that? Is it okay to go against people that are much weaker than you, or do you really have to go against people at the same level?
I think that a blended strategy is probably the best. I'd say kind of a rule is whatever you do to get better. So be kind of as precise as possible.
Welcome. How you guys?
You don't want to get hurt. And it's just best. And
What's good in your neck of the woods?
the answer's not always the same. Things are going to change.
Yeah. I didn't even want to fucking talk to you anyway. Fuck you.
Right, so you have a lot of volume to build a great tower. You have a ton of volume. If you look at how that build volume, you want to work as particularly challenging, make you feel good, and do them. When you add them all together, you get the biggest fun. So any
Look at this athleticism.
that are specific as possible, in my opinion, is the best way to lay the foundation for extreme peak and precision, right? Like, there's no more precise way to get strong than arm wrestling.
So how often do you arm wrestle? What's your training? You're talking about this as the climb. What is the training process to get great arm wrestling?
Well, again,
It's going to depend on the answer at the beginning. Might not be for me. Guy's been almost 30 years. I have to harvest energy from clubs. Punch. Sorry to interrupt you. You are in Texas, but you were close to the water. You had an awesome crowd. It was great. I get to watch that. I get to track a lot of those guys. Amazing.
Welcome.
To Dimitri in Russian, in English. He's a
How are you?
He's a brilliant dude. Also, one of the toughest
Hello.
guys you face there.
How are you?
It must have been hundreds. Yeah,
Excellent.
Yeah, and that for me is a perfect choice. Yeah. So if I go in and just kind of I'm like a lightning rod, and I just absorb everything that I can get from people, all their effort. That's perfect. But I'm lucky because I'm in a place that I can do it. If I was losing or failing, this would not be up to me. But strong enough,
Welcome.
long enough.
How are you?
Kind of
Welcome. How are you?
This is perfect. I typically.
What'd you say?
When I'm training up for a very serious match.
What's up? How are you? How old are you? Okay, what year were you born? What year were you born? Cool. Excellent. So, how's your day going? Excellent. How'd you hear about me? Well, your friend is amazing. What up, Murder? How you doing, Murder? What's good? Just let. What up, Abdul Bakar? Pleasure to meet you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Murder, how'd you find out about me? YouTube? Oh, you found me on YouTube. Bravo, man. Excellent. Well, if you guys don't know what I do, I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I'm live right now on more than 11 different YouTube channels. I'm live in more than 11 different Discords. And I'm growing popularity every single day. And that's a good thing. Some things that we talk about. Go ahead. What'd you say? Oh, excellent. Hey, I got this thing. It's pretty cool. Just one moment. I'll show it to you guys. What kind of Spanish? What kind of Spanish do you speak? Like, like, uh, like from Spain? From Spain or from? Okay, from Spain. Just one moment. Here we go. Spain. You tell me if this is good. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm glad that you're here.
Espero que esto se traduzca. Bueno, espero que entiendas lo que digo. Me alegra que estés aquí.
Weck. Oh, yeah, fuck it. No one cares. I don't even care. I don't want to talk to you anyway. Between 18 and 19. Who says that?
3 or 4 times, and then the days in between, I will just do blood flow rehab. I will never hit a PR record.
What up, Weck?
I used to.
Shout out to you.
That's why I say there's a lot of ways to do it. This is currently a system that's working very well. So when you say PR, you're not aggressively chasing the peak. You're just building. Yeah. My only peak that I care about is for this cycle, 25th of June. It's my only peak. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about Levon Siganishvili, the Georgian Paul. Question number one. Is it possible to beat him? He is widely acknowledged as the most powerful person in arm wrestling today. Is he beatable? And if so, how? Everybody's beatable. Levon is what this modern peak of arm wrestling is. So for people who are just listening, we also have an overlaid video of Levon doing his Italian women, another top 3 person in the world, perhaps. And how's the guy in the right? Just big. I love it. The aggression, being it off.
Hello, how are you?
The full package.
Excellent to hear.
He represents the pinnacle.
Well, we're very happy that you're here. I hope only good things for you. We're just watching a podcast. Feel free to enjoy.
Levon has a lot of bases. I mean, armor so far out of the field. It's absolutely like 2 things. The 2 things I'm confident and it counts for a lot. The other thing is liability. So after there's an opportunity for the tide to turn, that's the thing where he'll never get it back. So I think if I could somehow find a hole in his game, that if you're going to hold off the initial like assault of power, and then wear him out, and so how much of that is mental? How much of it is for your muscles to have the endurance to hold on? I like to make the sport bigger. And a lot of things that most arm wrestlers believe it is, I always try. So there is definitely a mental aspect to it when you're faced with something that you've never seen before. That's when things like experience comes in. You can become surprised, where what's a surprise for him is routine for me. So my adjustments are accurate. That's how I do it. Yeah, I play a dirty game. So it's how important confidence in the progression of the match. There's ups and downs of confidence. Like, holy shit, I actually have a chance to win this. Holy shit, I'm winning this. You're done. Some of my favorite moments, I don't know if those are fake or not. If they can't tell you, but I had or whatever. You get a parent, but you believe it's finished. And that gets in the head of you. When you start to so I'm sure doing things in like you're also indicate you believe they're finished, but you're facially just do this, yeah, quit. Oh, that's right, because it's crazy. So that's all the battle is about. It's like it's you're done. You might as well give up. Commitment is so important in anything you do, right? Like I always bring things to a level of commitment that's uncommon. I think that's it's because I just so committed in the whole process. And by the time that I actually show up to fight, I sometimes just wish that it would kill me. I would, because where I want to go. How can
No, you've got to be 18 to be in here. Apologies, my friend.
Unhappy.
Okay, well then he's not.
Yeah, you know. I don't know if you
He's
know
not 18 then.
he was on. Yeah.
Okay, well then tell him to fix his account. That's not on me. I'm not going to change the rules for that.
He can't get off the mat. And he's disappointed ultimately because he was always able to get off the mat on his own accord. So he wants to, on the mat. So that's what commitment looks like. Yeah. So what is this process? What is this climb? Probably the toughest match of your career. I would say the most epic match in arm wrestling history. And it's really building up. You said North America. I mean, I think by accounts of many, you're one of the greatest arm wrestlers ever. He is one of the scariest arm wrestlers ever. And so this match, by the way, where's it happening? It'll be in Dubai. Yeah, June. So what does the climb look like? The climb for me, what I have to change in my life, always. People talk about being. I've always loved it. I've loved it like crazy. But to me, the path is about simplicity and removal of distractions. I do better and better the more I get rid of everything, nothing else, so that my life is just the goal, just the target, and everything else is off the table. And that's where I need to get to, where there's nothing between me. And every single day you're putting in everything, all day. Now you said you worked out yesterday, did hundreds of. I used to work out. So what was that workout? So you're mixing up stuff where you're doing weight. Also, this morning, what's administratively easy. That's a big part of your do. Drop bands. Yeah. It's rehabilitating. So I'm really feeling good, doing proper movements. But yeah, just band workout in the hotel. What does a band workout look like? So are you doing arm wrestling movement? Are you see that? See what you did there? Yeah. You want to bring him in. Yeah. Up. Oh, the up thing. Up into your center. Right now. You think, what can you control out here? And then bring everything. Yeah, just let's say. Pinning happens when pinning is. People always think about pinning. Don't think about pinning. How much of the body is part of this? The core, the torso, because like there's that almost like a Mike Tyson punch power, right? Yeah. Does it come from the hips too and the legs? It's the body. Everything's
living dream, dog. How are you?
You're connected to the table at times, as far as your base. Sometimes your base is. But a lot
excellent.
Of times you can base off the table.
Welcome. Hope you're having a good day. We're just watching a podcast.
No arm wrestling.
Take care, buddy.
Okay. It's all about the feet and the actions of the hand. That's always the thing. You look at a guy like Full Leg Zoc. Okay, do you know this guy? Full Leg Zoc. Yeah, marvelous. Total helper. He's my inspiration to what I call pumpkin training. But probably we'll get into that. But I only train my right arm. That's it. Yeah, with homework. But back to full body. It is full body. My good friend Matt Mavs, when he arm wrestled me, he actually blew his internal abductor in his leg. So yeah, people walk away from tournament, calves can be sore sometimes. It happens. But no, there he is right there. He is a real life hellboy.
I'm good. How are you?
Crazy. By the way, Vaughn, I'm going. So, can you say more about the mental side? What it looks to be?
Just watching a
All
podcast.
these things. So, it's possible to get inside. There's definitely strategies that you can do depending on who it is you're facing. And choose. I always follow a process when it comes to my mental preparation. When I'm far away from events, I just always build up my confidence, build perspective, start to fear them, and start to believe that they'll be. And this is a part of my preparation, and that's where I am right now. And force me to be responsible. You know, I don't want to. The later I build the work in my mind, the more motivation. Then I'll start to degrade them. Yeah, that's when it normally
What up? What up?
And
The Lex Friedman podcast.
I just try and completely dominate from the actual moment.
Because I like podcasts.
Fear, confidence, anxiety, your mind. I love to fight. I love it. Love. I know. There's a and then there's really living in the moment, right? You love to do, and that's what you know, really be free. That you want to follow, right? I just love it.
Yo, dog.
I don't think about the future. I just think about
I'm watching a podcast.
fighting. Study videos.
What's your question? That's okay. I'll answer. Just one moment. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming live on more than 11 different accounts on YouTube for more than 3 years. This is the most amount of data ever uploaded to the internet. It's essentially a time capsule for humanity.
Me afeité la pierna a las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana, los 365 días del año por la paz mundial. He estado transmitiendo en vivo en más de 11 cuentas diferentes en YouTube. Esta es la mayor cantidad de datos que se haya subido a Internet. Es esencialmente una cápsula del tiempo para la humanidad.
Can you repeat that? No. Your English is fine. I just didn't hear what.
No entendiste.
I'm a certified project management professional.
Soy un profesional certificado en gestión de proyectos. Soy un profesional certificado en gestión de proyectos.
Absolutely. That's a great question to have. I completely understand. If I may ask, whose voice chat did you see me in? Yeah. Absolutely. I'm in there right now. Cool. Do you have any other questions?
¿Tienes algo?
It's okay if you don't have questions now. You have them in the future. Just let me know. Answer your questions.
No hay problema. Si no tienes preguntas ahora y las tienes en el futuro, házmelo saber. Estoy aquí para preguntas.
What do you love? Thank you, man. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was my friend's birthday, so we played a lot of games, and then we did a countdown at midnight, and then we were up pretty late, and then I went to bed. You should know that you're always welcome here. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here to support you, and I just appreciate.
Ustedes deberían saberlo. Siempre serán bienvenidos aquí. Si alguna vez necesitan algo de mí, estoy aquí para apoyarlos y aprecio su amabilidad.
You're welcome. Absolutely. Yes. Do I like what? What did you say? Bye bye. Adios. Ciao, ciao.
The people I watch very closely. Yeah. What do you make of his evolution? So he's grown in size, but also you talked about his evolution technically as well. Like, in studying him, since we're in the build your opponent to be terrifying stage, what makes him great? He's very
Buddy,
thing about him.
I took a shower.
Is his strength. That's the thing that sets him apart from everyone. His strength, specialized strength.
Let's see how many people like my post. 2.
I believe it's unmatched. Can we linger on that word strength?
Somebody tipped me?
What does strength mean? What does it feel like? Are we talking about bicep, like shoulder? Are we talking about like whatever control? Right. Is the wrist? Yeah. Is it the what? How does strength manifest? You know, like when I touch your hand, when we grab arms, I feel like fuck, this control. What is that? You know, where does that come from? Where in arm wrestling, you're at the top of the world. Where does that come from? So it's chains. There's chains of strength, and in arm wrestling, this is the technical strength. Okay, and we use these technical chains to fight each other. The chains that I'll talk about is remember how we talked about the post, this upwards drive, this ability to close this ankle. This is a chain. It can be used. It's a technical attack. It's also an attack that can be built with training. Just the ability to just drive upwards. There's a chain where you cup your wrist in, and the anchor in the chain brings you right to your heart, right to your center.
right? This chain, and this can be done at any time. There's a pronation, and that's to turn your thumb over, right? Turn your thumb over and you attack the person's cupping chain. And there's a huge number of muscles involved in each right chain, and that's why I say it's a chain, right? But they're movements, and these movements you can develop in the gym or through practice. And you don't mean it's easy to sort of interpret strength to mean how much you curl, essentially. Yeah, but if you mean the chain, it's all right. And that's what I mean. People talk about bicep. I mean, yes, there's bicep for sure involved, but I'll always be inaccurate if I try and tell you like what muscles are the. So I prefer to explain it in a movement, and then everything that's involved. Right. Yeah, and Levon's movements for arm wrestling are incredibly impressive. What do you attribute it to? How much of that is genetics? How much of it is some training thing he's doing? I think that Levon is very special in terms of his genetics. Not every, yeah, there's not many Levons out there. But what I've encountered in the eyes that I always see, like when people talk about people like discount other sides. The thing is, Levon rarely are ahead. You talk about the technical application of the sport.
Yeah, sure. What's going on? I don't. I don't know what that is. That's okay.
He so rarely needs to show it. It's incredible. If you watch his progression, he came up with technical struggles to overcome.
I'm a project management professional.
Because this guy cannot even defeat him.
Thanks, big dog. I love cat.
To defeat him.
Word, dog.
It's not even a discussion. A lot of battles to get over the years.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know what that is. Oh, I like arm wrestling. It is. Yeah, that is what the podcast is. I'm just watching a bunch of them, and this is the one that's on. Yeah. Do you like arm wrestling? Excellent. Yeah, it's cool. Very excellent. Do you have any other questions? Do I have a Montecore alphabet? Is that what you asked? What do you mean by that? A Montecore alphabet. Let me look at it. Let me look one up. Hold on a second. It's a new animal. A Montecore alphabet? What kind of animal is it? Do I like what 3? Oh, God of War 3. I haven't played it, but I've seen people play it. It seems very cool. I have sure, I have seen people play that game. I personally haven't played it, but it looks very cool. I personally haven't played it, but I've seen other people play it, and it looks very cool.
Personalmente no lo he jugado, pero he visto a otras personas jugar y se ve muy genial.
Do you like? Is it a good game?
¿Te gusta jugar a ese juego? ¿Es un buen juego?
Muy bueno. Absolutely, yes. Yes, if I were going to play, I would want to play the other two first and then get into 3. But I appreciate the advice. Thank you.
Sí, si tuviera que jugar, querría jugar primero con los otros 2 y luego con los 3, pero agradezco el consejo. Gracias.
Thank you. If you have more questions, please let me know. If not, we'll continue on.
Si tienes más preguntas, por favor, házmelo saber. Si no, continuaremos viendo el podcast.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see the guys. Oh yeah, and that's the part that's like complete. He's got where he hasn't, and I think sometimes he plays with people. Yeah, with on the boost. I call it. But great. Galley is a 220-pound guy from Kazakhstan. Brilliant technician, but power-wise, not in the same world. And Kurt Galley, well, even though he lost 6-0, he still did well. In my opinion, Levon didn't care. Levon was like grabbing him low and just going, whatever. I will show him things that he's not seen before. I will. He hasn't competed often in his rule set, which will be a challenge for him. But yeah, what can I say? Like Levon, he's Everest. Yeah. You are seen by basically everybody is the big underdog. But you also even in the Eastern, I talk to Russians a lot. You know that moment in Rocky when they start cheering for Rocky? Yeah. You're kind of
It is 24/7, 365 live stream, including karaoke, playing of games, dancing, watching sports, movies, music, audiobooks, podcasts.
No, you're returning. It is like this big moment, the big climb. I will be the pointy end of the spear. North America. Beautiful. Well, let's. Thanks for bringing that match up. Let's talk about just the match against Dennis. Your left-hand match. He's also terrifying. And seen as one of the strongest, probably the one of, if not the strongest left-hand arm wrestler. Yeah. There's a lot that you said there. Maybe you could talk about this match at a high level. Why did you take on this match? Why did you do the left hand? Yeah, this is the right hand. Yeah. What can you tell us? Okay, Dennis and Nikov. There's so much about this match. I love Dennis. Russian guy. Yeah, Russian guy. Russian. I used to call him Dennis Chernobyl. What a monster. He kind of led, I should say, this new era of arm wrestling where the super heavyweight strength level has just gone through the roof. I wanted the match for such a long time. We tried to get the match. We couldn't get it. This is back in 2008 to 2012. Couldn't get the match. I've always been number one-on-one puller. He was doing the tournament format. I was ranked number one in the world. And towards the end, it kind of was very undecided. I ended up getting surgery. I ended up abandoning the super heavyweight division. I went down to 225s for a few years. WAL failed temporarily. So the 225-pound division is scrapped. And I said, okay, I'm going to go for the big crown once again. And I started to go after super heavyweights. The 2018 season was right hand. I started to enter negotiations to have the match with him. We've been chasing the match for 10 years. They wanted to do it left hand. I wanted to do right hand. I just wanted to do the match. I wanted to do the match with Dennis. I wanted to beat Dennis. So people should know that you were right hand. Always been. I hate doing excuses. I hate. Dennis was better than me. That even on my best day. If you had gone back my entire career, 2018, like I could maybe do it. At that point, just over beat him. I don't go right. Right-handed, no. Curious with it. So is the world. Well, it might still happen, but completely destroyed. And I learned from it. Or the Dennis match. I think I don't know exactly what you. Maybe I felt like my thinking a little bit. How prepared Dennis was. How he took the sport. Was wasn't, where I almost enjoyed that entire cost. Limited to. I kind of changed my mind. And get more professional. Rush towards death. Facts. Bukowski, John Bukowski, I think that's right. And I understood level right. And
Yoda.
no longer now, and so, like
what did I do?
So Dennis is an incredible guy.
Can someone translate for us? Can someone Can you repeat it again? I understand. Did I leave the channel? Did you? Let me check. Let me check. I heard you read a bunch of social media, but I don't know what else you're saying. Can you please repeat?
He oído que lees un montón de cosas en las redes sociales, pero no sé qué más estás diciendo. ¿Puedes repetirlo, por favor?
If you would, go get your friend who can translate. He'll make it easier.
Si pudieras buscar a un amigo que pueda traducirlo, te resultaría más fácil.
Do I like Pornhub? Do I like Pornhub? It's like any other porn site. I see. Oh, I understand now. Yeah, I don't really use it, so it's not really social media that I would put it
Ah, ahora lo entiendo. No lo uso realmente, así que no es realmente una red social lo que pondría ahí.
there. Okay. Do I like what? Do I like the universe?
Is there a moment? Just a moment, right? And which I was asking, you realize, we're not ready.
Yo,
I remember, seeing videos of somebody and meeting them in person is different. I remember the weigh-in, sorry, not the weigh-in, the standoff that we did, before the match. I'm looking at his arms,
retired.
his bicep, it looked like it was like freaking glute muscle. Yeah, like his entire structure is so sinewy and just so strong. It was so impressive. And I remember when I arm wrestled him at a certain time, he allowed me to really tell because it happens very quickly. But he let me set my I kind of got my lock, kind of do a great hold, and he just you were able to get it. So it was more right. Yeah, and this first time I ever thought that trying something. I thought like after like
Did it?
I saw. I know that people are very excited for the second one. I have friends who are very excited, so I might.
Vi partes de la primera. Sé que la gente está muy emocionada por la segunda. Tengo amigos que están muy emocionados, así que tal vez la vea en el futuro.
I think so.
I didn't actually. Nothing went purple or significant. What did it take to be? It would take me and more healthy. Yeah. As healthy as it should be. Like I didn't have the technical arsenal. You can be good, but after surgery, 3 years before you're starting to hit technical proficiency. Yeah, just a bit strong. Well, what is that?
What show?
I see a lot of Russians like that. You know, they're so like stoic. I'm such a fan of Russia.
Have you seen Narcos? Have you seen Narcos? Exactly. It was very good. Muy bien. No, I didn't see that. Great question. I like Goodfellas. Have you ever seen Goodfellas? It's Martin Scorsese. Yeah, that's a good one. I like some other. I like documentaries really. So there are a few documentaries that I really like. Uh, I did not, but I am aware of it. It was on YouTube, I believe, and I know it's really popular. I want to see in the future. I know it's very popular.
No hay nada que quisiera ver en el futuro. Sé que es muy popular.
The what? What about the apocalypse? What did you say about the apocalypse? Yep. How many cameras? You're asking me how many cameras I have? Probably like 23 hours a day. Yeah. I mean, I go outside. I go to the bathroom. I do laundry. I do other outside. What is manticola? I don't know what that is. That's okay. I don't know what that is.
Lightning rod.
Thankfully, I don't want to talk to anybody.
It's like Rocky Floor again. Oh yeah, like at meetup, if you, I would certainly consider it. I've got only one trip planned at the moment. Administration is very important. What do you mean by administration? So like managing time and management. Yeah, the management has to be very efficient. You know, when I'm a tourist, when I'm a visitor, a little bit of that goes on. You know, when I'm at my home and things are familiar, I've got a really great grasp of my time. You know, everything's important. Everything's important. You know, if I could magically transport Moscow into my hometown and just go out and visit them, yeah. So
Quit asking me such questions, period. I am not just getting started, period. I have streamed many more hours than you have, period. If you read what I say, comma, I'm live 24/7, 365, period. Don't ask me any more questions.
So all it's to manage all of that because ultimately you have to focus on the fight ahead. Yeah, yeah. A lot of my strength comes from just being in a familiar place, doing my routine. I love to travel.
Do you know
I love to get out there
what
and meet people.
pickup is? Question
New
mark.
experiences. But when I just want to really prepare for a big match, yeah, home is.
Do you know any pickup routines?
So that loss in Venice was one of the few losses in your career. How did that feel in the moments after, the days after, the months after, and years after? How has it changed you as an arm wrestler, as a human being? Well, it's tough to lose. Still haunt you? I don't think so. I actually was really happy to lose to Venice because sometimes when you lose a match, there's a lot of matches that I've lost where they upset me because I know I made a mistake. I didn't make a mistake with Dennis. It was just way better. There's nothing I could have done that day. I'm really at peace with it. Dennis, to me, was just a big inspiration. I think that me arm wrestling Dennis left-handed that day just let me touch probably one of the strongest human beings on the arm wrestling table that's ever lived. Left-handed. So knowing that's possible is almost like inspiration to me that I can be at that level too. Yeah. Seeing what Dennis did, just trying to absorb a little bit of his knowledge, planted seeds in me. I mean, when I look at my career, it's a bit like the stock market, but for sure I'm trending upwards. And since really kind of wrapping my mind around some of the Russian philosophies, they really changed. There was some base.
I like they just need
they
to
talked to me about over there.
change
That
the device,
impacted my training.
comma, but
Is it possible to convert some of these philosophies
my
into
other
words
devices
to
are
describe some of
currently
the ideas that they taught you?
used
So,
for other activities.
right? Yeah. So, like, it takes a while to break the ice with a lot of but once you do, I mean, that's as deep as bonds you can form. Yeah, for sure. I think that I was raised under, I believe it's a flawed, I mean, it's not flawed because it has its value as well. But it's best if you understand both philosophies. I think a North American thing that's so ingrained in our fitness society is no pain, no gain, and just pushing and like sweating, going harder, like fighting through like grit and toughness. But and then you talk to the Russians and they're like, never fail. You never fail. Never go to failure. Always feel good. Always feel good. You always feel good. Don't. And those two philosophies express themselves very differently. And if you want to get strong, don't fail. Don't fail. So they also do, there's a volume. There's a lot of strategies, but volume is a massive principle. And volume is very cheap when you're believing no pain, no gain. Right? They don't really go together. No pain, no gain, injuries. So the parallels in wrestling to the greatest wrestlers of all time are wrestling, and they were big. Gail talks about it. They were big on play, right? Like lighter wrestling, right? Probably ultimately, actually, it boils down to that's how you achieve higher value, right? Like over the stretch of years, the way to reduce injury. I mean, in wrestling, also technique might have greater value than it does in arm wrestling. Obviously, technique is extremely important in arm wrestling, but power is like can defeat technique. It seems like in wrestling you can get away. There's a lot of ways you can really do sneak attacks, sort of use leverage and kinds of things. So there's even more incentive to do play stuff. Yeah, but do you see the parallels between the two worlds? Oh, yeah, wrestling and arm wrestling. You saw what it. Right?
Welcome.
So I'm playing on the table for hours.
Hello.
Number one train is I go on the table for hours. Oh, 20. Yeah, great. I love it. It's I don't know if it was fish eye. Dmitry, the Russian guy. What in play over things here? Like when you go against a bunch of different people, what the strangers, what are all the differences, and how do you grow from? How do you learn from them? Well, everybody's a bit different. So I love to go to new clubs because
what's up?
High. Like the first time. You can, if you're able to be strong enough.
What do you want me to do?
It's awesome. It's awesome.
No, I can't do that right now. We're watching this. No. No. I'm watching this. No, you can show it in here though. It takes me too long to change things on that computer. But if you want, you can share your screen or live stream it in here. Feel free.
Me toma mucho tiempo cambiar cosas en esa computadora, pero si quieres, puedes compartir tu pantalla o transmitir en vivo. Puedes hacerlo aquí. Siéntete libre.
Sure thing.
They're giving you everything you need. Yeah. Right. So it's very specific, right? Like I'm gonna get way stronger at arm wrestling. And what I try and do when I go to these places is I make an assumption. I make an assumption I'm the best guy there. And so I'll arm wrestle in a way that kind of protects them. Because the more I can protect them and kind of keep them kind of in a good position, they can actually give me more. Right? So I kind of give them little pieces that I think will put them in a place that they can really give me more. And so yeah, that's what I'm doing. And then when I see somebody like Dimitri, I pull that in a little bit, right? So I know Dimitri's the #1 guy in Texas. Lots of respect to the guy. I won't give him all the pieces until I really kind of gauge where he's at, because I certainly in training don't want to fail. I don't want that. I don't want to. When you fail in arm wrestling, just imagine it's just bad technique, and you're trying and bad techniques are going to get hurt. Yeah.
So you always want to be in a strong position here. What about how does endurance come into play here? Here's maybe scrap against the
That's right.
Yeah. How do you? I mean, you went I don't know, 2 hours.
Yeah, it was 2 hours. This first run of the video, I think, was a little over an hour. Then I took a break, and I probably did another 45 minutes or so. But
I mean, are you okay with the endurance aspect of it?
yeah, that's probably like when you talk to the arm wrestling world, that's probably what I'm best known for is my endurance.
So this helps build that.
It does. That's not what I'm doing. I'm doing it to get strong. In my opinion, this is one of the best ways to get strong, especially far away from a tournament or any kind of an event. I wouldn't want to do this, even a month or even 6 weeks or maybe even 8 weeks before a big event. I'd want to already be kind of shrinking my volume. But far away from the event, as much volume as your body can handle, and you'll feel it. Like I felt it after the hour mark. I'm like, okay, I can feel my blood sugar kind of diminish. I feel like the blood that's going to my muscles is kind of like, it's not really pushing more good stuff in. I'm starting to break down.
Yo, dog.
You don't want that.
I'm talking with people on Discord.
I'm gonna get a sweater.
Thanks, big man. Peace, bro.
And I still love the idea of you going to Russia. Yeah, and training there. Getting a trip out to Russia.
Oh yeah, when?
For different reasons. Well, it's hard with the current conflict. The tensions there, but I'm hoping before your match actually, so May, for a couple of interviews, a couple of folks, some of which people know. Maybe I could ask you about to comment on some matches that stand out to you in your career.
Sure.
Is there something? Is there a particular? I have a bunch that I really enjoy, but is there something that stands out to you as memorable? We talked about sort of a defining loss, perhaps Dennis. Then you faced Michael Tyler, we mentioned. You had John Present. You faced Matt. Is there something that stands out to you that technically or psychologically you've learned a lot from?
I feel like I try and learn something from every match, but there is a very special match to me that to this day I can't explain. Very weird phenomenon. So I think it was 2005. It was my first combat tour overseas. So it was a active tour. Among other things, I got shot during that tour, like it was a long tour, rough tour. And I trained the whole time through, knowing that at the end of this, I was going to have a big match. So there's a champion I called Ron Bath. He's kind of, if there was no John Brzezinski, there would be Ron Bath. Okay, so extremely decorated, unbelievable arm wrestler from the United States. And this is kind of when I was just kind of coming up in the sport still. I was fairly well established. I was definitely the best guy in Canada, and I had been for a few years. But I hadn't really expanded internationally too much. So I had a one-on-one match with Ron Bath, and that's the one. Yeah. Extremely hard fought match. It was 3-1, I think. 3-1, but every match was really close. And he won the first one, and I had to kind of like dig my way out of the trenches and ended up coming back and winning. But it was a match that was probably one of my closest matches ever. And it seems like there's frustration. What is that? What was going through your mind here with these? Was it, first of all, going in, did you beat him? What was the level of? I always think I can win. Like I always do. But, a lot of respect for the guy. But yeah, I always think I can do it. So what lessons did you take away from that? Why is it so meaningful to you? Well, what happened afterwards? So I had some kind of a release afterwards, and that was the strange thing. So match ended, and I felt like so calm, so satisfied, because it was one of those matches that kind of takes everything from you, but you win it. And I was relaxing in the chair, and never had the sensation before, never had it afterwards. But it's like the center of my backbone just exploded, and it was like it's so weird, right? Because I'm not really spiritual that much of a religious Stephen, but it's like a fire.
What the fuck?
Just exploded through the whole body, out at the top, through my feet, and then it was gone. That was it. Weirdest thing I've ever felt in my entire life. Yeah, but it was as a result of what happened in the match and leading up to it. I had some kind of a release. How did you interpret it psychologically? Is it like some kind of, I mean, not to be spiritual, but some kind of superpower that was like a lingering feeling like, holy shit, I can't explain it, and I haven't really tried hard enough to try to. Something changed. Something happened to me. I was sore for about 3 or 4 months afterwards. It's like it smoked out my entire body. Yeah, that whole summer I was kind of sore, and and then after that, 2 or 3 years later, that's when I won the world championship. Yeah, I mean, all the matches are, you get something from people, right? You study them, you take something from them. People have an invisible crown, and he had one, and I think I took it. Maybe that was the feeling, carrying the crown. Yeah, maybe. What about all the trash talk? How much of that you learned that come naturally to you? You're one of the most charismatic. I mean, there's always this fact behind it. I would say to me, and I'm a fan of a lot of sports, you're one of the greatest trash talkers in all of sports that I've ever seen. Because you're able to talk shit.
Oh, fuck.
But there's so much love and respect behind it. I mean, it's just masterful. But you also get into people's heads Yeah. In the moment, it was beautiful to watch because they really it gets to some people. So where's that? It's a powerful weapon, right? Yeah. It's your voice is a powerful weapon, and it's underutilized by student athletes because they think that it's not sports or something like that. But the truth is, I mean, you can be a weak person, but with your voice, you can influence and change any number of things. And the same thing happens in a fight between two people. If you can just a never-ending, flow of negative encouragement to someone or suggestion, anything can happen. And it's a tool. And when you're fighting a person, you're not just fighting them. You're fighting everyone who's watching. You're fighting the crowd, the referees, and to get in the most ideal situation, you need to use your voice. Yeah, and there's for people who haven't seen, I definitely recommend you watch a bunch of arm wrestling matches because there's a crowd really gets into it, and it feels like there's a really good connection with the crowd. I suppose because the crowd is a lot more close to it. I love it. I want the crowd to be like, yeah. So sometimes, oh yeah. So whenever you talk to somebody, you literally take away from the crowd. Oh yeah, I'll fucking I'll start fucking up his fans and I'll start talking to their wives or whatever. There's Jody. She's pretty dangerous to listen to also. But yeah, one of his buddies, Mike Stolaris, really good arm wrestler, was cheering for him, so I started to go after him. Yeah. Smiling. Yeah, fun, right? Yeah. Band to listen to. But it's also, what's fun is how much it actually affects some of the people you're facing. They get frustrated. Yeah. It's great to see how a lot of people think things will be given to them. And the thing that, I've always believed from the time I was very young, I was convinced that our inevitable death was going to come from alien, right? It's some super aggressive, super violent species which is going to come and smoke us up, And I'm like, I'm not like this. I'm like, but as soon as one person is, then you're forced to have to accept it as reality. So I like to fight for every single thing. I like to try and be more and more aggressive. And if someone matches me, that's when I can use my endurance. And if they don't, then I have the tactical advantage. So that's kind of my balance. And then, by the way, you also rap. Yeah, I mean, the game, there's levels to this game. The feeling sometimes when people get frustrated is okay, this person's cheating, or you're trying to get a good grip before it goes, and I think some of the frustration in combination with the trash talk is that this person is cheating, right? But everybody is kind of trying to cheat, get an edge within the rules. So I try and just ramp it. But everybody's different. I've learned how to play the game based off the tools that I have physically, and for me, this works because my genetic makeup is I'm more of a persistence hunter, right? So I need to extend things. That works well for me. If I was more explosive, I probably wouldn't have the same strategies. Yeah. By the way, for people who are watching, you're wearing a No Limits hoodie, which is one of your nicknames. I don't wash it too much. It's my bacterial shield to the world. Yeah. Awesome. So you mentioned Jody, who's often in your corner and does perhaps more trash talking than you. So, I mean, if you could step away, she's an incredible human being. It's sort of as a fan, it's fun to watch the two of you, both when you are arm wrestling and just as people. You just see so much, I don't know, kindness and love and radiation to you whenever you're
trash talking and talking about just random things, just talking about life is a beautiful thing to watch. And thank you for sharing that with the world. But maybe can you? She paid me to ask you this. What are the things you love about Jody, your wife, Jody Lai? What are the ways she's affected your life?
Yeah. Jody and I go way back. Right? We were in high school together. The thing that I admire most in people is bravery. To me, it's the most admirable quality. And Jody always has inspired me. She's such a fighter. You know, if she believes that something's true, she does not back down. She will not. And you can not to say that she can't change her mind. She can, but while she is convicted, she'll not stop fighting. She's pulled me out of the fire repeatedly. We've lived through so many things. I'm very lucky. How has she made you a better officer? She's fed me. Yeah, I can see your videos of your house basically coming apart, which is not that. Yeah. Without Jody, I'm on the street, living in a tent, and down by the eating dog food. Yeah. Bravery. Yeah. Well, love. How's love being stronger? Now we're gonna make Devin uncomfortable. Love is difficult to accept. Love is one of those things that, a lot of times you don't feel worthy, and so it's hard sometimes to accept someone's love. And someone who really loves you, they'll love you even when you don't. And there you go, you're gonna make me cry. Jody, I've been through so much, and she's shown me how she supported me just repeatedly. Some of that is loyalty, patience, and perseverance, all those things. That's like when love really shows it. Yeah, together for years, when you're through the shitty times. Love and faith are powerful forces in this universe. Without them, that we can descend into darkness very quickly. There's a world between people. And when love and faith is destroyed, then we fall apart. And I've been graced by the love that Jody's given me. It's allowed me to continue to build. When you have love between people, then you build together. I love my family. I love Canada. I love the arm wrestling community. I have a love for what we're trying to achieve as a human species. And when that falls apart, we don't do much. So just with my boy there. Yeah. She. You also mentioned you once had a job where your death was a real possibility. So you were in the Canadian Special Forces. What did you take away from that experience? That time, it was such a great life. Really, really loved it. I never wanted to leave. I never thought I would leave. I thought I'd be there my whole life. A real honor to get to serve. What did you get to do? What was the things you loved, craftsmanship-wise, like fun things you get to do, learn and challenge yourself, and your honor in terms of the serving part. My favorite thing about serving in the Special Forces, for sure, the people that I work with is probably the first thing I could say. I always felt like totally comfortable and putting my life in other guys' hands. I was so happy to be in a place where I felt I could follow. It didn't matter. I knew that the people ahead of me were incredible. Beside me were incredible. So just having that faith in your team is very special. And to know that they're there for a reason that has nothing to do with money. You know, and that's what kind of brings everybody together. Is you're there to higher purpose. And in terms of being an adrenaline junkie, there's nothing like it. I mean, there's nothing like going out at night and fighting. And when I say fighting, like my whole life I wanted to fight. And to me, there's a lot of, and look at, I've said this in the past, and I think it's been a personal failure of mine because I've said things like, it's the highest level that you can, I don't believe that to be true anymore. But at the time, I thought it was the best way I could express my drives that I had, to be a fighter.
So your sense in the past, maybe hard now, is that so fighting is when humans get a chance to express themselves deeply, like that mix of the bravery, the integrity, whatever that is that makes us when that human spirit can really shine.
And I don't believe that. I believe that you can do that in any field, in any discipline. If you go hard enough, it all kind of starts to feel the same. But at the time, that expression to me was really, really awesome. I love close quarter battles. That was my favorite thing. That's really the whole reason I was there.
Can you describe close quarter battle?
Close quarter battle is team fighting. So, and it can look a lot of different ways, but basically it's ground troops doing some kind of a mission. And it's the orchestrated movement that is the skill. Orchestrated movement, the drills done quickly and accurately. It's very difficult.
With communication.
With communication.
Yeah. So it's basically cooperating together, communicating.
Yeah.
With some strategies, some adapting to the changing environment.
And the more the team works together, the less communication there is. Yes. Yeah. And that's an amazing thing to do, to be part of a machine, a team of people who can fight together like that. I think we're really designed to do it. Like, as good as we can fight as individuals, the thing that makes us really good is our ability to fight as a team. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the things that makes us really human, is that collective intelligence, that social aspect. And fighting is the highest of stakes, so that social interaction, the highest of stakes is it really does bring out something that's deeply human. I mean, so war in general brings out something deeply human. It's obvious to say that it's tragic that it results in so much loss of life and well-being. Let me, if it's okay, for a brief moment to take us back to arm wrestling. We did this like offline. We talked about, gave some advice about arm wrestling. But maybe do a high-level overview of like the different styles and strategies that we've talked about. We talked about the importance of strength and power. But is there like offensive, defensive styles? Is there actually King's move? What would you classify your style as? It's nice for people that don't know. Maybe even come back. So arm wrestling is a sport where two people have to talk about strictly the sport, put their elbows in a particular pad. It means they have to keep that elbow on that pad, and they win when the back of one of their hands crosses some kind of, it basically touches the table. And when you actually lock up, you do so, depending on the organization, without straps, meaning there's just you agree, it's like mutual agreement that you're going to clasp your hands in a way that's fair. The referee that helps ensure that it's fair, but of course there's these little games going on. And then when you actually go all out in battle, if there's no straps, you can slip out. So often you get the straps, which means you're marriage. You're committed. For somebody will have to lose, essentially. There's no pulling out. So that's the battle. Within that, what are the different styles that you can speak to that
people that don't know arm wrestling could
Yeah, we start to kind of just dance around the subject a bit. I'd say there's a lot of different types. There's specialists, and there's kind of blenders and people who are very versatile. A lot of guys win world championships on one singular move. They get just extremely crisp at, say, a hook, a top rope, and their style is very kind of focused. And you'll see it with a lot of athletes. Kind of a guy who's very active. I call Jerry Caderet. Okay, as soon as you think Jerry Caderet, he's got a very unique style. He's got a flop wrist press. Okay, so most of his technique is built around this one system.
Flop wrist means your
Yes.
what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So your wrist flops.
Yeah.
Looks like you're losing. So
He's
pushing from a losing position.
no, he will be offensive. So he will be in a press. So offensively, so he'll give his hand away so that he can get his shoulder behind properly.
So it doesn't. Wow.
Right.
So you can press. Press means push. Yeah. Without having that hook position.
Right. Which is what most people are always looking for. And Jerry's looking for it as well. And then, so for example, there's another specialist, Matt Mask.
Yeah.
He's top rope. Right. Basically, that's his great move, is top rope. And his other weapons aren't nearly as powerful. This incredible top. And then you have a lot of athletes that are more blended. Okay, they have a lot of it. I think I probably fall more into that category. You have people who are more speed guys. Okay, so they try and do very little, I call it attrition. Right, so a lot of people are very to trade energy, right? Because they have faith that their gas tank or their pool eventually will carry out this. So anytime there's a trade, they'll trade. Whereas a guy like Travis Bajan, he was very, very well known as being extremely explosive, right? But if the match stops, typically he's going to lose. Right, so based off your genetics, your hands, there's a lot of ways to skin it.
So I think you said something like you're a 20-second guy.
Right, 20-second guy.
So what are the seconds we're talking about? So a lot of the power people, they want to win in the first maybe 5 seconds like people, or just that first push, that first press, that
Absolutely.
and then
Right to the pad. Yeah.
and so you're trying to hold off that attack.
Yeah. If I beat you in a second, we're not in the same place. Yeah. When I'm with my peer group, I will typically win 20 seconds and beyond. That's a typical win for me when I'm with a peer. Whereas other guys, when they're with their peers, they'll win in a second. Right? That's how they do it. That's the way they're built. That's the way they train. Most guys at a higher level, it does get more and more difficult to be a specialist at a high level now. Some people just have little holes in their games. It's rare to get someone who can really do all the moves. It's very rare.
What would you put wrong?
Not say he's a specialist, I'd say Taco is the strongest move. Taco is the strongest move, yeah. And think about the specialist versus the blender. There's a counter, right? Every move has a that theoretically should be the right choice. So if you're a single guy, there's going to be a guy. Yeah, it'll be very difficult for you to beat that guy. But like when you come to tournaments, typically specialists must tournament scenarios because they're
Hey guys, I'm good. Too many questions today.
Whereas you get a blender in a tournament, typically
Perfect. Too many questions today.
Yeah, but
What's up? I don't know what you're saying.
Freedom.
Dog.
I don't know how you want to call it.
Do you believe this bullshit? This horseshit.
American way.
I'm sick of answering questions. Hey, do you like this? Dog. I like it all, unless it sucks. That's no.
Having to keep your elbow pad and just being able to almost go over the table.
Worst stream ever. Content block. How about you go fuck yourself? Dude, fuck this motherfucker who canceled the or fucking delayed the Sugar Bowl. Fuck that shit. That is bullshit. I would have still had it. Motherfucker could have blown his fucking car up on the 50-yard line, and if the fucking coin toss was a minute late, I'd be pissed. What if they killed the first string? That's why you got a second string. You need to adapt.
Must either touch the tabletop or you hold it off the edge for a 3 count. Right, so this is the main way to win. Yes, you can foul if you put the elbow, it's still a foul, but you have the entire plane. So your elbow is no longer 7x7 or 7x9 pad, so you can move it all. So you can move your body around it too.
What's up, big dog?
So basically, it's like a race.
No, I'm asking questions, dog.
Fighting in a field. It just makes the sport big. Japan. But even a small table.
Hey, sports. I heard someone got engaged. Dog. Nothing can hurt you now. You're a man in love.
I actually believe in the future of the sport. I really do. Yeah, less environments.
Michael, I got my bridesmaid's dress.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah, and you said I could get it any color I wanted, so I picked
and like if you did you bring your mom yet? Whatever. Like, not just anywhere. You want me to bring it
All right.
Just like
Think about
honestly, guys, I'm trying to get.
Mom, I'm getting married. Why do you always do that? Whenever I'm getting married,
At first step.
don't believe me.
I'm getting married. Find people.
No,
Find good people.
I'm not. I'm not getting married.
You can mentor you. And that's really cool. I realized there's a club in Austin. Yeah, sure, there's no they're everywhere. We got this app called Combat. Yeah. Which is very easy. Kind of like right now. But yeah, find people. And it's just much easier to learn with another person. And you'll get stronger that
I
way.
returned my bridesmaid dress, and it was on sale, so
If you go to the gym, just start doing them. And right away, what a
all of them, Jim,
yeah.
Dwight,
So I say one, just keep it very, very.
Oh.
Let's just talk about 3. There's more.
Oh, there's
more than
my
3.
bridesmaid
But
dress.
when we talk about energy allocation, these 3 lists, in my opinion, should be like
It's our dusky,
90% of your
exotic customer service
It's
rep.
very great.
And once a year, she will contact our clients and find out how
The
happy they
exact
are with their
percentages
salespeople.
you can argue about
There's
it.
a course list.
We'll start off
Gender
with this
disparity.
Just this. It's just simple thing.
That's not
And
appropriate.
do it with a cable.
Those reports
You know,
affect
you
our
can get a
bonuses.
thicker diameter. So
Great for me.
you know, is more on your fingers. Wear an arm wrest because any good arm wrest is going to so open hand, no.
It's the world's tiniest Bluetooth. I found it in a Japanese gadget store in the village. I got one for Jim too. Jim, say something. You want to stay on the phone all day, but I guess 8-hour personal calls. So we're not talking anymore.
What do you want on your coffee? Sprinkles.
Is that you're aiming for that pin pad.
No.
All right.
Let's see your chest.
Bring it on.
Make it come close, right? You see, like whenever I do my exercises,
Does it say?
the vector is always performing straight to
Wait, your feedback is horrible.
Yeah, so this
A number of your clients have their personal style.
dangerous thing that
So, no.
is pulling away.
It's a joke.
That's
Okay,
terrible.
that's enough of it.
Yeah. So that cupping,
That's the next part of it.
it's a massive.
I'll get to the laughing.
So now when you think,
Possible to say I can't see myself.
do the other person, I
Dude,
they
time to
turned over.
Did you get your scores yet?
So this has to be
I got mine. They were really good.
this pronation.
So
So
really cool. Yeah. Pretty
see,
sick. Whoa,
to fight.
that's my mug.
To fight that back.
Sorry.
So that's
Right here. Right. Well, it's mine, so we can pour it out.
Oh, so you put, got it.
Maybe I can fix that.
Got it.
Yeah.
Those two things together, this cupping and rolling, this is what's going to make the hand bend back.
But it's not my mug. That is my mug. So
just their
give
whole
it
game
back.
gets cut to pieces. They have very little.
That's my face on it.
It's all like,
Big face.
yeah. So those two things.
Dude, that is my face.
Part of your investment. Rise.
That was the
Always.
Describe him exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, those three simple things. That's what I would tell anybody to
You
spend
know about
most of the time on if you want to become one.
on your business.
Use bands. Bands are great for easy transport. The only problem I had with bands is like
I'm gonna find a
measure.
person.
You know, it's like people spice bands. Right, it's in growth. Yeah. Just, I mean, it's just like you know exactly.
Jimbo, let's do this thing.
This kind of a band is kind of like a lot of people want something.
Away.
I like to.
I didn't say anything.
To know exactly
What do you think I'm saying to you?
So you can get cables.
I caught Jim talking to himself several times
Bands
today.
are great too. I mix the two. Bands are.
Get a friend.
When I kind of
Yeah,
don't
I'm looking at it right now. It's
they're
really
more.
gorgeous.
When I play bands,
I found the
bands
best
are
test
acceleration
on the
so
East
fast.
Coast.
When you screw up
Personally
the band
attended
code,
Giuliani's first and
way
third
faster
wedding.
than gravity, right? So if
And I got
something bad,
I got it.
will really.
Would you be able to do the same design,
It's funny
but
that
with
you
balls
mentioned
of gray?
bicep
And the top
curls,
fits great too.
Well, it's a
That
change.
goes. Oh,
Change.
come on.
So here's, I mean,
You too.
again,
First
and these
round.
three, the stuff catches up. Like it's all involved. This whole thing is involved. So if you have an axe, right? The
Jeff?
blade of the axe.
Are we able to show them that file?
Right?
No.
Like you need
Yes,
the
I
plain
am.
end of
Sure.
your axe.
Jim, there's got to be an explanation.
If you have a super sharp axe, you have the
It's not like I'm reading.
right? Yeah, so focus on that. Yeah, the tip of the axe is so important, right? Like if I have
Just one, there's our
and I
smudgeness.
can't quite use it,
I need a decent bonus.
Yeah. I think a lot of
I'm
the
in the process of buying my parents' house.
just to get back to, especially in the
And it gets retailed as anything.
there's a lot of
wrong buying a
so
house
much
you can't afford.
importance, and people don't often
What doesn't know about that?
it's explosive. Yeah, so many of the jokes require the
Damn,
ability
sorry about that.
exactly very close. Because
So
when
as
you're
it turns out,
here,
I may not have been so hot on my customers. Strong.
Maybe it's I just have to only
So
receptionist.
you just getting the muscle, whatever that's wrong, the muscle for turning the
Here's
pressure.
what's going to happen.
That's
I am going
what
to have to
choke.
fix you,
That
manage
little
you to
thing
on
that
a more
makes you
personal
arm wrestling is
scale,
also the thing that
a more
finishes the
micro
person and
form
have
of
some
management.
can grab the strength is very simple.
Oh, yes. Jim is going to be the client. What you're going to have to sell to him without being
the very
aggressive,
specific
hostile, or difficult.
Yeah, so if I
Let's
was
go. All right, fine.
yeah, the problem is, you know, it's
No,
difficult
white
to
fruit from
construct
the Dunderman Paper Company. Oh, that's great. I need paper.
the exact.
Excellent.
So you
Look,
have to actually
you're having a limited time offer only on everything.
right?
Lucky
So
day.
like it's hard to.
What is
I'm
your
actually
name, sir?
big.
I am Bill
We have
Butler.
this as a debate all the time. Is
Really, that's your real name?
you know, I'm a big
Dear.
believer in drilling.
My family
I
built
love
this
doing
country,
something
by the way.
times. John Donaldson said again.
You're
I
all taking
mentioned
a
to the jiu-jitsu
No, but
folks here.
hello?
they're believers in growing. They see the value of almost like the mind of going live and exploring ideas with that play. You don't need to do the thing 1,000 times. You just need to always be thinking about the little details that make you better. Action practice.
As I was saying,
Developing
we're having a limited
qualities goes with the agility to action.
Okay, as I was saying, right now we are having louder. Okay, our prices have never been lower. You have to talk loud. Never been lower. Louder, son! Bootlicker! Our prices have never been lower.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's right. If you really want to get it, you're talking about.
Listen to me, sir.
That's why.
3 words I would describe you as is aggressive, hostile, and definitely difficult. I'm irate right now. Give me the chance. Mr. Bootlicker, give me the
So
phone.
there are a lot of them
Why should I say? Who is this?
Hello,
Hello, this is Michael Scott, regional manager. This is William M. Bootlicker. Hello, Mr. Bootlicker. How may we help you?
It's not just this.
Michael, I like the sound of your voice. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy $1 million worth of paper today.
The wrestlers of
Thank you very much, sir. I don't think you'll regret it. There is one condition, Michael. Yes, you have to fire the salesman.
because like the Falcon is like his stick figures in his head.
So it's called the Shangri-La tent. It's 2 stories, heated, and has a bridal suite.
It's just
for
gonna be in your head and all bunch playing around with your head.
It's just really simple.
Little detail over time. It's almost like computing
You're
or something
married
like
in a
that.
tent,
And
a
that ends up
Hobos,
having your trains, so you're not physically
Nana,
doing
Mimi
it.
can't be in Canvas that
It's
long.
always in
well,
there.
okay.
I do have to return to that.
This tent is awesome,
Let me.
and it's in high demand, so let's deposit down.
You are one of the strongest.
You can have your tent, but only if it's in a
for your
field,
sport.
a hand-plowed
So you have
field.
to get big,
Done.
you
And
have to
done.
get powerful, you
It
have to
has
get
to be a
strong.
barn that's old enough that
What
you
is
can
the
see the
right
stars through the
diet
leaves
for
and
you?
lay on your back.
What do you?
And antique tools to
How
look
often
at
do
when you
you
roll
eat?
over.
Do you have a specific place in
Yeah,
mind?
from the highest
No,
detail to the smallest.
but anything within a
overview
5 to
that
8 mile
you have
radius
to
is
do
acceptable.
On it.
I've experimented
Right.
with every diet. I've done it
Right.
all.
Get in. Are you serious? Get in.
Only meat. Vegan diet. Bodybuilder. You name it. I've probably tried it. I don't believe it's
They might be listening to us today. Customer service might be monitoring this conversation in this car. You never know. Gotta say I'm sorry.
believe that. Just to be very basic, eating enough food, trying to be okay. So it's just really not to overcomplicate it, and that's where the conversation starts. Eating enough food, and maybe from any number of ways. I don't think it's as important
She's not here.
as other people do. I'm certainly irresponsible, but the thing is, back to like volume, right? Like you need to, like if you want to be a super heavyweight, it's very different than
I found it. I found the perfect place.
if you want to
A
be a
local
big
bed
guy,
breakfast,
I'd say
acre
you
beef farm.
have to be more
Better.
responsible, make better choices.
I have an in with the owner.
If you want to be
Oh
a
yeah,
super
we work
heavyweight,
together. It's Dwight Schrute,
we'll watch delicious
as in
omelets,
Schrute
eggs,
Farms.
bacon, syrup, so you know the things you try. So I'm mostly meat now. Yeah, and I'm planning on that. There's several things that I'm obviously not taking. But I do like sports. And I was very surprised on my particular specific body
He's there.
to perform better with only meat. Why better? The sports I do, the mind injuries. So for some reason, my mind is just clear. I don't think
Oh my
it
God,
feels
you
unhealthy.
scared me.
It just makes me feel
What are
really
you
good.
talking
I think I
about?
would recommend it to anybody else.
You always
So-
say that, and I almost never know.
It's interesting that journey
Let's put you up to this.
just to
Family.
take you
Oh,
to
you
figure
accuse
out.
me of something?
Of course I am, man. I'm the mastermind.
One of the
Interesting
things I heard about nutrition was
Yeah, you just keep doing nothing kind of stupid.
Yeah.
And maybe if you were
Yeah.
a little bit more nice
I'm
and
an
polite, then people would give you some bad customer reviews.
Now, I say over the last couple of years, I've really gotten into it. It's carbs and high carbs, and just to, I feel like it's
That's what she said. That's what she said. That's what she said.
Just to add carb. Exactly. But where was I? So distracted.
Yeah.
I forget everything. Yeah. No, so you got it. I guess you carbs. But that's the best. Right. So there was a study that I heard about by somebody who was trying to identify heart attacks. It was this great big study. And at the end of it, it didn't matter what the person ate, the most important thing is how they felt about the food. So if you believe in the food, if you believe that it's going to do good things for you, allocate it the right way, it's going to have positive effects. And I try to, no matter what it is. Like I have my food that I think do certain things, and so for me, I know that actually, I learned about corn-fed pumps when I was overseas. I realized that I never really did. I ate super clean all the time. And when I was faced in an adapt more, I would be okay. I'm going out tonight. Let's have a couple of these people. You know, go out. And what I realized is if I eat an entire bag of chips or like a bunch of chocolate bunches, and then I go and have a workout, my workout will be incredible. It'll be incredible. There's something about easily processed carbohydrate that will continue to quickly get into the blood as fast as you can burn it. And there's something about that it gives you incredible blood flow. Yeah. And also your mind enjoying that, and then believing what's right. Or better. Exactly.
I'm doing the whole time, buddy. Yeah.
This is really frustrating about the health culture in the United States. In the studies, they're done diet, all those kinds of things. I wish incorporated into that would be your mental relationship with all those things. Like, for example, people that tell me sleep schedule is insane.
This country,
yes,
the rest of her
perhaps.
in prison for a crime she did commit.
I was informed by these gentlemen that the reports that you filed may not entirely be
really important to understand. If you sleeping crazy hours,
Come on, you juked the stats, Cupcake.
Is not affecting your stress. It's actually making you happier. You're trying some kind of source of happiness and pleasure and satisfaction of being awake. It's like the Mike Tyson thing or something. Like training.
I was raped.
You convince yourself everybody's sleeping and you're somehow training more better.
Yeah, don't keep doing that. I'll give you one last chance.
6 hours,
Just tell me what
8 hours, 4 hours, for the rest of 6 hours. So the mind
Okay, I did it. All right, I lied. Whatever, just fire me. But you know what? I did it because you guys didn't come to my party, and you said you would try to, and then you didn't even show up. And so you're bad friends.
For confession, get away
What's your
from
favorite?
her, please. No, she's got a point about you. You have a problem dealing with
so much food and stuff, but I'd say the food that I rely on a lot when I'm
all you wanted is
getting ready to compete is sushi. Just because it normally comes in all you can eat format, you know. So I love to go and just binge all you can eat. All you can eat buffets feels just super convenient. Yeah. It's sushi. All you can eat buffet. I'd be careful what I say. Have you had barbecue at Texas? Yeah. So you small kitchen. You face the mountain. How far? First of all, it's interesting to ask. So this is a mountain that grows. A strong man, one of the strongest people in the world, sometimes the strongest person in the world. I know you guys make one call 1,000%, but what's it like? Well, he probably doesn't do 1,000%. But like, what? It's interesting to think What does that bring to you? Like, so it's a specialized training in another sport. What does it feel like?
It's Alex.
What? How strong was he? What is the kind of details that you draw from this retrospective? I feel like if you were to go back
I love Chuck Close and his photorealist paintings.
and if you give him armor and a two-handed sword, he will just rip across them. and no one will stop. So this is the boxing match, but there's also a video of arm wrestling. Yeah, what a type, you know, a guy like that, tall, strong, fit, disciplined. I mean, he is quite a warrior. Yeah, he's
Because I have a great design program.
I really like Thor,
and I wanted to work on my art too.
And I was just so caught up with it.
Really, just
So Eddie Hall after
it
two of the
has
strongest
all the
legendary
opportunities
strong men we have.
all the art scenes in New York.
And they were the
It would be nuts to go back to Scranton without getting to fully experience it.
I don't know all the details, but they legit hit each other.
There's even a teeny tiny part of it.
Legit. So I think kind of I don't know.
Stay here.
I'm not right there with them,
Wake
but
up in 50 years and look back and wonder
anyone,
what he did.
the strongest man for something 1 year, and like and the thing is, one of those victories where Thor, was not accepting of defeat. Okay, and there was back and forth. Basically, from what I understand, they were going to fight like the night of the world's strongest man. They got kind of pulled apart. This heat between them got translated into potential boxing. So it's very real. It's a very real fight. So you have the two strongest dudes in the planet are going to fight each other.
Congratulations
So
on choosing
I've been like, you know, because arm wrestling and strong man is kind of similar communities. We got, if you're getting me financial
over some of our materials.
I am so bad. I always call them. They're
Well,
very
I described to you.
I see Hathor, you know, small. Yeah, I see Hathor is a bit more regimented. But I see Eddie Hall as like way more barbaric and like I think he's a little bit more athletic, but Hathor's bigger. And you know, they've chosen slightly different paths.
Well, you, my good friend,
What
nothing
happened
more to worry about.
like,
This
they were
wedding is
fight,
officially out of your hands.
and
Oh, good lord. Deal.
So
Okay.
I was going for
What are we talking
in
about?
December. We were supposed to have in December,
Pay him whatever he
but
wants.
he's got
Can't
to
argue with that.
And so I was like, okay, I can kind of get away
Right.
from the sports a little bit, brought my base. That happened, and I was like,
Tremendous.
opportunity. You stepped in, opportunity to fight. I'm like, I'll do it. So, how much training you train a little? So, can you tell about your own decision to do that? Training levels? Yeah. Oh, it was so much fun. So basically, I made a fun video and I sent it to the organizers of Core Sports that I do. I'm sure they got I'm like, I know, man, good stuff. Like everywhere I was like, I said, I will 100%. Like you got to fight him, like, give him hell, and whatever. They didn't get back to me. They're like, okay. So then they called me on Friday, like 5 weeks before the event, and they're like, "Hey, Devin, are you serious?" And I'm like, "Oh shit." And I'm like, "Yes, I was serious. Yeah, I'll do it." And they're like, "Okay." They're like, "It's down to you and like 2 other people. We'll get back to you in a day or 2, but you would do it." I'm like, okay. So they got back to me on Sunday. Like, so right away, I'm like skipping rope, and I'm like, I only want this. That's all I do. What was your so striking training? Yeah, so I went to this guy that he was awesome, Zach from Bushka. That was it for TriStar. You know, for us to have these. And yes, people in the comments, I will interview him on the podcast. He's brilliant, right? He's an incredible guy. So right away, like I had no idea about the fight community across Canada, really. and I got like by the 5th message that said you must train with Ras. I was like, okay. Called him up. He was incredible right away. He's like, you can come. We'll just work with you. So I got the call. I called him on like Monday at 2:00. By like 7:00, I had my things packed, and I went to Montreal, and I spent 4 weeks in the fighter dorms. And yeah, every day just getting punched in the face, over and over. Going for runs, and like they're all like elite and pro fighters living in the dorms. Super cool dudes. They were so good to me.
And there's a good video of you for us just talking.
Yeah,
I don't remember which stage this was, but basically, but you were already beginning to get humble.
Oh man, I knew. I mean, I knew what I was getting into. Like I knew it was going to be a losing battle, but I felt like the opportunity to fight Thor, like how cool is that? Like I had to do it. I love the process, and I learned a lot from doing it. Like the dorms, I want to do something like that with arm wrestling. I think we're big enough now that we can have these kind of dorms, frat houses, whatever you want to call it.
What's the dorm like? So you basically staying there.
Yeah,
food's
right
there.
Yeah.
You mentioned what was the reviews, administration.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
Removes all of that.
Makes it so simple. You just focus. The gym is here. You live here. And your life becomes simple.
Yeah. So there's a guy named Jimmy Pedro here in America. He's a famous coach. He's a place up in Boston. He's kind of doing like that too.
Yeah.
And that becomes essential when the community is small, but you're trying to do epic things,
right,
like when you want the goal.
Yeah.
You have to really put the people together in these kind of minimalist conditions where they just focus on the training, focus.
Yeah. It wasn't enough time. I mean, I trained for about 3 or 4 weeks. But I love the journey. And what are some of the fun things you do? So you did most of the striking. Did you?
I guess it was.
Yeah, it was boxing.
It was straight up boxing. Yeah. What are some things that were transferable? What are some things you learned from that? So from the world of armor, have you taken anything back, like some training regimens, ideas about training, just even movements? Because for us, it's a unique mind as well for training.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've gone very far down the path of arm wrestling. Boxing and arm wrestling are very different. They're very different sports. The physicality required is very different. The mentality. I mean, it's fighting, so it's another form of fighting, which is cool. But the big things that I took back from it, the things that I loved about it, was I had to run again.
So really working on
things. Yeah. I was going for runs with guys in the dorms, and they would just destroy me. Just like it was so bad.
Did you how did you feel after boxing in terms of endurance? Were you able to?
No. It's a torture. It was terrible. And the thing is it was so crazy for me because I really was good once upon a time. Yeah, I really was. Like physically, like I had incredible body endurance. But being so specialized, I realized how much I had slipped. And yeah, it was fun to try and regain. I think it's affected my body composition. I think since that training, I've become much more lean. I think it was a very healthy thing for me to do, like health-wise. I always think that when you're far away from competition, it's really good to kind of spread out. Really good. So I think it's in that way.
Also for your mind.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
So something about clearing your. I think you talked about this. It's like you basically take steps back before you take steps forward. It's I forget how you call it.
Yeah, the wave. Yeah. Under, you have to go under. You got it. If you want to go above the line, you have to spend some time beneath it. And yeah, I was definitely beneath the line for a long time. But in mountain, I mean, like the interesting thing was, as incredible as he is, like what a monster. And I think if you had him training in boxing, for a long time, and like from his youth, I think he would, I could be world champion. But to be so specialized and switch, you're at a disadvantage. And also, like I know from just fighting guys in the gym in TriStar, some of those guys were way scarier. For real. Like as scary as Thor is, like there's guys in my TriStar gym that don't look like anything that would murder me much worse. Much worse.
Yeah, but also, that's the difference between being in the gym and under the lights too. GSP is an example, George St. Pierre is an example, somebody that maybe doesn't look terrifying, but it's he's trying to TriStar, but he's super nice, super humble, but is terrifying when he's fighting. He's dominating people. You mentioned death, and you're Canadian Special Forces, and in general, thinking about mortality. Do you think about your death? Do you contemplate the end that this thing could describe that?
All the time. Yeah. I've thought about death from a young age.
Are you afraid of it?
Yeah, I hate it. Yeah, I don't want to die. Yeah, definitely don't want to die. But there's times when I can rid myself of it. Yeah, but for sure, I mean, I'm not happy that death is inevitable, and I'm not happy that potentially it's inevitable for all of us. But it does, I like to fight against it.
If you could be immortal, would you? Oh, that's my only wish. Oh, see, but here's the thing. That's the point is to have that wish. It's like the all-you-can-eat buffet at sushi. It's that sushi's more delicious if you have a limit.
Do you have
I don't know. I don't think I get sick of stuff. I'm very simple.
Yeah, I don't think I would get tired of it. I really don't. I mean, if someone would pose it to you, do you want to live forever? You would choose no.
Yeah, I would choose no.
Choose no.
Well, my answer is probably yes. No, I would. It's more like the snooze button. Do you want to sleep? Well, it's very difficult not to go to sleep. But if I'm allowed to live forever, I'm going to delay all the crazy, all the ambitious goals, all the because there's always time.
That's fine, but there is tomorrow.
But see, I think that takes away from the richness of the lived experience of just each moment. I think the richness of each moment comes from saying, I could die tonight. Like that it tastes delicious because you're going to die. I'm afraid if you're not, I'm afraid all that goes away. All that magic goes away from you forever.
I don't know. But I'll tell you, every time I have a near-death experience with thinking I'm going to die, I definitely live better afterwards. Yeah. It's always been that way. But, yeah, no,
that's why the Stoics, they really preach contemplating immortality often. It kind of reminds you, this whole thing could just end any moment and makes you really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. Certainly improving the quality of life is important. But part of me thinks that immortality is not as fun as we would like to imagine.
Do you think that maybe you're in what you're building potentially is immortal?
Well, that's what I definitely think about robots. If they were to have a human-like experience and be able to interact with humans in a deep, meaningful way, I think they too have to be mortal in some fundamental way that means mortal. Like their ride has to end as well. Because they won't be able to interact with humans deeply unless that's the case. Because, to have fear, to have love, the ability to suffer, the ability to miss somebody, I think scarcity is important. You have to be able to truly lose somebody. You have to be to fear things. You have to truly have the risk of destroying yourself, and to have a sense of what it means to be a self. You have to be able to lose it. So if you're immortal, you're just going to be. I feel like you're going to be like a toaster, an intelligent toaster that just serves.
Such a negative perspective on it. On
You just-
immortality?
Yeah, just think. Well, now you can get all those things done during the day. I hope you're right. Yeah, I mean, potentially you could invest even harder because you're like, wow, I'm actually gonna be able to get all this stuff done. I think about this a lot. I hope you're right, but I fear the drive to create. I can even do more. All of that disappears if you have all the time in the world. I just know how lazy I am. And if I have all the time in the world, I'm just gonna sit there and just like watch the stupidest YouTube videos for the rest of all eternity. Eternity is a long time. Doritos, Cheetos, and just get fatter and fatter. I can get in shape later. There's always time. That's like a long period of contemplation. Yeah. So for the first 1,000 years, the Dorito period of the Lex life. And then you'd be like Jabba the Hutt for 1,000 years. You mentioned aliens, very important topic. Do you actually think about this? There's been increased interest. There's been increased UFO sightings and encounters, all that kind of stuff. The U.S. government is releasing data, releasing videos of pilot observations, airplanes, UFOs. Do you think about this kind of stuff? Because you mentioned all in context. You mentioned like our humans will get our shit together when the aliens eventually come. Yeah. What do you make of all the sightings? Is that something you think about?
I thought about it a lot when I was younger. And I made my conclusions. Yeah, I don't think that there's a possibility that there are aliens. I would think it would be impossible for there not to be aliens. I feel like this is pretty good real estate. So, yeah, you'd probably want it. But we already, I don't even think we might. I mean, it's probably quite likely that we are to some degree aliens. I mean, all life is probably to some degree alien.
I like the real estate, the resources, but we're also kind of interested. Yeah, whatever this ant colony of living organisms that we've created, it's kind of interesting to study. I tend to believe that the alien civilizations that are going to reach us or have reached us are far more intelligent, just orders of magnitude more intelligent than us. And so it's going to be very difficult both ways, actually, for us to understand them, for them to dumb themselves down enough to understand us. Yeah, probably. So they might even just miss our existence altogether, just because I tend to believe, I don't know what you think, that we're not that special in terms of all the life forms in the universe. There's a lot of cool stuff out there, and has to be. But to us, we're special. Yeah, well, that's all that matters, right? Yeah. The human species is the most special to us humans. It could be much more special species here on Earth. They were just totally oblivious to, like trees. On a scale of thousands of years, maybe they're all just
Lex, I think that so much of what makes a person special is what they pass on, your kids. But I think that you are quite special because you're part of this thing that's potentially giving birth to the next thing.
the robots.
The robots.
I should say, the funny thing is, while talking to Devin during this podcast, I did a doorbell ring, go downstairs, and there was a big box, medicine box, the new. So the hilarity of saying that, because that robot is actually going to likely be the main robot that I show to the world in the coming months, because that's the highest compute level in that robot. So I've been playing a lot with League of Robots, 4 legs, like a dog. I like all of them, but there's something about when a robot has legs, it's able to communicate, it's able to connect with humans in some kind of deep way, in the way a dog can. To show affection. Something about like step, and then the robot realizes you're here, and then it steps and then notices you in the way the dog does and raises its head. It makes me feel noticed, heard in the same way I do when a dog notices me. That excitement, that stupid excitement of like, yes, fellow living organism. And what excites me about legged robots is that, holy shit, it's possible to engineer this. It's possible to create that feeling. And I wonder where that can go. There's a lot of negative possible trajectories, but I have a sense that there's positive ones too.
You think more love that will take us with them?
Yeah, I think so, because so there's this fear of robots that they become super intelligent and run away from humans and basically become so intelligent and that they almost just not giving a damn will destroy us. But I think in order for robots to become intelligent, they have to integrate themselves with society. So they by very nature of how they become intelligent, have to bring us along. So it's not that they'll be a separate thing. They have to. Like, we'll have robots in home where they'll be interacting with us. You have human kids, and you have a bunch of robots. You have robot friends. You have human friends, and the robots make your human-to-human relationships much more meaningful and richer. They bring more love to the world, but it's integrated. It's not like they'll be developing smarter and smarter as like sentient beings by themselves. I think that's very difficult to do. You have to be doing that together with humans, so we'll come for the ride. There's technical things like we might merge like cyborgs more and more.
Well, we already saw our cyborgs, right?
With the phone, yeah, so on. But more and more, so with Elon and Neuralink, deeper integration of robots and AI into increasing the bandwidth at which they can communicate. Right. So if we do implants in the brain, I think again a lot of people are really nervous about this, as am I. But I think there's a lot of trajectories that are positive there, and that to me is exciting. And also, I just don't think it's possible to stop this development. So we should steer it.
Yeah.
For good.
Did you? I mean, you must have watched the movie Terminator, right?
Yeah, watched the
Yeah.
I love my
favorite movie of all time. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the big fear, right?
Yeah, what's the conclusion of Terminator? Isn't ultimately humanity wins?
I think they're at like Terminator 8 now.
Yeah. Yeah. So there, it's interesting actually. I was going to bring this up as we were talking about it, but well, China and the United States actually don't know where Canada is, but they both agreed that they're not going to put limits on autonomous weapon system development. So they're not going to. So because China said they're not going to, now U.S. officially announced that we can't.
Well, you can't. It's like you never could, right? As soon as it exists and it's better, people will use it.
Well, but there's been a global ban on bioweapons. So you were able to come to an agreement there that we're not going to use biological weapons in war. So it was a lot of people really upset that in the case of AI-driven weapons, the world said, look, it's okay. And so now you have this potential for greater and greater automation with drones, for example, and picking bombing locations. So the area which they attack. So you get some of that stuff that you mentioned that drew you to the military is that teamwork between humans, that decision making. So their strategy built into that team is a deep humanity. Like, yeah, even when there's an enemy, there's lines that you are aware of what is ethical, what is not, what is just, and what is not. And it's so easy for a machine to miss all of that, plow through it, and
do deeply inhumane acts, commit atrocities. That's something that worries a lot of people. Because an AI-based war is terrifying, especially with cybersecurity, which is becoming more and more of an issue. Just hacking, sort of people that look a lot like me being the warrior's future. Which is meaning people behind a keyboard versus the traditional warriors.
Probably inevitable.
And terrifying.
It is. But I think if you believe that it's possible, it's certainly going to happen. Like at some point, it's just when, right? When does it happen?
So that, to me, I'm ultimately optimistic about the future. To me, I'm excited about the world with AI. I'm even excited about the metaverse and these kinds of things. Living more and more in the digital space, virtual reality. I think, since part of me that grew up in the non-internet world, non-computer world, it says, oh, kids these days with the video games, there's part of me that's like that. But I think when technology at its best can bring out the best of humanity. And so I think virtual reality, all of these things, over time, we'll figure out how to fix it to bring out the humanity. So, social networks, the first generation social networks, now Facebook, Twitter, and so on, they have so many problems. They're bringing out the worst in people. But I think we're learning from that. And I think the next generation of social networks will be better and better and better. And so I'm optimistic. Of course, one reason we have not seen it yet, obviously, like in the way that's obvious, is because once you get clever and smart and do all this cool technology, you destroy yourself. And we sure seem to be close to that.
Yeah, there might be that limit that is hard to get right.
I'm hoping to get all our Christian nations out to arm wrestling competition.
Right?
Just all of that.
Yeah. Oh my God, that'd be great if it was that simple. Yeah.
Do you know if there's another over-the-top movie to be made?
Oh yeah. There's always stuff in the works. There's actually there's a tournament called Over the Top in Australia that's a couple months away. I think they're doing all the over the top scene, but there are arm wrestling movies that are being made right now. Actually, there's a documentary that's showing me for this whole Vaughn thing, but we're probably due for another big one. Yeah.
But you're also just on your YouTube channel. You're doing a lot for the sport. That's really cool to see. Just being like looking today, but it's like weird. Just putting yourself out there completely as you are. It's a beautiful. Best thing.
That's it.
Yeah, the community, the folks I got to interact with, just so excited, so full of kindness. I'm definitely gonna find a club here and start working on my arm wrestling game. Devin, this is such a huge honor. You would spend valuable time. You would come down to Austin. You would hang out with me and do this conversation.
Super cool talk to you.
As I mentioned, in case people I'm sure will call me. So I hang out with Joe Rogan all the time. He's a friend. I told him that he should talk to Devin. He's going through some stuff currently, but I'm sure, I hope the conversation between you, Devin, and Joe happens eventually. That would be epic as well. He's he loves fighting. He loves wrestling. He loves strength, and I think all of those are so perfectly encapsulated in the sport of arm wrestling. So thank you so much for talking to me. Thanks so much. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Devin Laird. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, in the review support Miyamoto Musashi. The only reason a warrior is alive is to fight. And the only reason a warrior fights is to win. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
you read a half hour a night, the calculation I can do is that you could read 1,000 books in 50 years.
All of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences.
Extraterrestrial life, true mystery, but the most tantalizing mystery of all.
How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost? The following is a conversation with Tim Urban, author and illustrator of the amazing blog called Wait, But Why. This is Let's Read Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Tim Urban. You wrote a Wait But Why blog post about the big and small, from the observable universe to the atom. What world do you find most mysterious, the very big, very small?
The very small seems a lot more mysterious. And I mean, the very big, I feel like we kind of understand. I mean, not the very, very big, not the multiverse. If there is multiverse, not anything outside of the observable universe. But the very small, I think we really have no idea. Or very much less idea. But I find that I think the small is more mysterious, but I think the big is sexier. I just cannot get enough of the bigness of space and the farness of stars, and it just continually blows my mind.
I mean, the vastness of the observable universe has the mystery that we don't know what's out there. We know how it works, perhaps. Like, general relativity can tell us how the movement of bodies works, how they're born, what kind of things. But, like, how many civilizations are out there? How many, like, what are the weird things that are out there?
Oh, yeah, life. Extraterrestrial life. True mystery. The most tantalizing mystery of all. That's like our size. So that's maybe the actual, the big and the small are really cool, but it's actually the things that are potentially our size that are the most tantalizing.
Potentially our size is probably the key word.
Yeah, I wonder if it's smaller. Probably not that small. And I assume that there's a limit that you're not going to, you might have like a blue whale size intelligent being, or be kind of cool. But I feel like we're in the range of order of magnitude smaller and bigger than us for life. Maybe not. Maybe you could have some giant life form. Just seems like, I don't know, there's got to be some reason that anything intelligent between kind of like a little tiny rodent or finger monkey up to a blue whale. This planet, I don't know, maybe you can change the gravity.
Well, you could think of life as a thing of self-assembling organisms, and they just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, there's no such thing as a human being. Human being is made up of a bunch of tiny organisms working together. Somehow we envision that as an entity because it has consciousness. But maybe organisms all the way down, turtles all the way down. So, like, Earth seems an organism for people, for alien species that is very different. Like, why is the human the fundamental entity that is living? And then everything else is just either a collection of humans or components of humans.
I think of it kind of as you think about, I think of it as an emergent elevator. And so you've got an floor, and then the colonies, a floor above. Or maybe there's even a unit within the colony that's one floor above, and the full colony is 2 floors above. And to me, I think that the colony that's closest to being the ant. It's like the individual thing that competes with others, while the individual ants are like cells in the animal body. We are more like a colony, but the humans are weird because I think of it as emergence happens in an emergence tower, where you've got kind of different cells and humans, and communities, and societies. Ants are very specific. The individual ants are always cooperating with each other for the sake of the colony. So the colony is this unit that is the competitive unit. Humans can kind of go take the elevator up and down emergence tower cycle. Sometimes we are individuals that are competing with other individuals. That's where our mindset is. And then other times we get in this crazy zone, protesters, sporting. You're just chanting and screaming, doing the same hand motions with all these other people, and you feel like one. You sacrifice yourself and others, soldiers. So our brains can kind of psychologically go up and down this elevator, and
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is just the narrative we tell ourselves. Maybe we are just in that colony. We're just collaborating always, even in our stories of individualism, of like the freedom of the individual, like this kind of isolation, lone man on an island kind of thing. We're actually all part of this giant network. Of maybe one of the things that makes humans who we are is probably deeply social, the ability to maintain not just a single human intelligence, but like a collective intelligence. And so this feeling like individual is just because we woke up at this level of the hierarchy. So we make it special, but we very well could be just part of the ant colony. This whole conversation, I'm either going to be doing a Shakespearean analysis of your Twitter, your writing, or very specific statements that you've made. So you've written answers to mailbag of questions. The questions are amazing, the ones you chosen, and your answers are amazing. So on this topic of big and small, somebody asked, are we bigger than we are small? Or smaller than we are big? Who's asking these questions? This is really good. You have amazing fans. Okay, so where do we sit at this level of the very small and very big?
So are we bigger or are we small? Are we bigger or are we small? I think it depends on the world. So we're talking about the biggest thing that we kind of can talk about without just imagining is the observable universe, the Hubble sphere. And that's about 10 to the 26 meters diameter. The smallest thing we talk about is a planet. But you could argue that that's kind of an imaginary thing. But that's 10 to the negative 30. Now, we're about, conveniently, about 10 to the 1. It's not quite 10 to the 0. We're about 10 to the 0 meters long. So we're right into it easy because you can just look and say, okay, well, for example, atoms are like 10 to the negative 15 or 10 to the negative 16 meters across, right? If you go 10 to the 15th or 10 to the 16th, which is right now, so an atom to us as opposed to this, you get to like smaller than a galaxy is bigger than the biggest star. So we're right between the nebula and the atom. Now, if you want to go down to quark level, you get the galaxy. When you go up to the observable universe, getting down on the small side to things that we, I think, are mostly theoretically imagining are there and hypothesizing are there. So I think as far as real world objects that we really know a lot, I would say we are smaller than we are big. But if you want to go down to the Planck length, we're very quickly we're bigger than we are small. If you think about strings.
Yeah, string exactly, with string theory and so on. That's interesting. But I think like you answered, no matter what, we're kind of middle-ish.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. If human is a neutrino, and again, neutrino, the size doesn't really make sense. It's not really a size, but when we talk about some of these neutrinos, neutrinos are human, a proton is the sun. So that's like, I mean, a proton is pretty small, like really small. And so, yeah, the small gets crazy small very quickly.
Let's talk about aliens. We already mentioned it. Let's start with the basic. What's your intuition as of today? This is a thing that could change day by day. But how many alien civilizations are out there? Is it a handful? Is it almost endless? Until the universe is teeming with life.
If I had gun in my head, I'd take a guess. I would say I would say there's. I think running a Monte Carlo simulation, this paper by Anderson and Drexler and a few others a couple years ago, that you probably know about it. I think they're the mean, using different, running through randomized rate equation multiplication. You ended up with 27 million in intelligent civilizations in the galaxy, in the Milky Way. So if you go outside the Milky Way, that would turn into trillions. That's the mean. Now, what's interesting is that there's a long tail because they believe some of these multipliers in the Drake equation. And so, for example, the probability that life starts in the first place, they think that the kind of range that we use is that variables are way too small, and that's constraining our possibilities. If you actually extend it to some crazy number of orders of magnitude, 200, they think that variable should be. You get this long tail where I forget the exact number, but it's like a third or a quarter of the total outcomes have us a low, I think it's a sizable percentage has us as the only intelligent life in the galaxy. You can keep going, and there's a non-zero, legitimate amount of outcomes there that have us as the only life in the observable universe at all is on Earth. I mean, it seems incredibly counterintuitive. It seems like you think you should be an idiot because if you pick this one grain of sand on the beach and examined it, you found all these little things on it. It's like saying, well, maybe this is the only one that has it. And it's like, probably not. There's probably most of the sand will be a lot of the same, right? So, and then the other thing, you don't see anything. You don't see any evidence, which of course people would say that the people who still scoff at the concept that we're potentially alone, they say, well, of course, there's lots of reasons people can see things, and they can go listen, and they're very compelling. But we don't know. And the truth is, if this were a free thing, if this were a completely free thing that happened here, whether it's life at all or just getting to this level of intelligence, that species, whoever it was, would think there must be lots of us, and they'd be wrong. So, just being, again, using the same intuition that most people would use, I'd say is probably not some other things.
Yeah, you're great talking about it. To me, the two interesting reasons that we haven't been in contact, I too have an intuition that the universe is taking life. So one interesting is from the great filter. So we either great filter either behind us or in front of us. So the reason that's interesting is to get to think about what kind of things can ensure the survival of an intelligent civilization or lead to the destruction of intelligent civilization. That's a very pragmatic, very important question to be asking. And we'll talk about something else. And then the other one is, I'm saddened by the possibility that there could be aliens communicating with us all the time. In fact, they may physically. And we're just too dumb to hear it, to see it. Like the idea that the kind of life that's involved is just the range of life involved is so large that our narrow view of what is life and what is intelligent is preventing us from having communication with them.
But then they don't, because if they were trying to communicate with us, they would surely, if they were super intelligent, they would be very, I'm sure if there's lots of life, we're not that rare. We're not some crazy weird species that hears and has different kinds of ways of perceiving signals. So they would probably be able to, if you really wanted to communicate with an Earth-like species, with a human-like species, you would send out all kinds of things. You send out radio waves, you send out rabbi waves, and lots of things. But they're communicating in a way, they're trying to communicate with us, and it's just we're too dumb to receive the signals. It's like, well, they're not doing a great job of considering how primitive species we might be. So I don't know. I think if a super intelligent species wanted to get in touch with us, and had the capability of it, I think probably they would.
Well, they may get in touch with us. They're just getting in touch with the thing that we humans are not understanding it. They're getting in touch with us with that. I guess that's what I was trying to say. Is there could be something about Earth that's much more special than us humans. Like the nature of the intelligence that's on Earth, or the thing that's of value, that's curious, that's complicated and fascinating and beautiful, might be something that's not just like tweets. Okay, like English language that's interpretable, or any kind of language, or any kind of signal, whether it's gravity or radio signal that humans appreciate. Why not the actual? It could be the process of evolution itself. There could be something about the way that Earth is breathing, essentially, with the creation of life, this complex group of others. It's a whole different way to view organisms and view life that could be getting communicated with. And we humans are just a tiny fingertip on top of that intelligence. And the communication is happening with
with the main ownership of Earth, versus us humans that seem to treat ourselves as super important, and we're seeing the big picture. I mean, it sounds crazy, but our understanding of what is intelligence, of what is life, what is consciousness is very limited. It seems to be, they're just being very suspicious. It seems to be awfully human-centered. Like, this story, like the progress of science is, constantly putting humans down in the importance, like cosmic importance, the ranking of how big we are, how important we are. That seems to be always what's happening, and I think science is very young. So I think eventually we might figure out that there's something much, much bigger going on. The humans are just a curious little side effect of a much bigger thing. That's what I mean. That, as I'm saying, it just sounds the same. But
It sounds a little like religious. It sounds like a spiritual. It's to that realm where there's something that more than meets the eye.
Well, yeah, but not so religious and spiritual often have this kind of woo characteristic. Like people write books about them, like go to wars or whatever the heck is written in those books. I mean more like it's possible that collective intelligence is more important than individual intelligence, right? The ant colony, what's the primal organism? Is it the ant colony or is it the ant?
Yeah, I mean, humans, just like, any individual ant can't do shit, but the colony can do these incredible structures and has this intelligence. And we're exactly the same. I mean,
yeah,
you know the famous thing that no one human knows how to make a pencil. You heard this?
No.
Basically,
This is great.
there's not a single human out there has absolutely no idea how to make a pencil. So you have to think about it. You have to get the paint, the different chemicals that make up the yellow paint, the eraser, the whole other thing. The metal has to be mined somewhere, and the graphite, whatever that is. And there's not one person on it who knows how to kind of collect all those materials and to create a pencil. But together, as the child's play, this is one of the easiest things. So, the other thing, I actually put this as a question on the blog once. There's a thought experiment. And I actually want to hear what you think. So, if a witch, kind of a dickish witch, comes around and she says, I'm going to cast a spell on all of humanity, and all material things that you invented are going to disappear. All of these. So suddenly we're all standing. There's no buildings. There's no cars and boats and ships and no mines. Nothing. It's just Stone Age and a bunch of naked humans. But we're all the same. We have the same brain. So we're all know it. And we all got to understand the deal. She says, she communicated to every human. Here's the deal. You lost all your stuff. You guys need to make one working iPhone 13. You make one working iPhone 13 and pass in the Apple Store today, in your previous world, for an iPhone 13, and I will restore everything. How long do you think? And so everyone knows this is the mission. We're all aware of the mission, and we're all. How long would it take?
That's a really interesting question. So obviously, if you do a random selection of 100 or 1,000 humans within the population, I think you're screwed to make that up. I tend to believe that there's fascinating specialization among the human civilization. Like there's a few hackers out there that can solo with an iPhone.
With what material?
So no materials whatsoever. It has to. I mean, it's virtually. I mean, okay, you have to build factories. I mean, to fabricate. Okay.
And how you get in mind? You gotta mine the materials where how many cranes, how many,
okay, you 100% have to have everybody's naked.
Everyone's naked. Everyone's where they are, so you wouldn't have a crane to be naked on the ground. And what used to be Manhattan.
So no buildings.
Grassy island.
Yeah. You need naked Elon Musk that character to start building a company. So you have to have a large company.
Right. It's easy to know where is everyone. Oh shit, how am I gonna find?
So we have all the knowledge.
Yeah, everyone has the knowledge.
Yeah. I've met some legit engineers.
Crazy polymath people.
Yeah, but the actual because you said it's like the original Mac, like the Apple II, that could be built. But
even that,
even that,
well, I think part of it is a communication problem. If you could suddenly have, someone, if everyone had a walkie-talkie, or there was, a couple, 10 really smart people who were designated leaders, they could say, okay, I want, everyone to do this to walk west, until you get to this small hub. Everyone else, they could actually coordinate, but so it's like people just, and what I think of it is, so you've got some people that are trying to organize. You'll have a little community, a couple hundred people come together, and 1,000 and organize and designated one person as leader, and some leaders. Okay, we start here. We have some organization. You're also going to have some people that say, good, humans were a scourge upon the earth, and this is good, and they're going to try to stop it. They're trying to murder the people who know what they're talking about.
the elite that possess the knowledge.
Well, and so we're all civilized for the first 30 days, and then things start to fall off. People start to lose hope, and there's new kinds of governments popping up. New kinds of societies, and they don't play nicely together. And I think very quickly a lot of people give up and say, what, this is it. We're back in the Stone Age. Let's create, we don't also how to farm. No one knows how to farm. There's even the farmers, a lot of them are relying on their machines, so we also are living on mass starvation. And that when you're trying to organize, a lot of people are coming in with spears they've got and trying to murder everyone.
It's an interesting question. In today's society, how much violence would that be? We've got softer, less violent.
And weapons.
Some of the weapons.
Really primitive weapons now.
But we have the kind of ethics where murder is bad. We used to be less, human life was less valued. So murder was more okay, ethically.
But in the past, they also were really good at figuring out how to have sex. They knew how to get water because so we have no idea. The ancient hunter-gatherers have to laugh at what's going on here. You guys none of you know what you're doing. And also, the amount of people eating this amount of people in a very Stone Age civilization is not happen.
So New York is going to screw.
Well, we're not near water, so that's you're near a river, fresh water. Anyway, this is a very interesting question, and what it does, just in the past, it makes me feel so grateful and excited about our civilization is so cool. And this is talk about collective intelligence. Humans did not build anything. It's collective human super intelligent, being that can do absolutely, especially over the long periods of time. There's such magical things that get to be born. When I'm working and I'm trying to just go click, and salad's coming. The salad arrives. You think about the incredible infrastructure that's in place for that the electricity, first of all, that's powering the thing. Where the amount of structures that have to be created for that electricity, and then you've got of course, the internet. You have the system. There are delivery drivers, and they're running flights by someone, and they're going to get the salad. All those ingredients came from all over the place. And it's just so. I think it's I like thinking about these things as it makes me feel just so great. Man, it would be so awful if we didn't have this, and people who didn't have this would think this was such magic we live in too. And that's fun.
Yeah, one of the most amazing things when I showed up, I came here at 13, so a union in the supermarket was, people don't really realize that the abundance of food, it's not even, so bananas, I was obsessed about, I just ate bananas every day for many months, because I haven't had bananas in Russia, and in fact, you can have as many bananas as you want, plus they were, somewhat inexpensive relative to other food. The fact that you can somehow have a system that brings bananas to you without having to wait in a long line, all of those things, is magic.
Also, imagine, so first of all, the ancient hunter-gatherers, picture the mother gathering, eating all this fresh food. So you know what a mother gathering? It was a little sphere, and the fruit of it had 12 avocado parts, a little tiny thing around this big pin, almost the whole body. We did this. We made crazy robot avocados today that are nothing to do with what they. So Tim's banana, big, sweet, and not infested with bugs and they used to eat the shittiest food, and they're eating uncooked meat, or maybe they're just gross and it's things rot. So the supermarket is
just it's a crazy super engineered cartoon food, fruit and food. And then it's all this processed food, which we complain about. We complain about, we eat processed. This is a good problem. If you imagine that they were making a cracker, delicious cracker would go to them. Candy, pasta, spaghetti stuff. They never had anything like this. And then you have all over the world. I mean, things that are grown all over the place. All here in nice little organized, and on a middle class salary, you can afford anything you want. And it's, again, it's like incredible gratitude. Yeah.
And the question is, how resilient is this whole thing? I mean, this is another darker version of your question. If we keep all the materials that we have, but we start knocking at some percent of the population, how resilient is the system that we built up, or we relied on humans, the knowledge we built up in the past, the distributed nature of knowledge? How much does it take? How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost?
Well, let me think about one thing, which is Elon Musk says that he has this number as the order of magnitude of people you need to be on Mars to truly be multi-planetary. Multi-planetary doesn't mean, like when Neil Armstrong, goes to the moon, they call it a great leap for mankind. It's not a great leap for anything. It is a great achievement for mankind. Now he's like, think about if the first fish kind of go on land, kind of run up and see the shore, high five in the water. That's not a great leap for life. That's a great achievement for that fish. There's a little statue of that fish and water and everything. Celebrate the fish, but it's but we talk about a great leap for life. It's permanent. It's something that from now on, this is going to be something. So this is part of why I get so excited. Mars, by the way, is because you can count on one hand the number of great leaps that we've had. Like no life to life, just simple cell to complex cell, single cell organisms to animals, to multi-cell animals, and then ocean to land, and one planet to two. Anyway, diversion. Point is that we are officially that leap for all of them, has happened once the ships would stop coming from Europe because there's some horrible catastrophic World War III and everyone dies, and they're fine, and they turn that certain X number of people into 7 billion, population that's thriving just like Earth. They can build ships, they can come back and recolonize Earth because now we are officially multi-planetary. It's a self-sustaining. He says 1 million people is about what he says. Now that might be a specialized group. That's a very specifically, selected million that has very, very skilled million people, not just maybe the average million on Earth. But I think it depends what you're talking about. But I don't think, so 1 million is 7,000, 8,000 of the current population. I think you need a very, very, very small fraction of humans on Earth to get by. Now, obviously, you're not going to have the same thriving civilization. You get to a too small number, but it depends who you're killing off. This is part of it. Yeah. So if you killed off people just randomly, right, I think it would be obviously a great, awful tragedy. I think if you killed off 3 quarters of all people randomly, just 3 out of every 4 people drops dead, I think we'd have obviously the stock market would crash. We'd have a rough patch, but I almost can assure you that the species would go.
Well, because the million number you said is specialized. So I think you have to basically do the iPhone experiment. Literally, you have to be able to manufacture computers.
Yeah, everything. You're gonna have to self-sustaining. You can any major important skill, any important piece of kind of infrastructure on Earth can be built there in this, just as well.
It'd be interesting to list out what are the important things, what are the important skills.
Yeah, I mean, you have to feed everyone, so mass farming, things like that. You have mining. These questions, it's like the materials might be, I don't know, 5 miles, 2 miles underground, but like it's amazing to me just that these things got built in the first place. They never got built first. The mine that we're getting stuff for the iPhone probably wasn't built for the iPhone, or in general, early mining. Was for, I think obviously, I assume the Industrial Revolution, when we realized, fossil fuels, we want to extract this magical energy source. I assume that, mining took a huge, without knowing very much about it. I think, you mining, you're going to need a lot of electrical engineers. If you're going to have a civilization like ours, now first you could have oil and land, you could go way back. But if you're trying to fill our today, you're going to need energy and electricity and mines and materials and a ton of plumbing, everything that entails.
And like you said, food, we also manufacture, so like turning raw materials into something useful.
Yeah.
That whole thing, like factories, some supply chain, transportation.
Right. I mean, you think about that. We talk about the world hunger. One of the major problems is, there's plenty of food by the time they arrive. Most people gone bad in the truck, in a kind of impoverished place. So it's like, we take it for granted. All the food in the supermarket is fresh. It's all there, and which always stresses me. Our running is, I would always be so miserable about things going bad on the shelves, or if you don't have enough, that's not good for you. Once it goes bad,
of course, there would be entertainers too. Like somebody would have a YouTube channel that's going on Mars. There is something different about civilization on Mars, Earth, existing versus civilization in the United States versus Russia and China. Like that. That's a different. I don't know if a different distance. Philosophical.
There'll be there'll be a reality show on Mars and everyone I'm going obsessed with, and I think people are going back and forth enough that it becomes fuzzy. It becomes our friends on Mars, and Mars versus Earth, and it becomes a fun tribalism. I think if people don't rarely go back and forth, and they're there for, I think it can get kind of we hate a lot of us versus them stuff going on.
It could be also war in space for territory. As first colony happens, China, Russia, whoever, different European nations. Switzerland finally gets their act together and starts wars. This is supposed to this thing out.
Yeah, all kinds of crazy geopolitical things that we have not even, no one's really thought about too much yet. That it could get weird. Before the 1500s, when it was suddenly a race to, colonize or capture land or cover new land. So it was this new frontier. There's not really, land is not, the thing about Crimea was this huge thing, it's tiny roots switched. That's how optimized everything is. Everything is really stuck. Mars is a whole new world of territory, naming things, and it's a chance for new kind of governments. Maybe it's just the colonies of these governments, and you want to get that opportunity. I think it'd be cool if there's new countries, totally new experiments.
That's fascinating. You don't talk back about that, and I believe that very much. That should be from the start. It should determine their own sovereignty. They should determine their own thing.
There was one modern government in the late 1700s in the U.S. It was the only modern democracy. Now, of course, there's hundreds, many dozens. But I think part of the reason that was able to start, it's not that people didn't have the idea. People had the idea. It was they had a clean slate, new place, and so I think it would be a great opportunity to have. There's a lot of people that if I had my own government on an island, my own country, what would I do? And the U.S. founders actually had the opportunity. Basically, they were we can do it. Let's think, okay, what's the perfect country? And they tried to make something. Sometimes progress it's not held up by our imagination. It's held up by just there's no blank canvas to try something.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for a fresh start. The funny thing about the conversation we're having is not often had. I mean, even by Elon, so focused on Starship and actually putting the first people on Mars. I think thinking about this kind of stuff is inspiring. It makes us dream, makes us hope for the future. So, and it makes us somehow thinking about civilization on Mars is helping us think about the civilization here on Earth.
Yeah,
how we should run it. But what do you think are in our lifetime? Are we gonna? I think any effort that goes to Mars, the goal is this decade. Do you think that's actually going to be achieved?
I have a big $10,000 with a friend when I was drunk. An argument.
This is great.
Neil Armstrong Mars, whoever he or she may be, will set foot by the end of 2030. Now this was probably 2018.
So what
if human has to touch Mars by the end of 2030?
Oh, by the year 30.
By January 1st, 2030.
Yeah.
So,
did you agree on the time zone?
No, it's coming on that exact day. That's going to be really But anyway, I think that there will be. That was 2018. I was more confident then. I think it's going to be around. I mean, I still won the general bet at this point was, you are crazy. This is not going to happen in our lifetime. They're not for many, many decades. And I said, you're wrong. You don't know what's going on in SpaceX. I think if the world depended on it, and I think probably SpaceX could probably, I mean, I don't know this, but I think the tech is almost there. Like, I don't think the first it delay many years by saying they first want to send the ship, around Mars. They want to land a cargo ship on Mars.
And there's the moon on the way too.
Yeah, there's I think the moon a decade before seemed like magical technology that humans didn't have. This is like, no, we can. It's conceivable that this Starship. It is a interplanetary colonial or interplanetary transport system, as they used to call it. The SpaceX, the way they do it, every time they do a launch, something fails, usually, they're testing, and they learn 1,000 things. The amount of data they get, and they improve. So each one has, it's like they moved up 8 generations each one. Anyway, so it's not inconceivable that pretty soon they could send Starship to Mars and land. There's just no good reason I don't think they couldn't do it. And so if they could do that, they could, in theory, send a person to Mars pretty soon. Now, off from Mars and come back again, I don't think they would want to be on that voyage today because there's just, there's still amateur hour here, getting that perfect. I don't think we're too far away now. The question is every 26 months, Earth lapse months, right? Like a cycle period. 26 months. So it's right now, look at the events, like 2022 is going to have one of these, 2020, like 2024. So people could, this was the earliest estimate I heard. Elon said, maybe we can send people to Mars in 2024, to land in early 2025. That is not going to happen because that included 2022 sending a cargo ship to Mars, maybe even one in 2020. And so I think they're not quite on that schedule. But to win my bet, 2027 I have a chance, 2029 I have a chance. Nice. We're not very good at backing up into the big picture. We're very distracted by what's going on today and what we can believe is happening in front of our face. There's no way that humans going to be landing on Mars. It's not going to be the only thing everyone is talking about, right? I mean, it's going to be the moon landing. Bigger deal, open up our planet, right? And for to start a colony, not just to high five and come back. So this is like the 2020s, maybe the 2030s. Is going to be the new 1950s. We're going to have a space decade. I'm so excited about it. And again, it's one of the great things for all of life happening in our lifetime. Why?
To paint a slightly cynical possibility, which I don't see happening. But I just want to put some value to leadership. I think it wasn't obvious that the moon landing would be so exciting for all of human civilization. Some of that had to do with the right speeches, with the space race. Like, space, depending on how it's presented, could be boring. I don't think it's that so far, but I've actually...
Space is quite boring right now. Not SpaceX, but like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Some writer wrote, it's like the best magic trick in the show happened at the beginning. Now they're starting to do this like easy hazard. So you can't go in that direction. The line that the writer said is watching astronauts go to space after watching the moon is like watching Columbus sail to Ibiza. It's just like, everything is so unpractical. You're going up to the space station not to explore, but to do science experiments and microgravity, and you're sending rockets up. Mostly here and there, but mostly you're sending up satellites, for direct TV, and whatever it is. It's kind of like lame Earth industry, So I agree with you, space boring there. The first human setting foot on Mars has got to be a crazy goal. I can't imagine it not being. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm taking for granted that the speeches and the space race.
I think the value, I guess what I'm pushing for is the value of people like Elon Musk and potentially other leaders that hopefully step up is extremely important. Like, I would argue about the publicity of SpaceX, it's not just the ingenuity of SpaceX, but like what they've done publicly by having a figure that tweets and all that kind of stuff like that. That's a source of inspiration. NASA wasn't able to quite pull off with the shuttle.
That's one of his 2 reasons for doing it. SpaceX exists for 2 reasons. One, life insurance. Or, if you're, I always think about it this way. If you're in a far away planet and you're rooting against humanity, and you win the bet if humanity goes. You do not like Facebook. You do not want them to have their eggs in two baskets.
Yeah.
You know, sure. Like obviously, this, you could have some, you know, something that kills everyone on some AI or something. But the point is, obviously, it's good for our chances, our long-term chances, to be having self-sustaining civilizations. The second reason he values it, I think, just as high. It's the greatest adventure in history. You know, going multi-planetary, and that, you know, we'll need some reason to wake up in the morning and it'll just be this whole great uniting event. I mean, I'm sure in today's nasty, awful political environment, which is like the world sucks everything in. Doesn't you name a thing and it become a nasty political topic. So I hope that space can, you know, Mars can just bring everything together. You know, it could become this hideous thing where it's, you know, oh, a billionaire, some annoying storyline gets, so half the people think that anyone who's excited about Mars is an evil, you know, something. Anyway, I hope it's
so far a uniting, inspiring thing. And in fact, especially during this time of pandemic, it's been just commercial entities putting out into space for the first time was just one of the only big sources of hope.
Totally, and awe. Like watching this huge skyscraper go up in the air, over, come back down and land. I mean, it just makes everyone want to sit back and clap and kind of like, the way I look at something like SpaceX is it makes me proud to be a human. And I think it makes a lot of people feel it's like good for our self-esteem. It's like, you know what, we're pretty sure we have a lot of problems, but like, we're kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Because we can put people on Mars, you know, stick an Earth flag on Mars, like, damn, you know, we should be so proud of our like little family. We did something cool. And by the way, I made it clear, SpaceX people, including you, many times, and it's like once a year, fine. If they want to make this more exciting, send the writer to Mars on the other thing. I'll blog about it. So I'm just continuing to throw this out. Which I'm trying to get them to send me to Mars.
I understand. I just want to clarify which trip is the writer want to go.
I think my dream one, to be honest, would be like the, you know, like the Apollo 8, where they just around the moon and came back. Because landing on Mars
Give you a lot of
great content, right? I mean, the amount of high-minded, and, you know, and so I would go into the thing and I would talk about it, and I'd be in microgravity, I'd be bouncing around my little space. I get a little, like, you send me in a dragon through the whole starship, and I would bounce around and I would get to. I always had a dream of going into like one of those nice jails for a year, because I just had nothing to do besides like books and I had no responsibilities, no social plans. So this is the ultimate version of that. Anyway, it's just a side topic. But
also, to be honest, land on Mars, it's epic. And then if you die there, like finishing the writing would be just even that much more powerful for the impact.
Yeah, but then I'm gone, and I don't even get to like experience the publication. But just that's the whole point.
We're some of the greatest writers in history didn't get a chance to experience the publication.
I know. I really think. I think like I went to Jesus, and I'm like, oh man, that guy really crushed me, you know. But then when you think about it, it doesn't like you can literally die today and then become the next Jesus. Like 2,000 years from now, civilization is like they're in magical clouds, and they're worshiping you. They're worshiping Lex, like, and like that sounds like your ego probably thinks, wow, that's pretty cool. Except it's irrelevant to you. You never even have this.
This is like a Rick and Morty.
It does. It does.
Okay, you've talked to Ron a bit. You've written about him a bit. Just it'd be cool to hear you talk about what are your ideas with the magic sauces you've written about with Elon. What makes him so successful? His style of thinking, his ambition, his dreams, the people he connects with, the kind of problems he tackles. Is there kind of comments you can make about what makes him special?
I think that obviously there's a lot of things that he's very good at. He's obviously super intelligent. His heart is very much in the right place. I really, really believe that. And I think people can sense that. He just doesn't seem like a grifter of any kind. He's really trying to do big things for the right reason. And he's obviously crazy and not everyone is. People are as talented with school vision, but don't want to spend their life that. So, but that's none of those is what makes Elon. I mean, if it were, there'd be a because there's a lot of people that are very smart and smart enough to accumulate a lot of money and influence, and they have great ambition, and they have their hearts in the right place. To me, it is a very unusual quality he has, is that he's sane in a way that almost every human is crazy. What I mean by that is we are programmed to trust conventional wisdom over our own reason, for good reason. If you go back 50,000 years, and conventional wisdom says, don't eat that berry, or this is the way you tie a spearhead to a spear, and you're thinking, I'm smarter than that. You're not. That comes from accumulation of life experience, accumulation of observation and experience over many generations, and that's a little mini version of intellectual super intelligence. It's like, it's the equivalent of like making a pencil today, like people back then, like the conventional wisdom, like had this knowledge that no human could have, right? So very wired. Plus, the secondary thing is that the people who, just say that they believe the mountain is they worship the mountain, right? And the mountain determines their fate. That's not true, right? And the conventional wisdom was wrong there, but believing it was healthy to survive because you were part of the crowd and you stayed in the tribe, and if you started to, insult the mountain and say that's just a mountain, it's not. Yes, you didn't fare very well, right? So it was, for a lot of reasons, it was a great survival trait. Just trust what other people said and believe it. And truly, obviously, the more you believe it, the better. Today, conventional wisdom in a rapidly changing world, in a huge, giant society, our brains are not built to understand. They have a few settings, and none of them is 300 million person society. So your brain is basically is treating a lot of things like a small child, even though they're not. And they're treating conventional wisdom as very wise in a way that it's not. You think about it this way: it's like picture like a bucket that's not moving very much. We're moving a millimeter a year, so it has time to collect a lot of water. That's like conventional wisdom. In the old days, very few things changed. Like your great grandmother probably lived a similar life. You maybe on the same planet. And so old people really think about that. Today, the bucket's moving really quickly. And so the wisdom doesn't accumulate, but we think it does. Our brain setting doesn't have the quickly moving bucket setting. So my grandmother gives me advice all the time, and I have to decide: is this? So there's certain things that are not in relationships, love and loyalty, things like this. Her advice on those things is, she's one of the people who said you've got to live near your people, live near your family, right? I think that is tremendous wisdom, right? That happens to be something that doesn't change generation or no. She's also right. So I'll be the idiot telling my exact it's a metaverse.
Exactly.
Matter. Not the same when you're not perfect. They're going to say it's exactly the same. And they'll also be thinking too with their language. Slow down. I don't understand what you're talking about. Anyway, so my grandmother then she said, I don't know about this writing. You should go to law school, and you want to be secure. And that's not good advice. Given the world I'm in, and I like to do, and what I'm good at, that's not good advice. But because the world she's in a different place. She became wise for a long period. Now, if you think about that, then when we talk about conventional wisdom, it's like my grandparents, and there's a lot of it's not maybe 60 years outdated like her software. It's maybe 10 years outdated conventional wisdom, sometimes 20. So anyway, I think that we all continually don't have the confidence in our own reasoning when it conflicts with what everyone else thinks, when what seems right. We don't have the guts to act on that reasoning for that reason. And so so many people. I mean, just from the beginning, building Zip2 was the first company, and it was internet advertising. At the time, people said, this internet was brand new, kind of thinking of the metaverse, VR metaverse. People were like, we used to facilitate internet advertising. People were saying, yeah, people can advertise on the internet. Yeah, right. Actually, it wasn't that he's magical about the future. That he looked at the present, looked at what the internet was, thought about, the obvious advertising opportunity this was going to be. It wasn't rocket science. It wasn't genius. I think it was just seeing the truth. And when everyone else is laughing, saying, well, you're wrong. And I did the math, and here it is. Right? Next company, X.com, which became eventually PayPal. People say, oh, yeah, people should put their financial information on me. No way. Us, it seems so obvious. If you went back there, you would probably could say, you think that is a fake company. No, it's just obviously not good. You looked around and said, I see what this is. So again, you see where it was going, you see what it was that day, and not what it, not conventional wisdom was still a bunch of years earlier. SpaceX is a friend of his apparently actually compiled a video montage of rockets blowing up to show him this is not a good idea. But just keep the bigger picture. The amount of billionaires thought this was, I'm going to start launching rockets, the amount of fail. It's not. Conventional wisdom said this is a bad endeavor. We're putting all this money into landing rockets was another thing. Well, here's the classic kind of way we are being which is if this could be done, NASA would have done this a long time ago because of the money it would save. This could be done. The Soviet Union would have done it back in the 60s. It's obviously something that can't be done, and the math on his envelope said, well, I think it can be done. So we just did it. So in each of these cases, I think actually in some ways Elon gets pushed as people think it's that he's it's that his Einstein intelligence or he can see the future. He has incredible guts. He's so courageous. I think if you actually are looking at reality, accepting probabilities, and you're ignoring all the noise, which is wrong, so wrong, right? And then you just have to be pretty smart and pretty courageous. And you have to have this magical ability to be sane and trust your reasoning over conventional wisdom because your individual reasoning, part of it is that we see that we can't build pets, we can't build, this civilization on our own, right? So we kind of count to the collective. Because for the big reason, this is different when it comes to kind of what's possible. The Beatles were doing their kind of Motown chord patterns in the early '60s, and they were doing what was wanted. They were doing what clearly this kind of sound is a hit. Then they started getting weird. They were so popular, they had this confidence to say, we're going to start just experimenting. And it turns out, if you all these people are in this one group together doing music, it's like there's a lot of land over here. And it seems like I'm sure the manager would say that all the record executives, you have to be here. This is what's selling. And it's just not true. So I think that Elon, so that's what I think the term for this, that actually Elon likes to use is reasoning first principles, physics term. First principles are your axioms. And physicists, they don't say, what do people think? No, they say, what are the axioms? And those are the puzzle pieces. Let's use those to build a conclusion. That's our hypothesis. Well, let's test it, right? And they come up with all kinds of new things constantly by doing that. If Einstein was assuming conventional wisdom, right, he never would have tried to create something that really disproved Newton's laws. And the other way to reason is reasoning by analogy, which is a great shortcut. It's when we look at other people's reasoning and we kind of photocopy it and we steal it. So reasoning by analogy we do all the time, and it's usually a good thing. It takes a lot of mental energy. It's actually you don't want to reinvent every time you want to often copy other people's reasoning. Most of the time, and most of us do it most of the time. It's good, but there's certain moments where you forget just for a second, succeeding in the world of Elon. Just who you're going to marry, where you're going to settle down, how you're going to raise your kids, how you're going to educate your kids, how you should educate yourself, what kind of career path you're taking. These moments, this is how your deathbed. You look back on it. These are the few number of choices that you find. Those should not be reasoned by analogy. You should absolutely try to reason first principles. And Elon, not just by the way in his work, but in his personal life. You just look at the way he's on Twitter. It's not how you're supposed to be when you're a super famous, industry type. You're not supposed to just be silly on Twitter and getting little quibbles. He just does things his own way, regardless of what you're supposed to do. Which sometimes serves me, sometimes doesn't. I think it has taken him. Yeah, I probably would describe as a person first principle, but I guess I don't think it is. Well, first of all, I will say that people think, he's going to be done after this. He's fine. He's on. He's just one man of the year. It's something. It's not sinking him, and I think it's not that I think this is like super reasoned out. I think that Twitter is the silly side, but I think that his reasoning did not feel like it was a giant risk in just being his silly self on Twitter. And a lot of billionaires say, well, no one else is doing that, so it must be a good reason, right?
Well, I gotta say that he inspires me too. That's okay to be silly on Twitter, and but yeah, you're right. The big inspiration is the willingness to do that when nobody else is doing it.
Yeah, and if you all the great artists, all the great inventors and entrepreneurs, almost all of them, they had a moment when they trusted their reason. Airbnb was over 60 with VC. A lot of people say, obviously, they know something we didn't, right? But I think they're all wrong. I mean, that takes some kind of different wiring in your brain.
And then both the big picture and detail, like engineering. It's fun to talk to him. It's fun to talk to Jim Keller for example. He's kind of thinking about like manufacturing, how to get close down. They always talk about SpaceX rockets this way. They talk about manufacturing this way, like cost per pound or per ton to get to orbit. The solid reason cost down. It's a very kind of raw materials.
Yeah.
Like just very. I think it's really.
And the first principles of rocket are the price of raw materials and gravity, and wind. These are your first principles, and fuel. Henry Ford, what made Henry Ford blow up as an entrepreneur? Simply life, right? I mean, he thought for a second and said, "This isn't how manufacturing is normally done this way. But I think this is a different kind of problem," and that's what changed it. And then what happens? Someone raises certain principles. They often fail. Going out in the fog with no convention to guide you. But when you succeed, what you notice is that everyone else turns. What are they doing? What are they? They all flock over. The iPhone. Steve Jobs is famously good at perfect principles. That guy has crazy self-confidence. He just said, I think this is right. I don't know how he is. And I don't think Apple can do that. I mean, they lost that. And one great ability to do that was made that a totally different company. Like there's tens of thousands of people there. He didn't say, I'm giving a lot of credit to Steve Jobs. But of course, it wasn't team at Apple. Said they didn't look at their phones and say, okay, what can I do? Let's make a keyboard that's like clicky and really cool Apple keyboard. They said, what should a mobile device be? What axes? What are the axes here? And none of them involved the keyboard necessarily. By the time they pieced it up, there was no keyboard. So it didn't make sense. Everyone suddenly was like, what are they doing? And now every phone is like companies. That's how it goes.
You tweeted, what's something you changed your mind about? It's the question you tweeted. Elon replied, brain transplants. Sam Harris responded, nuclear power. This is for two people with responses there. In general, what are your thoughts on some of the responses, and what did you change your mind about, big or small? Perhaps in doing the research for some of your writing.
So I'm writing right now, just finishing a book on kind of why our society is such a shit place at the moment, just polarized. We have all these gifts, like we're talking about the supermarket. We have better technology, fewer and fewer people are in contact. It's Louis C.K. Everything's amazing and happy, right? And but it's really a moment right now. It's like hate is on the rise, crazy, right?
If I could interrupt briefly, you did tweet that you just wrote the last one.
I sure did.
And then there's some hilarious asshole who said, now you just have to work on all those.
Yeah, I heard that. I mean, when you earn a reputation as a tried and true professor, you're just going to get shit forever, and that's fine. I accept your thing.
So do you mind sharing a little bit more about the details of what you're writing here?
Yeah.
How do you approach this question about this data society?
I wanted to figure out what was going on because what I noticed was a bad trend. It's not that things are bad, that things are getting worse in certain ways. Not in every way. You look at Max Roser's stuff. He comes up with all these amazing graphs. This is what's weird: is that things are getting better in almost every important country you can think of, except the amount of people who hate other people in their own country, and the amount of people that hate their own country. The amount of Americans that hate America is right. The amount of Americans that hate other Americans is on the rise. The amount of Americans that hate the president is on the rise. All these things on a very steep rise. So what the hell? What's going on? Like there's something causing that. It's not that a bunch of new people were born and we're just dicks. That something is going on. So I think of it as a very simple, oversimplified equation, human behavior. And it's the outcomes that I think the two inputs are human nature and environment, right? And this is basic, super kindergarten level, animal behavior. But I think it's worth thinking about. You've got human nature, which is not changing very much, right? And then you've got throw that nature into a certain environment and it reacts, right? It's shaped by the environment, and then eventually what comes out is behavior, right? Human nature is not changing too much, but suddenly we're behaving differently, right? We are, again, look at the polls. Like, it used to be that the president, was liked by, I don't remember the exact number, 80%, 70% of their own party and 50% of the other party. And now it's like 40% of their own party and 10% of the other party. It's and it's not the presidents are getting worse. Maybe some people would argue they are, but more so, there's a lot of, idiot presidents. What's going on is something in the environment is changing. That you see is a change in behavior. Like an easy example here is that by a lot of metrics, racism is becoming less and less of a problem. It's hard to measure, but there's metrics like how upset would you be if your kid married someone of another race, and that number's plus. But racial grievance is skyrocketing, right? So there's a lot of examples. So I wanted to look around and say, and the reason I don't think this is just an unfortunate trend, unpleasant trend that hopefully will come out of it, is that all this other stuff, all this future stuff, right? This magical. I would think of this. I'm very optimistic in a lot of ways, and I think that our world would seem like actual heaven, like whatever Thomas Jefferson's picturing as heaven, other than maybe the eternal life aspect. I think that if you came to 2021 U.S., it would be better. It's cooler than heaven. But we live in a place that's cooler than 1700 heaven.
Yeah.
Again, other than the fact that we still die. I think this future world actually probably would have, quote, eternal life. Some people want eternal life. Actually, eternal is a long time, but I think the choice to die, if we're uploaded, maybe we can refresh our bodies. I don't know, but the point is, I think about that, and I do believe that, like, if we don't watch this, we'd be heading towards something that would seem like heaven, maybe in our lifetimes. Of course, if things go wrong, now think about the trends. Just like the 20th century seemed like some magical utopia to someone from the 16th century. The bad things of the 20th century were kind of the worst things ever in terms of absolute magnitude. World War II, the biggest genocide ever. You've got, maybe climate change. If it is the existential threat that many people think it is, we never had an existential threat on that level before. So the good is getting better and bad is worse. And so when I think about the future, I think of us as kind of big, long canoe as a species. 5 million mile long canoe. Each of us sitting in a row. Each has one oar. On the left side of the left. And what we know is there's 4 coming. And the river forks, and there's a utopia on one side, the dystopia on the other. And I really believe that's what you're seeing. Probably not headed for the dystopian future. It's just the great tech is exploding. Like it's something going to be really different. The question is, which side should we be rowing on? See it, right? But it really matters. I'm running all this future stuff, and I'm saying none of this matters if we're squabbling our way, kind of like a civil war right now. So what's going on?
So it's a really important problem. So what are your sources of hope in this? So, like, how do you steer the canoe?
One of my big sources of hope, and this is my answer to what I changed my mind, is I think I always do this, but it's easy to forget. Our primitive brain is that I don't think there are very many bad people. Now, when you say bad, are there selfish people? Most of us, I think that if you think of people, there's digital language, and our primitive brain very quickly gets a language. Everyone's a 100%. We're tribe. We're all ones. We're perfect. I'm perfect. My family is that other family is that other tribe. There are zeros. And then you dehumanize them, right? These people are awful. So zero is not a perfect. No one's a zero. No one's a one. Those are humanized versions. So when we get into this land, I call it Disney because the Disney movies, good guys and Scar, totally bad. Mufasa, totally good, right? You don't see Mufasa's character flaws. You don't see Scar's up naked like that. The humanizes it. No, lionizes it. Whatever. You are. Yeah. Mufasa's a one. Scar's a zero. Very simple. So political Disney world is a place, it's a psychological place that all of us have been in. And it could be religious Disney world, it could be national Disney world, or whatever it is. But it's a place where we fall into this delusion that there are protagonists and antagonists methods, right? That is not true. We are all 0.5s, maybe 0.6s to 0.4s. In that, we are also, on one hand, I don't think there's that many really great people, frankly. I think if you get into it, people are kind of, a lot of people, most of us have, if you get really into our most shameful memories, things we've done that are worse, most shameful thoughts, the deep selfishness that some of us have in areas we wouldn't want to admit, right? Most of us have a lot of unacknowledgeable stuff, right? On the other hand, if you actually really got into someone else's brain, and you looked at their upbringing, you looked at the trauma they've experienced, and then you look at the insecurities they have, and you know, if you just able to highlight your worst moments, the meanest thing, the worst case, most selfish, you tell something where people think, wow, that's an awful person. You highlighted your montage of your best moments, it was always a down, right? But of course, we all have both. So, I've started to really try to remind myself that everyone's a point five, right? And point fives are all worthy of criticism, we're all worthy of compassion. And the thing that makes me hopeful is that I really think that there's a bunch of point fives, and point fives are good enough that we should be able to create a good society. Yeah, there's a lot of love in every human, and I think there's more love in humans. I always remember this moment. This is a weird anecdote, but I was at a Red Sox, Boston Red Sox. Derek Jeter, who we beat the most, he was on the Yankees, and right, Jeter, right? It was his last game in Fed retired. And he got this. I was in stand and I almost cried. And it was like, what is going on? We hate this guy, but actually, there's so much love in all of us. It felt so good to just give a huge cheer to this guy we hate because it's like this moment of like a little fist pound. Like, of course, we all actually agree each other. And I think there's so much of that. And so the thing that I think I'm around on is I think that we are in an environment that's bringing out really bad stuff. I don't think if I thought it was the people, I would be more hopeful. Like if I thought it was human nature, I'd be more upset. It's the two independent variables. There's a fixed variable, there's a constant, which is human nature, there's the independent variable of the environment, and the behavior is independent. I like that the thing that I think is bad is the independent the environment, which means I think the environment, there's a lot of things that can go into about why the environment I think is bad, but I have hope because I think the thing that's bad for us is something that can change.
The first principles idea here is that most people have a capacity to be a 0.7 to a 0.9 if the environment is properly calibrated.
Yeah, right. I think that. Well, I think that if we're all 0.5s, I think that the environment can bring out on the side. Yes, if we're all some kind of distribution. And the right environment, yes, can bring out our higher sides. And I think in a lot of ways, it has. I mean, the U.S. environment takes for granted how the liberal laws and liberal environment that we live in. I mean, like in New York City, right? If you walk down the street and you assault someone, if anyone sees you, probably you might get your ass beat by someone for doing that. You also might end up in jail. There's security cameras and there's just norms. We're all trained. That's what awful people do, right? So there's probably human nature doesn't have it in to be like that. That this environment we're in has made that a much smaller experience for people. There's so many examples like that where it's like, man, you don't realize how much worse human nature is contained by our environment. And but I think that rapidly changing environment, which is what we have right now. Social media started. What a seismic change in the environment. With a lot of examples like that. Rapidly changing environment creates rapidly changing behavior. And wisdom sometimes can't keep up. And so, we can really kind of lose our grip on some of the good behavior.
Were you surprised by Elon's answer about brain transplants or SANS or power? Was there anything else?
SANS, I think, is I have a friend, Isabel who's a nuclear power instructor. I've become very convinced and not that I'm but this is reasoning by analogy. The amount of really smart people I respect, all who seem to have dug in with nuclear power is clearly a good option. It's obviously a mission for it, but the concerns about meltdowns and ways this is completely overblown. So, judging from those secondary knowledge here, I would say I'm a strong advocate. I haven't done my own deep dive yet, but it does seem like a little bit odd that you've got people who are so concerned about climate change, who have, it seems like it's kind of an ideology where nuclear power doesn't fit, rather than rational fear of climate change that somehow is anti-nuclear power. Just, yeah.
I personally am uncomfortably reasoning by analogy with climate change. I've actually had a deep dive
Me
myself.
neither, because it's so, man, and my reasoning by analogy there currently has me thinking it's a true yes thing, but
So let me speaking from a person who's not done the deep dive, I'm a little suspicious of the amount of fear mongering going on. I've, especially over the past couple of years, I've gotten uncomfortable with fear mongering in all walks of life. There's way too many people interested in manipulating the populace with fear. And so I don't like it. I should probably do a deep dive, because to me, well, the big problem with the opposition to climate change or whatever the fear mongering is that it also grows the skepticism in science broadly. It's like that, so I need to make sure I do that deep dive. I have listened to a few books, kind of criticizing fear mongering and these kinds of things, but they're few and far between. So it's like, all right, what is the truth here? It feels lazy, but it also feels like it might get to the, like, there's a lot of kind of activists talking about ideas versus like sources of objective, like calm, first principles type reasoning. Like one of the things, I know it's supposed to be a very big problem, but when people talk about catastrophic effects of climate change, I haven't been able to like see really great deep analysis of what that looks like in 10, 20, 30 years. Rising sea levels. What are the models of how that changes human behavior, society, what are the things that happen? There's going to be constraints on resources that people have to move around. This is happening gradually. Are we going to respond to this? How would we respond to this? What are the best models? Like, what are the best models for how everything goes wrong? Again, this is a question I'm starting to ask myself without doing research. Like motivated myself to get up to this deep dive that I feel is deep. Just watching people not do a great job with that kind of modeling the pandemic. And so being caught off guard and wondering, okay, if we're not good with this pandemic, how are we going to respond to other kinds of tragedies?
Well, this is part of my reflex, because I said, we're going to have more and more of these, like big collective, what do we do here situations? Whether it's how when we're probably not that far away from being able to go inside the IQ with their kid, or make a bunch of embryos and actually pick the high as like everything possibly go wrong. Yeah. And also imagine the political sides of that, and singularly wealthy people can afford to right? We need to be able to have our wits about us as a species, where we can actually get into a topic like that and come up with it. With the collective brain, be smart. I think that there are certain topics where I think of this, and this is again another statistic model, but I think it works, is that there's a higher mind in your head, and these keep up with others. So when the higher mind is more rational and puts out ideas that it's not attached to, and so it can change its mind easily because it's just an idea, and the higher mind can get criticized. Their ideas can get criticized, and so when the higher mind keep up, it's like all the people are throwing out ideas, and one idea goes out, and everyone criticizes it. It's just shooting bows and arrows out. There's true ideas, the arrows bounce off, and so okay, it rises up, and the other ones get shot down. So it's an incredible system. This is what good science is someone puts out a thing, criticism arrows come at it, and most of them fall, and the needle is in the haystack at the rising up. Right? Incredible mechanism. So what's happening is a bunch of people, a bunch of flawed medium scientists creating super intelligence. Then there's the primitive, which is the more limbic system part of our brain. It's a part of us that is very much not living in 2020. It's living many tens of thousands of years ago, and it does not treat ideas like this type of thing. It identifies ideas. It only gets involved when it finds an idea sacred. It starts holding an idea sacred, and that starts identifying. So what happens is they team up too. And so when you have a topic that a bunch of that really rouses a bunch of primitive minds, the primitive minds team up and they create an echo where suddenly no one can criticize this. In fact, the idea is powerful. People outside you can only criticize. You will get your paper tracked. You will get fired. Right? That's not higher mind behavior. That is crazy primitive mind behavior. So now what happens is the collective becomes dumber than an individual. Dumber than a single reasoning approach. You have this collective is suddenly attached to this sacred scripture with the idea, and they will not change. And they get dumber and dumber. And so climate change, what's worrisome is that climate change has in many ways become a sacred topic, where if you come up with a nuanced thing, you might get celebrated and denied. Yes. So there goes the super intelligence. All the arrows, no arrows can be fired. But if you can call that liar, that's a penalty for firing an arrow at a certain orthodoxy. Right? And so what's happening is the big brain gets frozen, right, and becomes very stupid. Now, you can also say that about a lot of other topics right now. You just mentioned another one, I forget what it was, but it's also kind of what it is.
The vaccine.
Yeah. Okay. And here's my point earlier is that what I see is that the political divide is like a whirlpool of everything we put. And in that whirlpool, thinking is done with the mind triumphs. Yeah. And so I get, okay, I was just saying like race, right? That makes that also the topic of race, for example, or gender, these things are in the world. But that is like, okay, that's something that the primitive mind would always get really worked up about. It taps into like our deepest kind of like primal selves. COVID, because COVID in a way, but climate change, that should just be something that our rational brains are solve this complex problem. The problem is that it's all gotten sucked into the red versus blue world, and once that happens, it's in the hands of the primitive mind. We're losing our ability to be wise to make decisions. It's like big species brain is like, or the big American brain is like, and we're about to come into a future with more and more big technologies, scary things, make right decisions. We're getting dumber as a collective, and that's part of this environmental problem.
So within the space of technologists, the space of scientists, we should allow the arrows. That's one of the saddest things to me about it's like the scientists, I've seen arrogance. There's a lot of mechanisms that maintain tribe. It's arrogance. It's how you build up this mechanism that defends this wall of defense against the arrows. It's arrogance, credentialism, just ego, really. And then just protects you from actually challenging your own ideas. This ideal of science that makes science beautiful in a time of fear. And in a time of division created by politicians that leverage the fear, it, like you said, makes the whole system dumber. The science has been dumber. The tech developer system dumber. They don't allow challenging ideas.
What's really bad is in a normal environment, you're always going to have an echo chamber. So what's the opposite of echo chamber? I created a curve that if you need it, we just call it an idea lab. An idea lab, right? It's like people act like scientists, even if they're not doing science. They just treat their ideas like science experiments. They toss them out there, and everyone's disagreement is like the game. Everyone likes to disagree. Certain texts where everyone is just, saying, it's almost like someone throws something out, just an insult, so the rest of the group say, I think you're being overly generative. Or I think are you kind of being? I think that's bias, and it's like no one's getting offended. We're all just messing going. We're respecting each other. Obviously, we're just trashing each other's ideas, and that the whole group becomes smart. You're always going to have idea labs, changes, right, in different communities, and most of us participate openly. Maybe your marriage is a great idea. You love to disagree with your spouse, and maybe in this group of friends or in your family at home, in front of that sister, you do not bring up those things because she's now enforcing. That happens. Her bullying is forcing the whole room to be an echo chamber. to appease her. Now, what scares me is that usually you have these things exist kind of in bubbles, and usually there's like each have natural defenses against each other. So an echo chamber person stays in their echo chamber. They don't they will cut you out. They don't like to be friends with you. You notice that they will cut you out. They'll cut out their parents. They voted for Trump, right? So they're that's how they do it. They will say, I'm going to stay inside of an echo chamber. My ideas, which I identify because my primitive mind is doing this thing, are not going to ever get to get challenged because it feels so scary and awful for that to happen. But if they leave, they go to an ideal environment, they're going to people say, well, no, they're going to disagree. But they're going to say, and the person's going to try to bully them. They're going to say, that's really offensive. We say, no, it's not. And they're going to immediately say, these people are husbands, right? So the echo person, it doesn't have much power once they leave the echo chamber. Likewise, the ideal lab, so they have this great environment. They go into an echo chamber with everyone else, and they do that. They don't get out of the they'll get branded as a denier, a racist, a right winger, a radical. These nasty words. The thing that I don't like right now is that the echo chambers have found ways to forcefully expand into places that normally have a pretty good immune system against echo chambers, like universities, like science journals, places where usually it's a strong idea lab called veritas. That's an idea lab. You have is that these people found a way to. A lot of people found a way to actually go out of their thing and keep their echo chamber by making sure that everyone is scared, that they can punish anyone, whether you're in their community or not.
That's all brilliant. But when's the book coming out? Any idea?
July.
Okay, I can't wait. It's awesome. You have a title yet? We can't talk about that.
Still working on it.
Okay. If it's okay, just a couple of questions from Mailbag. I just love these. I would love to hear you riff on these. So one is about film and music. Why do we prefer to watch? The question goes, why do we prefer to watch a film we haven't watched before, but we want to listen to songs that we have heard hundreds of times? This question and your answer really started to make me think, like, yeah, that's true. It's really interesting. Like, we draw that line somehow. So what's the answer?
So I think, let's use these two minds again. I think that when your higher mind is the one who's taking something in and they're really interested, what are the lyrics? So I want to learn something. If you're reading a book, or the higher mind is trying to get information. Once it has it, there's no point in listening to it again. It has the information. Your rational accounts. But when you eat a good meal or have sex, or that's something you do again and again because it actually, your primitive brain loves it, right? And it never gets bored of things that it loves. So I think music is very constant. I think music goes right to our primitive brain a lot. I think it's, of course, that's a collaboration. Your rational brain is absorbing the actual message, but I think it's all about emotions, and even more than emotions, literally, music taps into like some very deep, primal part of us. And so when you hear a song once, even some of your favorite songs, the first time you heard it, you were like, I guess that's kind of catchy. And then then you're loving it, you tend to listen, but sometimes you even don't even like a song. You're like, oh, the song sucks. Suddenly you find yourself on the 40th time on the radio all the time, just kind of being like, oh, and you're like, wait, I hate this song. And what's happening is that the sound is actually, music's actually carving a pathway in your brain. And it's a dance. And when your brain knows what's coming, it can dance, it knows the steps. So your brain is your internal, your brain is actually, and it knows the steps and it can anticipate, and so there's something about having memorized this song that makes it incredibly enjoyable. But when you hear it for the first time, you don't know where it's going to go. We're like an awkward dance, and you don't know the steps. And your primitive brain can't really have that much fun.
And in movies, that's less primitive. That's a story. You're taking it.
But a really good movie that you really love, often you would watch it multiple times. And still like it. Not that many, but versus if you're watching a talk show, right? You're listening to one of your podcasts is a perfect example. There's not many people who will listen to one of your podcasts, no matter how really it's long, because it's once you've got it, you got it. It's a form of information that's very high. That's how.
Well, the funny thing is
there's people that listen to a podcast episode many, many times, and often I think the reason for that is not because of the information, the chemistry, it's the music of the conversation.
Yeah.
So it's not the actual.
It's the art of it.
Yeah, they'll fall in love with some kind of person, some weird personality, and they'll just be listening to. They'll be captivated by the beat of that kind of person.
Or like a stand-up comic, I've watched like certain things in episodes like 20 times, even though.
I have to ask you about the wizard hat. You wrote a blog about Neuralink. I got a chance to visit Neuralink a couple of times, hang out with those folks. That was one of the pieces of writing you did that like changes culture, changes the way people think about a thing. The ridiculousness of your stick figure drawings are somehow it's like calling the origin of the universe the Big Bang. It's really title, but it somehow sticks to be the representative of that. The same way the wizard hat from Neuralink is somehow was a really powerful way to explain that. He actually proposed that the Man of the Year cover of Time should be
one of my drawings.
One of your drawings.
Yes.
It's an outrage that it wasn't.
It was.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts about like all those years later about Neuralink? Do you find this idea? What excites you about it? Is the big long-term philosophical things? Is it the practical things? Do you think it's super difficult to do on the neurosurgery side and the material engineering, the robotic side, or do you think the machine learning side for the computer interfaces will get to learn about each other, all that kind of stuff? I would just love to get your thoughts because you're one of the people that really considered this problem, really studied it on computer interfaces.
I mean, I'm super excited. I really think it's actually Elon's most ambitious thing, more than colonizing the world, because that's just about people going somewhere, even though it's somewhere far. Neuralink is changing the person thinks eventually. Now, I think that Neuralink engineers and Elon himself would all be the first to admit that it is a maybe whether they can do their goals here. I mean, it is so crazy and to try to, their eventual goals are, of course, in the interim, they have a higher probability of accomplishing smaller things, which are still huge, like basically solving paralysis, stroke, Parkinson, things like that. I mean, it can be unbelievable, anyone who doesn't have one of these things, like we might, everyone should be very happy about this kind of helping with different disabilities. But the thing that is like, so the grand goal is this augmentation where you take someone who's totally healthy and you put a brain machine interface in anyway to give them superpowers. It's the possibilities that they can do this, that they can really, so, they've already shown that they are for real. They created this robot. Elon talks about it should be like laser, where it shouldn't be something that needs a surgeon. This shouldn't just be for rich people who are waiting in line for 6 months. This should be for anyone who can afford LASIK, and eventually, hopefully, it's something that is covered by insurance, or something that anyone, something this big a deal should be something that anyone can afford eventually. And when we have this, again, I'm talking about a very advanced phase down the road. So maybe a less advanced phase. Maybe right now, think about when you listen to a song, what's happening? Is you actually hear the sound? Well, not really. It's that the sound is coming out of the speaker. The speaker is vibrating. It's vibrating air molecules. Those air molecules, get vibrated all the way to your head. Pressure wave, and then it vibrates your eardrum. Your eardrum is really the speaker now in your head that then vibrates bones and fluid, and it stimulates neurons in your auditory cortex, which give you the perception that you're hearing sounds. Now, if you think about that, do we really need to have a speaker to do that? You could just somehow get a little tiny bit of vibrating eardrum. You could do it that way. That seems very hard. But really what you need to go to the very end, the thing that really needs to happen is your auditory cortex neurons need to be stimulated in a certain way. If you have a ton of Neuralink things and Neuralink electrodes, and they get really good at stimulating things, you could play a song in your head that you hear is not playing anymore. There's no sound in the room, but you you hear, and no one else could. It's not like they can get close to your head and hear. There's no sound. They could not hear anything, but you hear sound. You can turn up. You open your phone. You have the Neuralink app. You open the Neuralink app, or just Neuralink. So basically, you can open your Spotify and play to, you know, you can play to your speaker. You can play to your computer. Right on your phone, your headphones, of course. You now can play into your. And this is one of the early. This is something that seems like really doable. So no more headphones. I always think it's so annoying because I can leave the house with just my phone. And nothing else. And even just there's always this one thing, and headphones. You do need your headphones, right? So, and I feel like that'll be it. But there's so many things that you can keep going. The ability to think together. You can talk about like super brains. I mean, one of the examples I'll use is the low bandwidth of speech. If I go to a movie and I come out of a scary movie, you say, "How was it?" That was terrifying. Well, what did I just do? I just gave you. I had 5 buckets I could have given you. One was horrifying, terrifying, scary, eerie, creepy, whatever. That's about it. And I had a much more nuanced experience. And all I had is, these weird words, right? So instead, I just hand you the buckets. So I put the stuff in the bucket and give it to you. But all you had is the bucket. You should guess what I put in the bucket. All you can do is look at the label of the bucket and say, when I say terrifying, here's what I mean. So the point is, it's very lost. I have all this nuanced information of what I thought of the movie, and I'm sending you very low-res packages that you're going to now guess what the high-res thing is. That's language. Yes, our thoughts are much more nuanced. We can think better. We can do amazing things. We can have a brainstorm that doesn't feel like, we're not talking in each other's heads, not just that I hear your voice. No. We are just thinking. No words are being said, internally or externally. The two brains are literally collaborating. It's something. It's a skill. I'm sure we have to be good at it. I'm sure young kids would be great at it. Old people would have to do. But you think together, and together you have the joint epiphany. Now, how about 8 people, right? So you get, there's other examples. How about when you're a dress designer or a bridge designer, and you want to show people you can dress themselves. Well, right now you have to sketch it for them. Here, keep it onto the screen in your head. So you can picture it. You can picture a tree in your head, while you can just suddenly put it, whatever's in your head. So we'll have to get very good at it. It's going to take a skill, right? You're going to have to, but there's possibilities. My God, talk about I feel like if that works, if we really do have that as the thing, I think it'll almost be like a new ADBC line. It's such a big change that the idea of anyone living before everyone had brain machine interfaces is living in before the common era. It's that level of big change, if it can work.
Yeah, and you can replay it. Memories, just replaying stuff in your head.
Oh my God, yeah. And copying, you can hopefully copy memories onto other things. You don't have to just rely on your wet circuitry.
It does make me sad because you're right. The brain is incredibly, plastic, so it can adjust. It can learn how to do this. I think it'll be a skill. But probably you and I will be too old to truly.
Well, maybe there'll be great trainings. I'm spending the next 3 months in one of the American trainings.
But it'll still be a bit of grandpa kid.
Definitely. This is, I was thinking, how am I going to be old? I'm like, no, I'm going to be great at new phones. I'm not going to do the phones. It's going to be, the kid's going to be thinking to me. I'm going to be like, can you just talk, please? They're going to be like, hey, I'm talking. They're going to. So that'll be the equivalent of yelling to your brains today.
I really suspect, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I grew up in a time when physical contact and interaction was valuable. I just feel like that's going to go the way, that's going to disappear.
Why? I mean, is there anything like each other? I mean, that's talking about, once we all do it, I might feel like, man, everyone will isolate each other.
So, yeah, sorry. So I didn't say that intimacy disappears. I just meant physical, having to be in the same, having to touch each other. It's
people like that. If it isn't, won't there be whole waves of people start to say, there's all these articles that come out about how, in our metaverse, we lost something important, and then now there's a huge, first the hippies start doing it, and eventually it becomes a big wave, and how everyone, if something truly is lost, won't we recover it?
Well, I think from first principles, all of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences in the metaverse or in the cyberspace. And so to me, I don't see anything profoundly unique to the physical experience. I don't understand.
And why are you saying there's a loss?
No, I'm just saying I won't follow. It's a loss for me personally because the world.
So then you do think there's something unique in that physical experience?
For me, because I was raised. So
So whatever, anything you're raised with, fall in love with. The people in this country came up with baseball. I was raised in the Soviet Union. I don't understand baseball. I like it, but I don't love it. The Americans love it. This is because a lot of times they went to baseball games with the father, and there's that family connection with the young kid dreaming about, I don't know, becoming an MLB player himself. I don't know, something like that. But that's what you're raised with, obviously, is really important. But I mean, fundamentally, human experience. Listen, we're doing this podcast in person, so clearly it's the value of it.
But it's true. If this were obviously through a screen, we all agree it's not the same.
Yeah, it's not the
But if this were something, we had contact lenses on, and maybe Neuralink, like maybe again, this is all the devices. Even if it's as cool as contact lens, that's all old school.
Yeah.
Once you have the bridge interface, it'll just be projection. It'll take over my visual cortex. My visual cortex will get put into a virtual room, so we will see. You will really hear and see, as if where you won't have any mask, no VR mask either. And at that point, it really will feel like you'll forget. Say, were we together physically or not? You won't even. It's so unimportant. You won't even remember.
And you're right. It's one of those shits in society that changes everything.
But with romantic still need to be together. That there's a whole set of like physical things with relationships that aren't, like
what, like sex,
but also just like there's pheromones. Like there's the physical touch is that's like music. It's such a deeply primitive part of us that what physical touch with a romantic partner does. That I think that so certainly be a whole wave of people who think is that you're romantically involved with people you never actually in person with, and I'm sure there'll be things where you can actually smell what's in the room
and touch.
Yeah, but I think that will be one of the last things to go. I think there's something that to me seems like something that'd be a while before people feel like there's nothing lost by not being.
It's very difficult to replicate the human interaction.
Although sex also, again, you could. Not to get too weird, but you can have a thing where you basically, you're supposed to do a massage because it's less awkward. But
everyone is still imagining sex. So
a masseuse could massage a fake body, and you could feel whatever's happening. Right, so you're lying down in your apartment, but you're feeling a full.
There'll be the new YouTube or streaming, where it's one masseuse massaging one body, but 1,000 people are experiencing.
Right now, you don't Taylor Swift doesn't play for one person. It has to go around in every band is to go play for or a book, right? Yeah. So you do it, and it could also be the same idea.
You've thought a lot about AI. So. AI safety specifically. You've mentioned you're actually starting a podcast, which is awesome. You're so good at talking, so good at thinking, so good at being weird in the most beautiful of ways. But you've been thinking about this AI safety question. Where today does your concern lie for the near future, for the long-term future? Quite a bit of stuff happens, including with autopilot. There's a bunch of amazing robots with Boston Dynamics and favorite vacuum robot, iRobot, Roomba, and then there's obviously the applications of machine learning for recommender systems in Twitter, Facebook, and so on. And face recognition for surveillance always happening. A lot of incredible use of not just face recognition, but the incredible use of deep learning, machine learning to capture information about people and try to recommend to them what they're going to consume next. Some of that can be abused, some of that can be used for good, for Netflix or something like that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think humans are very smart, all things considered. I think and we're dumb enough that we're very not just I mean, our emotions, our emotions can be pulled by puppet strings. I mean, again, I do look at what's going on with the polarization. I see a lot of puppet string emotions happening. So, yeah, there's a lot to be scared of, for sure. Very scared. I get excited about a lot of things, very specific. One of the things I get excited about that I like, so the future of work, right? Again, I think that the wrist, didn't get around my wrist, is going to see is going to seem really hilarious, old school, 20 years. Great bracelet, right? It's going to turn into little sensors in the blood, probably, or even infrared, just things that are going to be collecting 100 times more data that's more nuanced data, more specific to our body, and it's going to be super reliable to the hardware side. And then the software is going to be, and this is not to my this is all speculation, but the software is going to be like this is the AI. And so I get excited about specific things like that. Like, think about if hardware were able to collect. Now, first of all, the hardware is your whole genome, and we know a lot more about what a genome sequence means, because you can collect your genome now, and we just don't know much. We don't have much to do with that information. As AI gets, so now you have your genome, you've got what's in your blood at any given moment, all the levels of everything, right? You have the exact width of your heart arteries at any given moment. You've got
all the virons, all the viruses that ever visited your body, because there's a trace of it. So you have all the pathogens, all the things that you should be concerned about health-wise, and that'll threaten you. You might be immune from all of that kind of stuff.
They also, of course, it knows how fast your heart is beating, and it knows how much you exactly need to exercise. It knows your muscle mass and your weight and all that, but it also maybe can even know your emotions. And maybe emotions, what are they? Where do they come from? Probably pretty obvious chemicals once we get in there. So again, Neuralink can be involved here, maybe in collecting information. Because right now you have to do the thing. What's your mood right now? It's hard to even assess. You're in a bad mood. It's hard to even. But
by the way, just shout out Lisa Feldman-Barrett, who's a neuroscientist at Northeastern, just wrote a few years ago, wrote a whole book saying our expression of emotions has nothing to do with the experience of emotions. So you really have to be measuring.
That's exactly. You can tell, because one of these apps pops up and says, how do you feel right now? With that, I'm like, I don't know, I feel bad right now because the thing's popping up. It reminded me that I'm procrastinating. So I was on my phone. That's not my, So I think it will probably be able to get all this in here, right? Now, if AI would go to town, think about when the AI gets really good at this, and it knows your genome, and it knows it can just. I want the AI to just tell me what to do. When in terms of, okay, what he did, so how about this? Now I'm attaching it to a meal service, right? And the meal service has all these, millions of supplements and vitamins. And I tell the AI my broad goals. I want to gain muscle. I want to, maintain my weight. I want to have more energy or whatever. It's just or I want to, be very healthy. And obviously, everyone wants the same 10 basic things. You want to avoid cancer. You want to help, various things. You want to age slower. So now the AI has my goals, and drone comes at it's a little thing also. It's 15 minutes to eat, because it knows that's the right time for the body to eat. 15 minutes later, a little spot opens in my wall where a drone has come from the factory, the eating food factory, and dropped the perfect meal for my exact moment, for my mood, for my genome, for my blood contents, and because it knows my goal. So, it knows I want to feel energy at this time, and then I want to wind down here. So I actually, those things
plus the pleasure thing, it knows what kind of components of material you've enjoyed in the past, so you can assemble perfectly.
Exactly. Those you way better than you yourself. Better than any human ever could. And the little thing pops up. You still have some choice, right? It pops up and it says, coffee, because it knows that, my cutoff, it says, I can have coffee for the next 15 minutes only, because at that point, it knows how long it stays in my system. It knows what my sleep is like when I have it too late. It knows I have to wake up at this time to mark it out of my calendar. So I think a lot of people, this is, I think, something that humans are wrong about, is that most people will hear this and be like, that sounds awful. That sounds dystopian. No, it doesn't. It sounds incredible. But if we all had this, we would not look back and be like, I wish I was making awful choices every day like I was in the past. And then these are important decisions. Your important decision making, your important focus, your attention to go on your kids and on your work and on helping other people, and things that matter. And so I think AI. When I think about personal lifestyle stuff like that, I really love I love it. I think it's going to be very, and I think we'll all be so much healthier. That when we look back today, one of the things that's so primitive is the one size fits all thing. Reading advice about keto. Each genome is going to have very specific, one unique advice coming from AI, and so
Yeah, the customization that's enabled by a collection of data and the use of AI. A lot of people think they think of the worst case scenario of that data being used by authoritarian governments to control you, all that kind of stuff. They don't think about most likely, especially in a capitalist society, it's most likely going to be used as part of a competition to get you the most delicious and healthy meal possible as fast as possible. Yeah, so the world will definitely be much better with the integration of data. And of course, you want to be able to be transparent and honest about how that data is misused, and that's why it's important to have free speech and be able to speak out like when some bullshit is being done by companies.
We need to have our wits about us as a society. Like, this is what free speech is the mechanism by which the big brain can think for itself, can think straight, can see straight. When you take away free speech, when you start saying that in every topic, when any topic is political, it becomes treacherous to talk about. So forget the government taking away free speech. If the culture penalizes nuanced conversation about any topic that's political, and the politics is so all-consuming, and it's such a incredible market to polarize people, for media to polarize people, to bring into that topic, we become speech goes away. People like to say outside, you don't even know what this is. Speech is not being about to say, no, you're right. My First Amendment is right. But the culture of free speech, which is the culture of free speech, the culture is much more. You obviously can have a culture right now. Take any topic again. These shootings, or what's going on in K-12 schools, or even climate change. Take any of these, and the First Amendment is still there. No, you're not going to get arrested, no matter what you say. The culture of free speech is gone, because you will be destroyed. Your life will be over. As far as it matters. If you say the wrong thing, even with a culture, a really vigorous culture of free speech, you get no penalty at all for even saying something super dumb. People will laugh. That was kind of hilariously offensive and not at all correct. You're wrong. But no one's mad at you. Now your brain is thinking like that. The IQ in big brain is as high as it's in that culture. And the culture where you say something wrong, people say, "Oh wow, you're changed. Oh wow, this is real." The big brain is done.
You still have true respect for each other, so you don't think lesser of others. They say a bunch of dumb things, it's just a play of ideas, but you still have respect, you still have love for them. Because I think the worst case is when you have a complete free, anarchy of ideas, where it's everybody lost hope that something like a truth can be converged towards. Everybody has their own truth. Then it's just chaos. If you have mutual respect and mutual goal of arriving at the truth, and the humility that you want to listen to other people's ideas, and a forgiveness that other people's ideas will be dumb as hell, that doesn't mean they're lesser beings, all that kind of stuff. That's a weird balance to strike.
Right now, people are being trained, kids, college students, being trained to think the exact opposite way. To think that there's no such thing as objective truth, which is, objective truth is the N on the compass for every thinker. Doesn't mean we're necessarily on our way or finding it. We're all aiming in the same direction. We all believe that there's a place we can eventually get closer to. Not objective truth, teaching them that disagreement is bad, violence. You quickly sound like you're going on a rant with this topic, but it's really bad. It's genuinely worse. If I was in my own country, it's I would it's some very specific things that this is doing the exact opposite of. And it sucks. It sucks.
Speaking of which, it's tweeted 30 minutes of reading a day. You said this whole video, and it's cool to think about reading as a habit, or something that accumulated. Said 30 minutes of reading a day equals 1,050 years. I love thinking about this, chipping away. Can you expand on that? Sort of habit of reading, how do you recommend people read?
Yeah. It's incredible if you do something, a little of something every day. It compiles. It compiles. I always think about people who achieve these incredible things, these great, like famous, legendary people, they have the same number of days that you do, and it's not like they were doing magic things. They just they got a little bit of every day, and that adds up to a monument. One person a day eventually got buildings, legendary buildings. So you can take writing. Someone who there's two aspiring writers. One doesn't ever write, manages to never zero writing, 0 pages, and the other one manages to do 2 pages a week. Right, not very much. They don't do 0 pages, 2 pages. 98% of the time it's the same. The other person just 2% for doing it. 1 year later, they write 2 books a year. This prolific person, in 20 years, they've written 40 books. They're one of the most prolific writers of all time. They write 2 pages a week. Sorry, that's not true. That was 2 pages. Yeah. Okay, 2 pages a week, you're still writing about a book every 2 years. So in 20 years, you still write 10 books, also prolific writer, right? Huge, massive writing, right? 2 pages every Sunday. The other person has the same exact thing. They are wannabe writers. They always said they could write, talk about how they used to be, and nothing happens, right? So it's inspiring, I think, for a lot of people who feel frustrated not doing anything. So reading is another example where someone who reads doesn't read, and someone who's a prolific reader. I always think about the Taylor Cowan types. Like, how the hell do you read so much? It's infuriating. Like James Clear puts out his 10 favorite books of the year. 20 favorite books of the year. I'm like, 20 favorites? I'm trying to just read 20 books. That would be an amazing year. So, but the thing is, you're not doing something crazy in that. You're just reading a half hour a night. If you read a half hour a night, the calculation that you do is that you can read 1,000 books in 50 years. So, if someone who's they've read 1,000 books, between 30 and 80, they are really long. They can delve into many nonfiction areas. They can, an amazing fiction reader, fiction. And again, it's half hour. If you do an hour, half hour in the morning audiobook, half hour at night, and they've read 2,000 books to it. I think it's motivating, and you realize that a lot of times you think that the people who are doing amazing things who are not, you think that there's a bigger gap between you, and then there really is. I'm a reading front. I'm a very slow reader, which is just a very frustrating fact about me. But I'm faster with audiobooks. And also, it's just hard to get myself. But I started doing audiobooks. Wake up, throw it on, do it in the shower, brushing my teeth, making breakfast, taking the dogs, things like that, whatever, until I sit down. And that's really, I do make a book every 10 days at that clip. And suddenly I'm this big reader because I'm just, while doing my morning stuff, I have it on. And also, it's fun to make the morning so fun. I mean, great time home someone to this part. So I think that, audiobooks is another amazing gift to people who have a hard time doing this.
I find that it's actually an interesting skill. I do audiobooks quite a bit. So it's skill to retain. At least for me, probably the kind of books I read, often like history or there's a lot of content, and if you miss parts of it, you miss out on stuff. And so it's a skill to maintain focus. At least
the 10-second back button is very bad.
Oh,
so I get lost. Sometimes if the book is so good, I'm thinking about what the person just said, and I'll just get skill for me is just remembering the parts. And if I don't, no problem, just back. Pretty quick back. So that, of course, is not that efficient, but I just get thinking about reading. I'll read a whole paragraph.
I haven't actually to try that. I've been so hard on myself maintaining focus because you do get lost in talking. You should try that.
Yeah, and you guys have thought, by the way, you're processing the book. That's not a waste of time. That's your brain really categorizing and cataloging what you just read.
Well, there's several kinds of thoughts, right? There's thoughts related to the book, and there's the thought that it could take you elsewhere.
Well, I find that if I am continually thinking about something else, I just say I'm not. I'm just talking. Yeah, in the shower or something. That's something really great about. I'm having all these thoughts about other stuff. I'm considering my mind off the so I'll just pause.
Quiet, Jack. I'm thinking about something else right now.
Exactly. Also, you can things like you have to head out to the store. Like I'll read 20 pages trips, walking back and forth. Home to the airport, flights, the Uber, and then walking to the. reading the whole time. I know this is not groundbreaking. People know what audiobooks are, but I think that more people should probably get into things. I know a lot of people have this stubborn kind of thing that I don't like. I like to have paper book, sure, but like I listen to a huge number of audiobooks and podcasts, but I still the most impactful experiences with reading. I read very slow. It's very personal. Like go to these websites like that estimate how long it takes on average. Those are
They do like a page a minute on your desk. A page every 2 minutes at best.
best. And you like really like actually not pause.
I just find ADD. It's like I just it's hard to keep focusing, and I also really absorb. So on the other side, when I finish it, 10 years later, I'll be like, this happens to another friend of mine. I don't remember any like details of like, oh, I can really be tired. So I absorb the shit with it, but I don't think it's worth it because it would be so less effective.
I actually was kind of there for in these like filler moments of life. I do a lot of this app called Anki. No, about it. It's spaced repetition app. So there's all these facts I have that I read and write it down. I remember it, and it's peer review. The one the things you remember it takes longer. And like flashcards, the digital app. It's called Anki. So there's a huge community that are just obsessed with it. AMKI. So this is extremely well known app or idea, like among students, like medical students, like people that really have to study. Like this is not like fun stuff. They really have to memorize a lot of things. They have to remember stuff, to integrate them with a bunch of ideas. And I find it to be really useful for like when you read history, if you think this particular fact would probably piece with you. Because you're you're doing, you talk about like a trillion tabs and reading things. You know, you probably would remember some facts you read along. Like you might remember, okay, this thing I can't directly put into the writing. It's a cool little fact. Like I want to all the time store that in. And that's what I do. You drop it in.
Oh, you can just drop it in.
Yeah.
And you drop it in those lines.
Yeah.
Like video.
Well,
I guess I can type.
So yes, so Anki, there's a bunch of space restrictions, a bunch of apps that are nice to Anki. Anki is the ghetto that creates this version. It has a giant community because people are like, what features we want? Text box, like it's very big, very stripped down. So you can drop it.
That sounds really. I can't believe I have not come across this.
You actually
The amount of
realize how you are the.
yeah.
I guarantee you're probably right on that. I can't believe it.
Well, it's also just like your people. And people say, what do you write about? Literally anything I find. And so for me, once you come across your entire worldview comes with this big of I mean, sometimes I see everything through, but constantly coming across something, or words per tweet, something that I'm like, oh, I need to like share this with my readers to hear my friends who I'm like, oh, I need to share this about this. And so I feel like, I collect documents now if it's like really good. The little factoids and stuff like that, I think, especially if I'm reading something.
Like, so the problem is you say stuff and you look at it and all that kind of stuff is you also need to come up with a system for review. What Anki does is literally it determines for me. I don't have to do it either. There's this giant say, and it brings up to me. Okay, here's I don't know when you're something like that means about World War II. You can put a particular event. Is that what year that happened? You say yes or no, or you get to pick, you get to see the answer, and you get to self-evaluate for what you remember that fact. If you remember well, another month you see it again. If you don't remember, you'll bring it up again. That's a way to review tweets and review concepts.
Yeah.
Offloads the kind of the process of selecting which parts are supposed to review. You can grow that library. Obviously, you're supposed to use it for 10,000 facts.
It just gamifies it. It's like you passively sit back and then the thing will make sure you eventually learn it all.
Yes.
It's an executive calling that
the program memorization. Someone else's hand.
I would love to hear about you trying out a space recognition idea. There's a few other apps and keys to take
Right, I totally want to.
You've written this book, procrastination. I like you suffer from procrastination. Many other suffering folks. How do we avoid procrastination?
I don't think suffer is the cause. I think that's a huge part of the problem, is that it's treated like a silly problem. If people take it serious as a dire problem, but it can ruin your life. There's like we talked about compiling content. If you read a little, you read 2 pages a week. You write a book every 2 years. You're a prolific writer, right? And the difference between it's not that person's working so hard; it's that they have the ability to, when they commit to something, like on Sunday morning, 2 pages. That's it. They respect. They have enough. They have to respect the part of them that made that decision is a respected character in their brain. And they say, well, that's the decided it's something different. Procrastinator, do those 2 pages. That's just exactly the kind of thing procrastinator will keep on their list and not do it. But it doesn't mean they're any less talented than the writer who does the 2 pages. It doesn't mean they want it any less. Maybe they want it. And it doesn't mean that they wouldn't be just as happy having done it as the writer who does it. So what they're missing out on, if you're a writer who writes 10 books, bestseller, and they go on these book tours, and they just are so gratified with their career. And they think about what the other person is missing, who does none of that, right? So that is a massive loss, and it's because the internal mechanism in their brain is not doing what the other person is. They don't have the respect for the part of them that made the choice. They feel like it's something to disregard. And so, to me, this is the same boat as someone who is obese because their eating habits make them obese over time, or their exercise habits. That's a huge loss for that person. That person is health problems and is just probably making them miserable. And it's self-inflicted, right? It's self-defeating, but that doesn't make it an easy problem. It's just because you're doing it yourself. So to me, procrastination is another one. You are the only person in your life. You are failing at something or not doing something you really want to do. It's work. You want to get out of that marriage. You realize you shouldn't be in the marriage. You get divorced. And you wait 20 extra years before you don't do it. That is, you're not living the life that you should be living, right? And so, I think it's fascinating. Now, it's also a problem because there's short-term procrastination, which I talk about as the kind that has a depth. Now, some people, this is when I bring in there's a character, the panic monster comes in, and that's when you actually know. The procrastinators can't. There's different levels. There's the kind that even when there's a deadline, they stop panicking. They've given up, and they really have a problem. Then there's the kind that when there's a deadline, they'll do it, and they'll wait for the last second. Both of them, I think, have a huge problem when there's like that. Because, and most of the important things in life, there's no deadline. Just, changing your career. Becoming a writer, getting out of your relationship, doing whatever you need to, the changes you need to make in order to get into a relationship. There's a thing after it. Launching a startup, right? Or if you're wanting to launch a startup, hiring is the right time that needs to be fired, right? Going out for fundraising, just trying to, there's so many moments when the big change that you should be making, that would completely change your life if you just did it, has no deadline. It just has to be coming from yourself. And I think that other people have problems where they will think this delusion that I'm gonna do it, definitely gonna do it, but not this point, not today, whatever. They make this decision and then they get just throw on their list. collecting dust. And so, yeah, to me, it is a very weird stuff.
And the fixing the habit, just
I'm still working on it, first of all. So there's it just that sucks and it's leaking in a sink. You can fix it with duct tape for a couple of reasons. One ride. It's not really fixing it well, but you can get it by. So there's duct tape solutions. To me, so depending on who's the character that rushes into the room once the deadline gets too close, or once there's some scary external pressure, not just from, and that's a a lot of procrastination. There's a lot of people who won't, do that thing, write that book, right? There's way fewer people who will not show up to the exam. Most people show up to the exam. So that's because the panic monster is gonna freak out. So you can create a panic monster if you really want to write music, really want to become a singer-songwriter. Well, book a venue. Tell 40 people. Say, hey, this day 2 months from now, come and see. I'm going to play. You never have been going to write songs. You're going to have it, right? So there's duct tape things where you do things. I've done this with a friend. I can say, if I don't get X done by a week from now, I have to donate a lot of money somewhere I don't.
And that's, you would put that in the category.
Yeah, because it's not, why do I need this, right? If it's selfish, this is something I want to do. It's selfish. I just really just want to be selfish here and do the work I need to do to get the goals I want to get, right? There's all the incentives should be in the right place. And yet, if I don't say that, I will be reaching out. I won't have done it. Something weird is going on. There's some resistance. There's some force that is in my own, right? And so doing something where I have to get somebody, okay, now I'll pay you. So that fixing the buttons is where I don't have to do that. I just will do the things that it's not, I'm talking about super crazy work ethic. Just like, for example, I have a lot of examples. I have a serious problem. And in some ways, I got really successful at solving it. Still fine. So
You're the world's greatest duct tape.
Yes, I'm pretty good at duct tape. I'm probably going to be better, and I'm
You're procrastinating, but it's
literally, yes. There's nothing. So here's what I know I should do. Right, it's very obvious is that I should wake up. I don't be crazy. I'm saying I'm insane, or I'm not going to be one of those crazy people with 5:30 jogs. I'm going to wake up at 7:30, 8:30, and I should have a clock, just saying 9:30, where I get up and I just really quick make coffee.
It's obvious because all great writers do exactly that.
Some of them have done that. There's some that I like. They do the late night sessions, but most of them they do a session.
But there's a session.
Most writers write in the morning. There's a reason I think I'm different than people are. It's a great time to write, right? Your ideas, dreaming, have collected, new answers. You had yesterday, you can just go. But more, if I just had a routine, I work 9 to 8 weekdays. Every week would have minimum of 15 focused hours, which doesn't sound like a lot. It's a lot. 15, no, this is no joke. This is, you're not, your phone's okay. You're not talking to anyone. You're not knowing who you are. Focused right for 3 hours. That's a big week. Most writers, right? So now what's happening is that every weekday is a minimum of a B. I'll get myself an A by B. I really just got to flow more for 6 hours and had to right? But it's a minimum of this. I keep going about. And every week it does 15 hours. Right? And if I just, this is the 2 pages a week, if I just did that every week, I'd achieve all my writing. And yet, I wake up and most days I just either I'll prevent procrastination late at night when I go way too late, I wake up later, bad schedule, and just fall into these bad schedules. Or I'll wake up and this just, I'll do a few weeks and I'll open it up and have something on text or start thinking. Or I'll just go and make a phone call and have phone calls for 3 hours. It's always something.
Yeah.
Or I'll start writing because there's no sacred writing block. I'll just hit the wall and say, those things. So, okay, what I've done is they're way behind one employee. Alicia, she's the manager of lots of things. That's her role. She truly does lots of things. And the first thing she started doing is either she comes over and sits next to me where she can see my screen from 9 to 2. That's all it takes. The conversation is you're not keeping screaming because it's the feeling of, the old days when you had to go to class. Your lunch block is over and it's like, class is so it's Monday morning. Yeah. But you said, you go. You said, okay. And then you get to class and something like that, right? You have a trigger or something like set. Okay. And you do. That's all it is. Some external thing being like, okay, I have to do this. And then you have that moment like, suck. I guess I'll do it. No one's there though. Problem with the procrastinator is they don't want that person in their head. Other people, I think, will raise a sense of shame if they don't do stuff that stick in their head is hugely helpful. I don't really have that. And so, anyway, look, she's sitting right next to me. Now she's doing her work. You can see my screen, and she developing exactly what I should be doing. That's all it takes. The shame of having her see me while she's sitting there not working is too weird, too embarrassing. So I get it done. Game changer. So duct tape can solve. Sometimes duct tape is enough, but I'm curious, still trying to, what is going on? I think part of it is that we are actually wired. I think I'm being very human, actually, what's happening. I'm not saying it's not the right word. I'm being a natural human, and we are not programmed to sit there and do homework of a certain kind that get the results like 6 months later. Like that is not. So we're supposed to conserve energy, like fulfill our needs, and do immediate things. And you're overriding our natural ways to wake up and get to it. And I think sometimes because the pain, I think a lot of them are suffering. For a lot of people, the pain of not doing it is actually worse because they feel shame. So if they don't have to take a job, get a really get to work, I'll feel like a bad person. And that is worse than doing it. And then it becomes a habit. So it becomes just easy automatically. It becomes I do it because that's what I do. But I think if you don't have a lot of shame necessarily, the pain of doing those things is worse than that immediate moment as not doing it. And
I think that there's this feeling that you capture with your body language. So like it, that feeling. The people that see that are good at procrastinating are the ones that have trained themselves to like the moment they would be having that feeling. They just it's like set like Sam Harris styles. You don't experience that feeling.
Yeah.
You just refocus. Like I talked to Ethan about this a lot actually offline. It's like he doesn't have this.
No,
it's clearly not. It's the way he talks about it, the way I think about it is it's like you just pretend you're like a machine running an output. Like this, you should be doing this. Not because I told you this is probably the thing you want to do. Like look at the big picture of your life. You just run the out. Like ignore your feelings. Just run as a
it's frame it.
Yeah.
You frame it as like it can feel like homework, or it can feel like you're living your best life or something. You're doing your work.
Yeah. And maybe you reframe it. But I think ultimately, whatever reframe you need to do, you just need to do it for a few weeks, and that's how the habits work. You just stick with it. Like I'm now on a kick where I exercise every day. It doesn't matter what that exercise is. It's not serious. It could be doing push-ups. It's a thing that like I make sure exercise every day is way easier because of the habit. And I just and I don't like increase my exercise because it's easier to replicate that feeling. I don't allow myself to like doing
right. Well, I think about that even like little things like I brush my teeth before I go to bed. It's just a habit. And it is effort. Like if it was something else, I would be like, bad, do that, and I was lie down. But it doesn't even cross my mind. It's just like that. I just robotically just do it, and it almost becomes like a night. It's like, oh, this part. It's like morning routine. It's like that's kind of just like automated. And it's funny because
like I don't think I've skipped many days. I don't think I skipped any days.
That's right.
Like unless I didn't have like I would. So, and what is that?
Well, so to me, there's so the character that makes the instant gratification. That's what I think, right? And there's the rational decision maker. He's that. But for procrastinators, the monkey wins. Yeah. I think the monkeys, you read about this kind of stuff. I think that this kind of more primitive brain is always good. And in not procrastinating, that primitive brain comes forward for some reason. And isn't resistant. So, but when I think about procrastination, it's like the monkey doesn't even think there's an option to not do it. So it doesn't even, there's no hope. The monkey has no hope here. So it doesn't even like get involved. It's just like, it's just like kind of like robotically, just like, it's kind of like stock, just like out on and it doesn't like make up. Yeah, we're doing this. For other things, like, no. Most days I can do this. And so the monkey puts up that fierce resistance, and it's like it's a lot of it's like the initial transition. So I think of it as where it's like I will spend the whole day pacing around the side of the pool in my bathing suit, just being like, I don't want to have that 1 second making you first jump, like it sucks. And then once I jump in, I'm usually when I start running, and suddenly I'm like, this isn't so bad. Okay, I'm kind of easy. As soon as you can't hear me wet, then I start to get the flow. So it's like once I get in the cold water, I will spend hours standing around the side of the pool. And by the way, I do this in a more literal sense. I go to the gym for the training. In 45 minutes, I do full ass work. And it's not because I'm having a good time. It's because it's that you have to go fast, right? But when I go to the gym alone, I will literally do a set and then stick around my phone for 10 minutes before the next set. And I'll spend over an hour. So it is the transition. Once I'm actually in the set, I'm never like, I want to stop it. But now it's just like, I'm going to do this. And I feel happy I just did it. So it's something about transition that's why procrastinating is a lot of places. I will procrastinate getting ready to go to the airport. I know I should be at 3, so I cannot be stressed. I'll leave at 3:36 and I'll be super stressed. Once I'm on the way, immediately I'm like, why did I do this earlier? Now I'm back on my phone doing what I was doing. I just had to get in the damn car, whatever. So, there's some very, very odd relationship.
Yeah, like I was waiting for you to come and said that you were running a few minutes late. And I was like, I'll go get a coffee because I can't possibly be the one who's early. Right. I don't understand. I'm always looking at stuff, and I know it's disrespectful in the eyes of people. I can't help it. You know what I'm doing? It's not like I don't care. I'm often for this concept, you're wearing more. Like it's like I obviously care about the person, but for some
it's like there are some people that like show up late because they like kind of that quality in themselves, and that's it, right? There's a lot of those people. But more often, it's someone who shows up frazzled and they feel awful and they're furious.
Yeah.
So I mean, all you only get to do is those people alone, right? They're not being disrespectful to anyone. They just listen to something themselves.
You tweeted a quote by James Baldwin saying, quote, I imagine the reasons people cling to their hate so stubbornly is because they sense once hate is gone, they will be forced to deal with pain. It's been painful but formative experience in your life. Or what's the flavor of the shape of your pain that fuels you?
I mean, honestly, the first thing that jumped to mind is my own attitude against myself to get my work done because it affects everything. When I for 5 years in this fucking it's a piece. Like I probably could have taken 2 or 3 years, but it didn't. That was a lot of not just not working that I'm over researching. I'm making it, adding into the shit because I'm a perfectionist. Being a perfectionist, I'm not like, oh, I learned I want to get it in there. I know I'm going to just or I outline something I'm trying to get it perfect. I know that's not possible. Making a lot of immature kind of anger. Like I know I'm not actually immature writing. I've written my whole life. I've been a writer for 15 years. I know what I'm doing. I can advise others. And yet I do that I know all is an I know. So that it hurts the actual product. It makes it waste your precious time. C, when you're mad at yourself, you're in a negative self-defeating spiral. It almost inevitably you'll be less good to others. Like, I used to, early on in my now marriage, one of the things we always do is I used to play history. New York City, great place. I'd find some weird little adventure house, like anything, and I wouldn't tell you what it was. I reserved it for Thursday night. Okay. And it was just a fun part of the relationship. Started writing this book, got really bad personal space for like my head out anything, and I just stopped like ever valuing like the joy of it. Like I was like, that's what it does, and that's a trap very quickly. Because I was thinking 6 months away, and 5 years later, wow, I really wasn't living full. 5 years ago, we don't live for 5 years. You think about your 5 decades, that's like a sixth of my 5 years. Like, wow, that's a huge loss. So to me, that was appreciating, and it was that pattern, a very unpredictable, unhealthy pattern for me, which is that wake up in the morning and great mood. Wake up, be awake, whole day ahead of me. So much work done today, and first I'm going to do these other things. It's all pretty great. I end up kind of failing for the day with those goals. Usually, sometimes miserably, sometimes only partially. And then I get in bed, probably a couple hours later, and that's when all the real reality is. Suddenly, so much regret, so much anxiety, furious at myself, wishing I could take a time machine back for 6 months, a year, or just even to the beginning of that day. And just tossing and turning. I mean, this is a very bad suffering. Procrastinator suffer in a very serious way. So I know this sounds like a lot of personal problems, and it is. It's real suffering. Like it's so to me, it's painful because you're not being a good friend or a spouse or whatever you could be. You're also not treating yourself very well. You're usually not very good at these moments very often, and you're not being good to everyone. So it is just a lot of this, and it's like it feels like one small tweak away. Sometimes it's like, so I said, you just suddenly reach 9-12 and you get to have it. Everything else falls into place. All of this reverses. So I feel hopeful, but it's like it is not figured out. I actually think that.
And you also don't want to romanticize it, because it is true that some of the greats in history, especially writers, suffer from all the same stuff. Like they weren't writing them. You might only live 2 or 3 hours a day. The days off spent, like having torture and
well, right. It's irrational. And a lot of this goes for a lot of people, especially themselves. You'd be shocked how much you can wake up at 9 or 8 or 7 or 7. Get to work and stuff. You really focus 1 or 2 and do 25 really focused hours of stuff for your stuff a week. And then there's 112 waking hours, right? So we're talking about 80 something hours a week. You can live, if you're just really focused, if you're, yin and yang, and that's my goal. It's black and white. I'm really focused on it. Totally like clean conscience every time. Right now, I need I should be working, but I'm not. Oh, I'm wasting this time. This is bad, and that's just massive. So if you can just get really good at black and the white, so you can wake up and full work. And I think a lot of people have like all this free time. I'll do the same 3 hours, as you said. I'll do it really late at night or whatever after having tortured myself all day. Not having any fun. It's not like I'm having fun. Call the dark light. Just where you are. You know you should be working, but you're doing something else. You're doing something fun on paper. It's never fun. And so I spend a lot of time.
And you know you should be doing it, and you still do it. Yeah.
It's not clean conscience, but it's toxic. And I think that there's something about you're draining yourself all the time. You just did your focus hours, and then you actually have fun. Fun can be anything. Fun can be hanging out with someone. Can be really fun. Go and do something in the city. That is critical. You're recharging some like I think it makes it easier to actually. And I say this from the experience when I had good stretches. Like it's easier. It's like you feel like you're discounting one part of your brain, the other part. Like you're like we got this. Like we treat ourselves. Is how you treat myself. And it's like now okay, back to work. You're in this very parent-child relationship in your head, where like just constant conflict, and the kid doesn't respect the parent sees the kid.
And you're right. It's just one pixel away. So there's hope. And I guess so much of what you just read is so true. I guess I had kind of hope.
But this podcast is very regular. I mean, I was like, and I think partially that's what there is a bit of a definition here, which is you just because it's always easy to schedule stuff for future semesters, right? Because that's future 10. Future 10 is not my problem. I'll schedule all kinds of shit for future 10, and I will then not do it. But in this case, you can schedule podcasts, and you have to schedule.
Yeah, you have to schedule.
Right? It's easy to do media for
this is not my. This is what I do.
I know, but at least this is the kind of thing, especially if it's not your main thing. Especially if it's not your main thing, the kind of thing you dream of doing, you want to do. And I feel like your regular production here is a sign that something is working.
Yeah, and this was. I'm sure you have this same kind of thing with podcast. In fact, it's a good reason for podcast, and also the podcast becomes what podcast is for me.
This is your procrastination. If you think about you get in that person's head and look back and be like, you just deep regret. You just, you already do anything. Just go back and have done this differently. That is desperation. It's just you don't feel it. It's not in you yet. The other thing you can do is if you have a partner, if you want a partner, now you can say, we meet these 15 hours every week. And that's so working with someone.
Yeah, that's why like founders for many reasons. That's kind of one of the because actually for the startup case, unlike writing perhaps, it's really a 100-hour piece. Like once you really launch, you go all in. Like everything else just disappears. Like you can't even have a house balance for a little bit. So, and there, that's the idea. When you're one of the most interesting people on the internet. So as a writer, you look up future. Do you dream about certain things you want to create? Is there projects you want to write and movies you want to write?
And
so it's just endless ideas.
No, there's specific things that really excite me. It's a big list that I know about the future. And that's part of why the last 5 years, when I feel like I'm not moving as quickly as I could, it bothers me because I have so much genuine excitement to try some new things, and I get to fit anything. I don't like do, but a lot of writers like I publishing something crazy is usually good, and make or just finishing something putting it out there, appreciate it, like the best thing, right? A lot of every kid thinks a little bargain for themselves, a little, a dream, or something. And I feel like when I do something that I have be fit writing, and I feel proud of it, I put it out there. I feel like I again pounding myself. Like there's a little I owe it to myself to do certain things. I just didn't want to say, I should paid off some debt to myself. I owed it. It feels great. It feels like very still very a lot of things. So the more things I can do, it's fun, right? So for me that includes a lot more writing. Short, long posts, but basically short writing, long posts. It's great. I love that medium. I want to do a lot more books. We see how to do this. I'll have to do right after. We'll see if I like those two. If I do, we'll do more otherwise. But I also want to try the meetings. I want to make some videos. I want to. I did a little travel series once. More of that vlog. No, it was I let readers survey. Pick 5 countries they want to go to. Awesome. And maybe they sent me. I went to Siberia, to Japan, from there to this is all to Nigeria, from there to Iraq, from there to Greenland, and then I went back to here, like 2 weeks later. And I got to, have some weird experiences. I tried to really dig in, have some interesting experiences that I wrote about, and I taught readers a little bit about the history of these places. I love doing it. I love writing. And I'm like, oh man, that one. And then I have a big desire to fiction. Like I want to write sci-fi at some point, and I'd love to write a musical. That's actually what I was doing before I was with a partner, and we were halfway through a musical, and he got kind of his other musical. I started taking off. We just haven't gotten back to it. It's such a fun medium. It's such a silly medium, but it's so fun.
So you think about all of these mediums from which you can be creative and create something you like the variety.
Yes. It's just that I if there's a chance on a new medium, I can do something good. I want to do it. I want to try it. It sounds like so gratifying. Fun. You know, like
I think it's fun to just watch countries like this. So I can't put a podcast and listen to all of them. I mean, that's a medium to see like where it goes. The cool thing about podcasts with videos, especially with this creating by like yours, you don't really know what you're going to make of it until you try it.
Yeah, podcasts I'm really excited about. I like going to podcasts.
Yeah.
And I never tried to go on podcasts.
So there's whatever medium, there's the challenges of the sausage made. So like the challenge of it.
Yeah, but it's also I'm going no, long ass model. And if you're the interview, you're not supposed to do that as much. So I have to rate it, and that might be hard.
Let's get on the goal of it.
Yeah, I might take it.
You know, it's funny because some of my favorites are like solo because it's a side gig. So you're having a conversation, but you're like friends, but you're just really romantic. I think you really good.
Yeah. Even if it's 50-50, that's fine. If it's just a friend who I want to really, I just don't. I don't like. So I won't. That's not what the podcast would be. But I can't help it. I started moderating before, and I have to get involved. And no one likes to moderate. It's very unforgiving. So I, interview someone. I don't even. I just it's not my. I can grill someone. That's different. That's my curiosity. To go, wait, how about this? I interrupt them, and I'm like,
I see where your brain works. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It lights up the iron. Yeah, I like watching people make those people.
Yeah.
So this is now just listen to a podcast. This is me listening to your podcast. You're listening
a podcast because then it's not like once I'm in the room, I suddenly can help myself.
Okay. Big last ridiculous question. What is the meaning of life?
The meaning of an individual life?
Your existence here on Earth. Or maybe broadly, this whole thing with that vapes.
For me, I feel like want to be around as much as I can. If I could do some kind of crazy life extension or upload myself, because who doesn't want to see how cool the year 3000 is? Imagine
you did say mortality is not appealing.
No, but it's not ultimately. Now, it's ultimately, as I said, no one wants to. If they understand the term, they really. I think we have enough. Okay, no one wants to. Yeah. But I like to choose. I like to see something really over it now. At that point, we have our society. We have a ceremony. We have a whole process of someone signing off. And, it would be beautiful. It would be sad.
Well, I think you'd be super depressed by that point. Who's going to sign off?
Maybe, yeah. Okay, maybe it's not. But at least, the point is, if I can stay around, I'm thinking 50 centuries. I don't know about that. 50 sounds like right. You're thinking, you sound like 50. One is what I get. If you're still on 51, it's hideous. Well, anyway. So, for me personally, I can be around. And then, honestly, the reason I love writing, the thing I love is it's like a warm, fuzzy connection with other people, right? That can be my friends, and it can be readers. And that's why I would never be like a jerk for personalities that get behind writing. Or like a biography. There's a lot of people who are great writers, but I like to personally, and if I can take the thing in my head and oh my God, I think that too, and it's made me feel better, made me feel seen, like that feels amazing. And I just feel like we're all having such a common experience on this one little moment of time. We're just these weird forms and beings, and we're all the same. It's like we all human experience. So I feel like so much of us suffering the same things. We're all going through the same things. And to me, it's very. If I lived through my death, I feel like I had a ton of human connection and shared a lot of common experience. It made a lot of us feel like. Do
you feel that as a writer? You
hear, feel like inspiration, like all the people that make me smile, all the people that inspire.
Honestly, it's sometimes, when we did an in-person event, I meet a bunch of people, and it's incredibly gratifying. I think it is easy to forget how many people sometimes you're just sitting there alone.
And
Yeah.
dealing with your procrastination.
But that's why publishing is so gratifying, because at the moment, all this connection.
Yeah.
And especially if I end up being broadcast, it's having a bunch of people who feel alone in existence is all realized, all connects, right? So that, if I do a lot of that includes, of course, my actual spending a lot of really high quality time with friends and family, and make the whole thing as heartbreaking as like mortality can be, make the whole thing like fun, and at least we can like laugh at ourselves together while going through it. And that's amazing.
And then like your last blog post would be with Mars as you get the bad news that you're not able to return because of the malfunction of the rocket.
Yeah, I would like to go to Mars and go there for a week. Yeah, here we are.
No, I know that you watch.
Yeah, and that's fine. So you think you're being alone as the first person there, and then it malfunctions.
Right. No, you're supposed to return to malfunctions, and then there's so it's both the hope, the awe that you experience, which is how the blog starts, and it's the overwhelming, like feeling like existential dread. But then it returns to like the love of humanity.
Well, if I could be writing, and actually like writing something for people to feedback on, it would make it just better.
Yeah.
If I was just I was gonna realize what happened.
No, you get to write.
Yeah, I could say, that would bring it.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Well, that's exactly the future. All right, this is an incredible conversation. You're a really special human being. So thank you so much for spending your good time. I can't wait to hear your podcast. I can't wait to read your next blog post, which you said in a Twitter reply. You get more. After the book. Add that to the long list of ideas that procrastinate about. Thanks so much for talking.
Thank you.
Thanks for this conversation with Harvey. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of urban science. Be out there what you know, more confident about what's possible, and less afraid of things that don't matter. Thanks for listening. Hope to see you next time.
The jury found Pfizer fraud and racketeering.
How does Big Pharma affect
Everyone's allowed an opinion. I don't think everyone's allowed any scientific facts.
this Pfizer?
Pfizer is battling the FDA. Pfizer has joined the
Following this conversation with John Peters, faculty at Harvard Medical School, family physician for over 2 decades, and author of the new book, Sickening, about how Big Pharma ruined American healthcare and how we can fix it. This conversation with John Abel is a critical exploration of the pharmaceutical industry. I wanted to talk to John in order to provide us a daily perspective unexpressed in my podcast episode with the CEO, Pfizer, Albert Bourla. And here, please allow me to say additional words on this episode with Pfizer CEO. And in general, why I do this conversation, how I. If this is not interesting to you, please do that. What do I hope to do with this podcast? I want to understand human nature, the best and the worst. I want to understand how power, money, and fame changes. I want to understand why atrocities are committed by crowds that believe they're doing good. All this, ultimately, because I want to understand how we can build a better world, find hope in the future, and rediscover each time through the exploration of ideas just how beautiful this life is. This our civilization, and all of its complexity, the forces of good and evil, war and peace, hate, love.
I don't think I could do this with a heart and mind that's fragile, willing to empathize with all human beings, even those in the darkest corners of our world. To attack is easy. To understand is hard. And I choose the hard path. I have learned in the past few months this path involves me getting more and more attacked from all sides. I will get attacked when I host meetings like Jamie and Francis Comfort, Jamie Merkel, or Dixon Merkel. When I stand for my friend Joe Wilson. When I host leaders like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and others. When I eventually talk to Vladimir Putin, Barack Obama, and other figures that have turned the tides of history. I have and I will get called stupid, naive, weak, and I will take these words with respect, humility, and love. And I will get better. I will listen, think, and learn, and one thing I can promise is there's no opportunity or face that can buy my opinion, make me go against my. There's no amount of pressure that can break my. There's nothing in this world I need that I don't already have. Life itself is fundamental gift. Everything else is just a bonus. That is freedom. That is freedom. If I die today, I will die happy. Now, a few comments on my approach and lessons in the outward blood. The goal reveals the good of human being to give him the opportunity to contemplate and long for the complexities of his role, being the tension between making money and helping people, the corruption often creates the crafting narrative and so on. I only had so this was the time to address these issues deeply, but to show I would struggle with them in the privacy of his own mind. And if he would let down the veil and speak for a time to let me connect with a man decades ago Joseph became a veterinarian who wanted to help listening to suffering. I had no pressure to come. There were no rules. The questions I was asking were all mine, not seeking advice. I had no care whether I ever talked to the CEO again. None of this was part of the calculation for unlimited great career. I didn't want to grow the way politicians grow CEOs. I thought that this approach was easy, self-serving, dehumanizing, and feels nothing. I wanted to reveal the genuine intellectual struggle, vision, and motivation of being. If that failed, I trusted the listener to draw their own conclusion and insights from the result, whether it's the words spoken or the words left unspoken, or simply the silence. And that's just it. I fundamentally trust the intelligence of the listener. You. In fact, if I criticize the person too hard, celebrate the person too much, I feel I fail to give the listener a picture of the human being that is uncontaminated by my opinion, the opinion of the crowd. I trust that you have the fortitude and courage to use your own mind, empathize, and think. Two practical lessons I take away. First, more strongly push for longer conversations of 3, 4, or more hours versus just 1 hour. 60 minutes is too short to relax, think slowly and deeply. And for me to ask many follow-up questions, follow interesting tangents. Ultimately, I think in the interest of everyone, including the guests, we talk true long form for many hours. Second, conversations with leaders, aided by further conversations with people who are book sponsors or their industry. Those that can steal man's perspective and attempt to give an objective analysis. I think a very personal speech about the man's. I want to talk to both the men and women in the arena and critics, supporters, and fans. For the former, lean towards wanting to understand one human being's struggle with the idea. For the latter, lean towards understanding the idea themselves. That's why I wanted to have this conversation with John Nichols, who is outspoken critics of pharmaceutical industry. I hope it helps add context and depth to the conversation I had with Pfizer CEO. In the end, I may do worse than I could have or should have. Always listen to the criticisms without ego, and I promise I will work hard to improve. But let me say finally that cynicism is easy. Optimism, true optimism, is hard. It is the belief that we can, and we will, build a better world, and that we can only do it together. This is the fight we're fighting. So here we go. Once more to the Beast Dear I love you all. This is Let's Reach Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, here's my conversation with John Abramson. Your faculty at Harvard Medical School, your family physician for over 2 decades, created one of the greatest family physicians in Massachusetts. You wrote the book Overdose America, a new book coming out now called Sickening, about how big pharma ripped American healthcare, including science, research, and how to fix it. First question, what is the biggest problem with big pharma that is fixed would be the most impactful? So if you not be figured to fix one thing, it will be the most impactful.
The biggest problem is the way they determine content, accuracy, and completeness of what doctors believe to be the full range of knowledge that they need to best take care of the patients. So that with the knowledge and taken over by the commercial interests, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, the purpose of that knowledge is to maximize the profits that get returned to investors and shareholders, and not to optimize that for big market. So rebalancing that equation is the most important thing to do to get our healthcare back in the right direction.
Okay, so there's a tension between helping people and making money. So if we look at particularly the task of helping people in medicine, in healthcare, is it possible if money is the primary sort of mechanism by which you achieve that as a motivator? Is it possible to get that right?
I think it is possible, but I think it is not possible without guardrails that maintain the integrity and balance of knowledge. Without those guardrails, it's like trying to pay professional basketball game referees and having players call their own fouls. But players are to win, and you can't count them to call their own fouls, so you have referees in charge. You don't have referees in American healthcare. The biggest way American healthcare is distinguished from healthcare of the populations.
Okay, you mentioned and you mentioned his book called Capitalism and Freedom. He writes that there are only 3 legitimate functions of government: to preserve law and order, enforce private contracts, and ensure that private. You said that it's a radical idea at the time, but we're failing at all 3. How are we failing? And also maybe the bigger picture is what are the strengths and weaknesses of capitalism when it comes to medicine and healthcare?
Can we separate those out? Sure. Two huge questions. So, how we're failing, these are the minimal functions that our guru of free market capitalism said the government should do. So this is the absolute basis. On preserving law and order, the drug companies routinely violate the law in terms of their marketing and in terms of their presentation of the results of their trials. I know this because I was an expert in litigation for about 10 years. I presented some of what I learned in civil litigation to the FBI, the Department of Justice, and that case led to the biggest criminal fine in U.S. history as of 2009. And I testified in federal trial in 2010, and the jury found Pfizer fraud and racketeering violations. In terms of violating, it's a routine occurrence. The drug companies paid $38 million for fines from, I think, 1991 to 2017. It's never been enough to stop the misrepresentation of their data, and rarely are the fines greater than the profits that are made. City executives have not been to jail for misrepresenting data that have involved even tens of thousands of deaths in the case of Vioxx, OxyContin as well. And companies plead guilty to felonies, which is not an unusual occurrence. The government usually allows the parent companies to allow subsidiaries to take the plea so that they are not a step closer to getting disbarred from Medicare, not being able to participate in Medicare. So in that sense, there is a mechanism that is appearing to impose law and order on drug company behavior, but it's clear it's not working.
You actually speak to human nature here. Are people corrupt? Are people malevolent? Are people ignorant that are controlled at a high level, like Pfizer, for example, like big pharma companies? How is this possible? So I believe, just on a small tangent, that most people are good. And I actually believe if you join big pharma, so a company like Pfizer, your life trajectory offers how it's dreaming and wanting and enjoying other people. And so, and then you look at the outcomes that you're describing, and that's why the narrative is told that, like, Pfizer's CEO, Al is malevolent. The sense is like these companies are evil. So if the different parts, the people, are good, they want to do good, how are we getting that?
I think it has to do with the cultural behavior that this is unfolding. And we need to look at sociology to understand this. That when the cultural behavior is set up to maximize the returns of investment for shareholders, venture capitalists, hedge funds, when that defines the culture and the higher up the operation, the more in getting rewarded, maximize the profits of the investment. That's the culture. And it becomes to do things with science that normal in that environment and our shared values in that are good people whose self-evaluation becomes modified by the goals that are shared by people around them. And within that milieu, you have one set of standards, and then the rest of good American people have the expectation that the drug companies are trying to make money, but that they're playing by rules that aren't part of the insider.
It's fascinating. The game they're playing modifies the culture, you know, inside the meeting, inside the room, day to day. Like there's a bubble. Like we're all bubbles inside. And that bubble allows you to drift in terms of what you see as ethical and unethical. Because you see the game as just, you know, it's just part of the game. The marketing is part of the game. And paying fines is just part of the game of science.
And without guardrails, it becomes a bit more hard. You keep moving in that direction if you're not bumping up against guardrails. And I think that's how the extreme situation.
So, like I mentioned, I spoke with Pfizer CEO. I'd like to raise with some of the concerns I raised. The one you already mentioned, I raised the concern that Pfizer is engaged in aggressive advertising campaigns. As you can imagine, you said no. What do you think?
You're both right. I think that I agree with you that the aggressive advertising campaigns do not add value to society. And I agree with you that they're, for the most part, and it's the way the game is played.
Right, so, sorry to interrupt, but oftentimes responses, especially now, SEO for 2 years, 3 years. So Pfizer was a different company who made mistakes, right, in the past. We don't make mistakes anymore. That there's rules, and we play by the rules. So, like, with every company raised, there's very, very strict rules, he says. In fact, he says sometimes way too strict, and we play by them. So in that sense, advertising, it doesn't seem like it's aggressive, because it's played by the rules. And relative to the other game, the other company, if you're not that aggressive. Relative to the big pharma company.
I hope we can quickly get back to what we're not talking about rules, but in general. But let's just look at the question of advertising specifically. I think that's a good example of what it looks like from in that culture and from outside. He said that we follow the law on our advertising. We state the side effects, we state the FDA approved indications. We do what the law says we have to do for advertising. And I've not been an expert in communication for a few years. I don't know what's going on currently. But let's take this. It could be true. But if that's true, in his words, in his culture, that's ethical business. From a common sense person's point of view, a drug company paying highly skilled media to take the information about the drug and create the illusion, the emotional and the takeaway message to viewers of advertisements that grossly exaggerate the outcome of the drug and minimize the harms. It's sociopathic behavior to have views of ads weave the ad with unrealistic impression of the benefits and harms of the drug. And yet, he's playing by the rules. He's doing his job as CEO to maximize the effect of his advertising. And if he doesn't do that, this is a key point. If he doesn't do that, he'll get fired for the next guy.
So the people that survive the people that get raises in the company and move up in the company and the ones that play by the rules. And that's how the game simplifies itself. But the game is within bounds of the law.
Something like most of it, not always.
We'll return to that question. I'm actually more concerned about the effect of advertisement in a kind of much larger scale on the people that are getting funded by the advertisement in self-censorship. Just like more subtle, more passive pressure to not say anything. Because I've seen this, and I've been saddened that people sacrifice integrity in small ways when they're being funded by a particular company. They don't see themselves as doing so, but you could just clearly see that the space of opinion that they're willing to engage in, or a space of ideas to play with, is one that doesn't include negative, anything that could possibly be negative about the company. They just choose not to. Why? And that's really sad to me that, if you give me $100, I'm less likely to say something negative about you. That makes me sad. Because, the reason I want to say something negative about you is the pressure of friendship, connection, those kinds of things. So I understand that. That's also good with. We're having dinners and shaking hands and all of that. It didn't affect them. Money has that effect on news, on news media, on journalists, on scientists. That's scary too. But of course, the direct advertising to consumers, like you said, is potentially very negative. I'm going to ask who you think is the most negative impact of advertising. Is it that the consumer on television? Is it advertising with doctors? I'm surprised the amount of people looking at is more advertising, more spent on advertising to doctors to consumers. That's really confusing. It's fascinating. Too. And then also, obviously, the law side of things is the lobbying, which I think is not wrong. But anyway, I think the ballpark. What concerns you the most?
Well, it's the whole nexus of influence. There's not one thing. They don't invest all the, they don't rub their eggs in one basket. It's a whole surrounds program. In terms of advertisements, let's take an advertisement. Trulicity is a diabetes drug, for type 2 diabetes injectable drug. And it lowers blood sugar just about as well as metformin does. Metformin costs about $4 a month. Trulicity costs, I think, $6,200 a year. So $48 a year versus $6,200. Trulicity has distinguished itself because it did manufacture a study that shows that it significantly reduces the risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetics. And they got approved on the basis of that study, that very large study being statistically significant. The ads obviously extol the virtues of Trulicity as it reduces the risk of heart disease, stroke, and that's major morbidities, risks of diabetes. What the ad doesn't say is that you have to treat 3 people to prevent one fatal event at a cost of $2.7 million. And even more important, what the ad doesn't say is that the evidence shows that engaging in active, healthy lifestyle reduces the risk of heart disease and strokes far more than Trulicity. Now, to be fair, there's never been a study that compared Trulicity to lifestyle changes. But that's part of the problem. Our advertising, you would think, in a rational society that was way out on as a lone country, besides New Zealand, that allows direct-to-consumer advertising, that part of allowing direct-to-consumer advertising would be mandate companies establish whether their drug is better than, say, healthy lifestyle coach to prevent the problems that they claim to be preventing. But we don't require that. So the companies can afford to do very large studies so that very small differences become statistically significant. And studies are asking the question, how can we support the drug? They're not asking the question, how can we prevent cardiovascular disease in people with type 2 diabetes? And that's how we get on this. We're now on the extreme arm of this distortion of the medical knowledge of studying how to sell more drugs, how to make people more healthy.
That's a really great thing to compare to is lifestyle changes. Because that should be the bar. If you do some basic diet, exercise, all of those kinds of things, how does this drug compare to that?
Right, and that study was done actually in the 90s. It's called the Diabetes Prevention Program. It was federally by the NIH, so that there wasn't this drug company imperative to just try to prove the drug was better than nothing. And it was a very well designed study, randomized, controlled in people who were at high risk of diabetes, so-called diabetics. And they were randomized to three different groups: a placebo group, a group that got treated with metformin, and a group that got treated with intensive lifestyle changes. So this study really tested whether you could get people in a randomized trial assigned to intensive lifestyle changes, whether that was. Now, the common wisdom amongst physicians, and I think in general, is that you can't get you can do whatever you stand on your head, you can please for an action. So give it up. It's just fun with the drugs and not waste of your time. Except this study was published in the journal in 2002 shows that's wrong. That the people in the intensive lifestyle ended up losing 10 pounds, exercising 5 times to be maintaining it, and reduced their risk of getting diabetes by 58% compared to the metformin group, which reduced its risk of getting diabetes by 31%. So that exists. It was punishing the lifestyle intervention is the winner.
Who, as a small tangent, is the leader? Who is supposed to fight for the side of lifestyle changes? Where's the big pharma version of lifestyle changes? Who's supposed to have the big pulpit, the big money behind lifestyle changes? In your sense, because that seems to be missing in a lot of our discussions about
right. That's exactly right. And the answer is that we assume that the market has to solve all these problems, and the market can't solve all these problems. There needs to be some way of protecting the public interest for things that aren't financially driven, so that the overriding question has to be how best to improve Americans' health, not companies funding studies to try and prove that an inexpensive drug is better and should be used.
Well, some of that is also people like yourself. I mean, it's funny, you spoke to Joe Rogan, constantly exposes lifestyle changes. So some of it is just like understanding the problems that big pharma is creating in society, and then sort of these influential voices speaking up against it. So whether they're scientists or just regular communicators.
Yeah, I think you can have to get that message. And he clearly does his best. But it's not coming out in the legitimate avenues and legitimate channels that are evidence-based medicine from the sources that the docs are trained to listen to and modify the patient care. Now, it's not 100%. I mean, there are articles in the big journals about the benefits of lifestyle, but they don't carry the same obviousness as the randomized controlled trials that test this drug against placebo or this drug against another drug. So the Joe Rogan going, I tip my hat, but it's not going to carry the day most of the people until it has legitimacy as the medical system.
Yeah, like some doctors really pay attention. Well, there's an entire mechanism established for testing drugs. There's not an entire mechanism established in terms of scientific rigor of testing lifestyle changes. I mean, it's more difficult. I mean, everything's science, which that science helps, especially. But it's just these studies are very expensive. They're difficult. It's difficult to find conclusions that control all the variables. So it's very easy to dismiss them unless you really do a huge study that's very well funded. So maybe doctors just lean towards the simpler studies over and over, which is what the drug companies fund. They can control more variables. See, but the control there is sometimes by hiding things too, right? So sometimes you can just say that this is a well-controlled study by pretending there's a bunch of other stuff. It's just ignoring this stuff. It correlated with real costs, effects, and all that. So money can buy ignorance.
It buys kind of blinders. Don't look outside. Reductionist models. And that's another issue that we kind of, nobody says to doctors in training on reductionist studies, conclusions, methods of promoting health. Nobody says that explicitly, but the respectable science has to do with control factors. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. I'm going to be controversial. This is such an obvious example, but it's not more egregious than any others. It doesn't make sense to me to allow cardiovascular disease when you haven't included lifestyle changes as an arm of the study. It's just crystal clear that the purpose of that study was to self-elicit. It's not to